that involve tormenting your casters. The most ominous of which, I think we'll be coming back to later, is some kind of a mystery box we're unwrapping layer by layer. And we also have the incredibly ominous gauntlet.
Yeah, it's a scary, ominous red there. But we finally did it. We finally unjailed a touchdown. We had some...
that was fun last night.
It was. I remember
Did you see those two casters doing the sussy? Didn't they look ridiculous?
I did. No, they looked great. We love our caster sussies.
Do we?
Yes. Well, other caster sussies.
Exactly. I think if we reach the 30,000, if we get that $200,000 goal, we should have a full caster sussy. All the sussy. All at once. Yeah. I don't know if chat can handle the power of every single caster sussing at once.
Ooh, a caster sussy line.
Yeah, blare the touchdown, start the strobe lights flashing, get into the middle of the venue, right when they're pulling some kind of, fun boss, and then just sussy right in front of them. All 7 of us.
Yeah, and then we can drag the players in.
Oh, that's amazing.
When they've killed the final boss and get the biggest sussy line going ever.
Absolutely.
It's genius. But yeah, we've raised so much money so far. So thank you to everyone who is donating and continues to donate. Even if it is only $1, it will go a long way. So thank you guys so much. Trying to catch up on recent 5 hours ago. That would have been the middle of the night.
Yeah, so last night we were playing Warcraft Rumble a little bit too much in between pulls or during, excessive wipes on Smolderon, and the battery died. And we were no longer able to read donation messages because of that. So I think you're going to have to go back quite a ways. I think the most recent messages were read sometime around 8 last night. So more on the order of 12 hours ago. Right.
Well, we have an anonymous donation for $5. Let's go, Echo. I love you. We love you too. And we have Lepsy Lentil with the $25 donation. No, not the beans.
Lucy. Ooh. I know Lucy.
I think the times have refreshed, so we read out a couple of extra donations. Well, fine, we can read them again. Thank you very much.
We appreciate
But we have a newer donation from Moon Crescent for $25. Thank you very much. We'll go into an amazing cause, providing help with mental health to those in need. So
absolutely.
Plus, you guys get some awesome charity donation incentives as well. Woo! We got the Ducks of Disappointment.
Oh, you know the best duck? I pulled one last night.
Oh, yeah?
There's a duck that is, say a dad joke. Do you have any good dad jokes?
I suppose dad jokes are kind of like Christmas cracker jokes, right? They're kind of same.
I don't know what a Christmas cracker joke is.
You know, like at Christmas when you pull the crackers.
See, when I said that I didn't know, it's because I didn't know.
Right, well,
we don't.
How do I explain crackers? Wait, I think they're called something else maybe. But do you ever have them like as table decoration, and then when you pull them open with somebody and it drops like a prize? No? Never seen them before. No, this is like microwave cereal all over again. Do I realize today that my whole life has been a lie and I do abnormal things?
Yes.
Oh no, not again. Day 2. I wonder what day 3 is going to bring. Something that I've done.
Maybe some normality. Maybe you'll slowly adjust to... Although I don't want to say the party crackers are normal. If it's a particularly British or European thing. Or maybe it's even an American thing and I just don't know. Is it a Christmas, tradition?
I think so, yeah. Just all the Christmas decoration. Well,
a dad joke is a silly... joke. Yeah, it's a silly joke, right?
Okay.
So the one last night I said was... do you want it?
Yes.
Because this will illustrate what a dad joke is. A dad joke. Did you hear about the kidnapping at school?
No.
He didn't want to wake up. That's a dad joke. I'm sure you have some great ones. Did you not enjoy that?
Yes, I did.
Isn't it nice?
They're basically like cracker jokes.
Okay,
what do you call an elephant in the North Pole?
Lost. Yeah, okay, lost.
That's my favorite one.
Because you shouldn't be there. I get it.
I love that one. It's so silly.
Probably, unfortunately, also dead.
Maybe a bit frozen.
A little bit too grim, maybe. All right. Well, we did have some interesting news coming in because overnight on NA's second day that is wrapping up shortly, I think, Instant Dollars killed 4 out of 9 Mythic bosses. We've had a couple of guilds kill the first boss, several in fact, and Instant Dollars is the only one to have proceeded further in the raid. They killed the second boss in, I think, less than 10 pulls.
Ooh.
They killed the third boss fairly quickly as well. And then the volcano boss was a one-shot.
Really?
Yeah.
Ross, good old
Volcar.
Ross. See, Ross was my wild
Volcano
card.
Bob. He was a wild card. See, I was convinced that all of the hope, this entire expansion for a secret phase to a boss was just going to be sneakily snuck in to the volcano boss, and he would stand up from the lava.
That would be amazing. That's never been seen before,
Ever.
so it would be quite shocking, right?
Yeah, but instead he uses his tail to slap people, and they one-shot him. But then they pulled Larry a few times and stopped progressing after that because it's a much more difficult boss. It looks like we get a little bit of a step up in difficulty, at least for potentially the beginning of the tier bosses.
Yeah, I was going to say the Endwing bosses look quite scary. You've got Nimue and you've got not Smolderon, that's the next one.
Larry.
That's also going to be, and then Larodar. So those two I think are going to look pretty difficult. When looking at the raid overall, there are a couple of fights that have potential, but because they're quite early, you think, you know, they'll probably go down relatively quickly, right?
I think that the early bosses this tier look good in the sense of having fairly interesting and fun mechanics. None of them look particularly tedious, like, for example, an assault, a Hellfire Assault or a Zakuli Assault, right? And it's good for the early boss to be fun because it's going to be killed all tier long, but you can't expect every boss to be the most difficult boss. Some boss is going to be the first boss, some boss is going to be the second boss, they're going to die quickly. All you can hope for is that it's an interesting spectacle and that people enjoy playing it. And I think that that's happening this tier, right? I don't think any of the bosses are duds in the sense that, you know, nobody enjoys playing them. The closest to a dud probably is Volcano Bob dying in one pull.
Yeah, but then even so, it's kind of relatively inoffensive, I would say, because it's essentially kind of a tank and spank, or not so much patchwork. You know, you are moving around the platform, but at least there aren't too many tedious mechanics.
Yeah, I guess the mythic change there is just that you have to soak your friends, which is a kind of a running theme, I suppose, throughout the entire raid. It could also just be that Instant Dollars, the current world first guild, is that good. Maybe no one else will one-shot it.
Ooh, that could definitely be the case. Be interesting to see.
But I do agree that the Endwing bosses have a lot of potential. I'll admit I was a little bit saddened, not about Volcano Bob, not about Ignira, but about the Council boss. I thought that the Council boss had the potential to maybe stand up for a few hours because on Heroic, each of these three bosses that we're seeing right now during our splits has basically one signature ability and one ultimate, right? And you use the signature ability to counteract the ultimate. But on Mythic, of course, you have to deal with two ultimates at once. I thought maybe that would take a little bit more time to deal with.
Yeah, and also in general, the mechanics are quite reactive, you know? You don't really want to be soaking, you know, when people get ducked, you get the ducks soaking the flowers, as you can kind of see now. There's a lot of reaction, and if you're not in synergy with players nearby, you can kind of cross over each other. It can be a little bit chaotic, and then with charges going through the raid and tank frontals, it's quite a chaotic fight. So it could definitely have had potential to just be a bit of a mess, at least at first, to provide a little bit of a challenge. But I guess that's the only thing. Some of these bosses having a lot of potential because, again, they're quite early on in the raid. They're not necessarily tuned too difficultly. So I guess, it didn't provide much of a challenge.
But it still did take several pulls, and that's one of the interesting things about the staggered release and the fact that some guilds commit, you know, several days to splits. One of the undeniable advantages of spending 3 days doing splits, besides all the fun, is that you don't have to do that experimentation, testing, or learning. If a boss is relatively easy, it's going to take maybe 10 pulls from scratch to figure out the timing. Okay, so we have two overlapping ultimates where the bear is doing his roar that he needs to get ducked, but also the dryad is, you know, sucking everyone off with the long green vines, and she needs to get interrupted by the bear. You know, you have both those going off at once. It's going to take a couple of pulls to figure out, okay, how do we do that? What are the logistics of making sure that sequence of events happens correctly? If you do splits while another guild does it, you can just go yoink their strat, skip all of the experimentation, and go straight to the kill pull. That does save a lot of time.
Yeah, it does. As we said, it's kind of, you know, an earlier fight. So it wasn't too much sussing it out. Although, you know what boss was providing to be a little bit difficult, even on Heroic, was Smolderon last night.
Smolderon's a hard boss.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that is on Mythic, whether that's going to hold up. I hope it's not going to be a Magmorak situation.
Well, Magmorax was a Magmorak situation even on Heroic, right? Magmorax was not a Smolderon on Heroic. We had high hopes that maybe Magmarax. Every tier, you kind of look for a boss that is pure single target, involves like some kind of soft enrage that with an encroaching room that prevents you from staying in the fight for too long. And you say, oh, maybe this is the Sludge Fist where you only have 4 pillars and you have to kill it in a time, and it's very, very tight. And you always try to find that boss. Magmarax was the boss that could have been that last tier. It just wasn't tuned at that level, which maybe we shouldn't have been too surprised by. It wasn't the second to last boss or something like that. Smolderon is third to last, has that same set of themes with like not enough room. At the end, you're kind of getting encroached upon, just like Sludge Fist running out of pillars. And on Heroic, we are seeing several pulls end with, a 1% wipe, running out of room and dying.
Don't you think there's a lot of tension in this raid? There are a lot of fights that provide like high tension with encroaching fire and pressure to make these DPS checks. Smolderon's an example because obviously when you get into the very, very final intermission, the fire is slowly encroaching upon the platform and there is so much pressure to kill the boss at that point. And even with the last boss, Farak, there is encroaching fire on the platform, for example, in phase 1, where you're trying to get out of that phase as quickly as possible because the fire is encroaching on the tree. I just feel like there's so much tension in this raid. There's so much that's keeping everyone on their toes. Not only is there tension, there's a lot of fights like Nimue, this fight you can see on screen right now, which has so much going on. There are a lot of mechanics chucked at you. I suppose it doesn't necessarily help that they're all green on this fight, but...
Except for the ones that are blue on blue.
Yeah. And then the one red mythic mechanic.
Yeah. Well, it's true. I do think that this raid, we've been talking a little bit about how there are some themes kind of tying the raid together thematically, both in terms of lore and story, but also in terms of mechanics that you see woven in throughout several of the fights, including, for example, several of the fights have some kind of flower that you want to take care of, and several of the fights have, soaking or lava encroaching, like you say. And one of the ones that I really enjoy the most is what you bring up, which is this tension of, okay, we're getting closer to the end of the fight. We have some kind of soft enrage happening where you're running out of room or running out of time. And it creates for some interesting decision making sometimes. You've seen several times in the heroic splits where you get to close to the end of the fight and you very clearly have a commit call. We're not going to handle these mechanics. We're not going to soak those mushrooms on T-Swift. We're not going to, use the flower on Larry to get rid of the fire. We're just going to commit and make sure this happens. And then it's a race. Do you kill first or die?
It's actually been very tense. You've seen on Larodar yesterday in splits that there have been a lot of those calls of just commit, and they have very little play area, very little play space because they're not necessarily clearing the fire. So it gets very, very tense at the end of the fight. I'm thinking, are they going to do this? And I think it's quite a good sign that a lot of the heroic fights are even tense.
Yeah.
Because, you don't necessarily... I know it's heroic. I know it's easier difficulty. But seeing even heroic provide somewhat of a challenge is exciting to me.
It is.
And not seeing it fall over. Otherwise, sometimes normal and heroic can kind of blend into one otherwise. So it's kind of nice that, you have normal and then you have heroic, which is actually feeling like quite a tough difficulty. And then obviously you have Mythic, which is the hardest difficulty.
Absolutely true. And of course, we do have around 14 helpers per raid in these splits. We can talk about real quick because there are some people who watch who don't know as much about WoW. We'll talk about splits real quick. What are splits? Splits are when, instead of going into the raid with 30 of your own raiders and killing a boss and getting 5 pieces of loot that are then diluted across all 30, you go in with 15 or so of your raiders and 15 helpers from the community who essentially give up their chance at loot, forgo the chance at loot, kill the boss with you, and instead of having, that 5 pieces of loot distributed across 30, it's now 5 pieces distributed across 15 or even only 5 or 10 that are actually getting any because they're mains in that group. And it's essentially a way of concentrating loot from the community into these top guilds that are going for world first and increasing their item level. Could not be done without the helpers, who are champions, right?
Oh, yes.
So they do get some benefits from it, some achievements, and killing some bosses, their vault, perhaps?
Yeah, I think the most significant thing being filling up your vault, because that will give you a really nice some really nice gearing options on reset. So it's definitely not that. I mean, it also enters the boss's loot tables into your vault as well. So it's
some cool loot available around this time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of good trinkets. I think Council of Dreams has a trinket that a lot of people are after. There's another trinket that drops from T-Swift, I believe, that's pretty strong for DPS. And there is a very rare weapon that drops from Nimue. And we have seen a few weapons drop, but I believe that was on normal that a lot of those weapons dropped. So there are a few key items that people are after as well. I don't know if there are any more than that.
There's some more trinkets, I think, of a Fire Act, maybe. But that's about it. Yeah. But that's kind of an important point, right? Is that while Heroic is showing a bit of a challenge, particularly as we watch these splits over and over again, especially when you're looking at Smolderon, it's important to note about half the raid aren't Echo Raiders. They're coming in to contribute their time, effort, energy, and loot to the Echo Raiders. So, of course, while the Echo Raiders have killed Smolderon 6 times, every new raid has 14 people who have never pulled it on Heroic and have to learn it. So that's why you see a few people die. You'll see some wipes, for example, sometimes even on Nimue, certainly on Smolderon, absolutely on T-Swift as well. And that's because the helpers need to learn the fights. And that's kind of the cost of gaining item level from the contributions of the community, is that you spend more time doing these splits than you would if you were doing it all with Echo Raiders, but you gain additional item level in exchange for that time, a trade which has historically been worthwhile.
Yeah, in an MMO, you have a character to maintain, right? It's just the style of an MMO. And you have to gear your character, you have to prepare it. You can't walk into the hardest difficulty with no gear and expect to be able to kill it.
Oh, maybe not that part. You could walk in.
You could definitely walk in.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen a lot of guilds kind of walking in very early and taking on, the first boss, for example. Mm-hmm. But you do need to prepare your characters. That is all part of the race. The prep is so important. And these splits, funneling items essentially onto certain characters are even more important, because what you take and what will be the final composition on a lot of the fights is going to be very, very significant, and it does make or break the race. So all of this prep for the race is so crucial. Mm-hmm.
Historically, I think almost every single race world first, well, you could argue whether it's caused by the higher item level or not, but most races world first are won by the team with the highest item level. Historically, that's almost always true. Now, maybe that it isn't the cause, but there's a very strong correlation going there that is encouraging the teams to really strive to eke out every single iota of item level that they possibly can, because it does matter. When you're dealing with a boss that's anticipated to be difficult, that extra 0.1 item level raid wide, that extra item level on each individual character or whatever, can make a huge difference in whether you have enough damage, enough health, enough healing to get through the boss. And that's what they're going to be doing. And a lot of people are saying, well, why would you spend 20 hours killing these heroic bosses 20 times when the mythic bosses are out there and you could go do that? And the answer is because you would gain more progression time by having 5 extra item level than you would from spending 20 extra hours trying to bang your head against the boss. Obviously, the first 4, quite doable, but the anticipation, the expectation is that maybe Smolderon, maybe T-Swift, and certainly Farak, you need that extra 0.1 item level to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You have to prepare for the raid as a whole, especially the last boss. I mean, it all comes down to the last boss, really, ultimately. And that's essentially what you're preparing for. So this preparation, taking the time at the start to prepare is so important. You don't necessarily want to break away. Because also, not only damage, you could be... With so many tight DPS checks in the raid, that 1% of DPS that's gained from item level can make or break a fight, but also it can make or break when it comes to even mechanics, getting that extra stamina, the extra burst, the extra survivability. A lot of these bosses hit so hard.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not only important for damage, but it's also important for survival, healing, health pools. There is so much that the gear does, so they have to get this out of the way, really.
Absolutely true. So both teams are at a relatively similar point in their splits right now. One just killed Nimue, and we're working on the second Nimue kill here. Kind of an interesting boss mechanically, but I have to admit, I don't super enjoy how it breaks down, right? With the lines restricting where you can go, and then trying to split the raid so that each raid soaks those little flowers within their lines. But it's an interesting boss because she has an energy bar. You can see in the top right, that little blue bar climbing. When that fills up, she becomes completely immune, and you have to split up and kill 2 adds. And because she puts blue lines on the ground that you cannot cross, kind of like Sisters of the Moon, in order to cross those blue lines, you have to walk on the safe grass, right? And the interesting thing about this boss, I think, is going to be on Mythic, where there's a 3rd add, which means that you need a 3rd path of grass, and you only have 2 tanks.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the Mythic ad that you have to send kind of squads to kill it, and you need multiple squads to go out and kill the multiple ones that will spawn throughout the fight, because once one squad's gone to kill it, they can't go back. So you have to build multiple teams that have to go out to the back. It's quite a claustrophobic fight.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mechanics going out, as I'm sure you can see here. But also with the lines restricting you as well, because every time you run through a line, you take a dot, and I believe it stacks depending on how many lines you go through, and it can be a little bit like bursting, where you don't necessarily want to refresh the dot either by walking through another line. You don't really want it to tick a few times and then refresh it, and then you have multiple stacks, so that it's going to tick for more, like, you know, bursting kind of situation. So you have to really think about where you're running, and also you have flowers to soak, you've got pushback circles to drop around the edges of the room so they don't interrupt the soaks either, and there's just generally a lot of chaos. And then you have to spread and kill 2 ads, and on Mythic those ads I believe need to kill them within 20 seconds, so there's a lot of pressure to get out there and nuke them and come back, as well as the extra ad on Mythic at the back of the room as well, and having different squads. So I feel like it's a very tense, again, tension being a key theme, very tense, but also a little bit claustrophobic, and there'd be an additional soak in melee as well. So
it's an interesting boss. A lot of the bosses this tier have transitions based on timers, right? Because we have a theme throughout this raid. I would say another one that we were talking about is that you have a phase 1 and then an intermission and then return to phase 1, or maybe move to phase 2, and almost all of them this tier are based on an energy bar, which is of course just a timer, right, ticking down to when that's going to happen, because the energy accrues at a specific rate. There's nothing we can do to influence that energy gain in any of these bosses. This is one of those where Nimue is active and available to hit, during which period of time you're restricted to these small areas, and then those little blue threads you can see go out and try to get you and hunt you down. And then when her energy reaches full, then she is invulnerable and you have to go kill ads. A lot of the bosses doing that as well. We have T-Swift changing platforms based on energy. We have Smolderon going into his intermission based on energy. So very, very interesting to see, and especially when we look at how you allocate damage, right? Because, for example, with Nimue or Smolderon or something like that, you have only this portion of the fight to do damage to her, but you still have to maintain enough DPS cooldowns to kill those ads in time.
I think that's really interesting, because there are also a couple of bosses, T-Swift notably, that have shields that you kind of have to burst down, and you also have to manage your cooldowns there, because the shield needs to be broken, otherwise it's a wipe. But because you're pumping DPS into a shield, you're not reducing the boss's actual health, so you don't really want to allocate too many cooldowns to breaking this necessary shield, because you still want to make sure you're DPSing the boss. You don't want to take too much damage away from the boss, but also burst through a shield that if you don't burst through, you're going to wipe. So there's a lot of damage allocation in this raid for sure, especially as you were saying with the ads that need to die, even more pressure on Mythic. So I think in terms of management, I think it's really interesting. I like that they've moved away from spell queuing and it's more with energy and timers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the issue is that we've seen in the past that there's kind of 2 broad categories of how you can have a boss transition to an additional phase or an additional set of mechanics. One of which is strictly time-based, an energy bar that fills up or a timer that goes, and the other one of which is boss health, right? We've seen lots of bosses, particularly in the past, where when you reach 75% or when you reach 50% boss health, then it transitions to some set of abilities. And we've had issues in the past where boss has intersecting sets of these conditions where maybe one thing happens on a timer but another thing happens on boss health, and you can really manipulate that to either have bad overlaps or incredibly good overlaps. Some prominent examples of that being Kel'Thuz's ad, for example, a couple of tiers ago in the last expansion, where the boss didn't start doing a raid-wide amount of damage, forcing you to move into the next transition until you reach a certain health threshold. So you could just stop damage, wait until your cooldowns are back up, and then push that threshold, right, in order to really manipulate the boss. I think it's smart to kind of move away from that manipulable transitioning into a more, okay, this is going to transition when it transitions, and you need to work around that.
Oh yeah, 100%, because the stop damage phases, I think it was very prominent in Sanctum of Domination. There was also a couple of stop damage in Karlsnathra as well. I think it was Zymox. Zymox was another notorious spell queuer.
Notorious for spell queuing.
Yeah, so there were a couple of fights where your option, well, I would say your own, not necessarily your only option, but kind of the most crucial option was to just stop damage. And that never feels fun, because you're essentially just standing around waiting for cooldowns to come back up and not necessarily doing the fight, and I think that always feels bad. So having this raid have a lot of timers, energy based transitions is really, really, really good moving forward. I think there's a lot of positive signs in this raid for sure.
Yeah.
Other than a couple of fights, I feel like the visual clarity, it's really strange because there are 2 fights, Smolderon and Naimu, who have kind of all fire on fire, all orange on orange. I think actually on Smolderon, we'll see because they're approaching Smolderon now, a lot of the abilities are actually quite hard to see because when you go into the intermission in this fight, you have to soak the 5 orbs, otherwise the boss will gain a damage buff and you will miss out on the damage buff. But the balls that you have to soak are a very similar color to the rings that are going around the room in a certain pattern. So it can be quite easy to miss, and then also it's quite difficult to make sure you're collecting all of the orbs while also dodging the fire circles on the room anyway. But then other fights in the raid have so much visual clarity, especially the last boss, for example. You know, you've got a mixture of fire and green, and there's lots of different colors and different mechanics, and you can really tell what different things are happening as opposed to a fight like Nimue, which you just saw, where everything's kind of
Blue
green.
on blue.
Yeah,
green
or
on
blue on
green.
blue, green on green. And it can kind of be difficult to kind of distinguish from the different mechanics. I think in PTR as well with Nimue, the extra mythic mechanic is there is a red soak in melee, and even though that was red, it was actually still quite difficult to see. That was a little bit of feedback from PTR.
Yeah, we saw a surprising, I'm going to say, number of wipes yesterday on Heroic Nimue. And I think that's largely because I went and checked the logs, and it was largely because, exactly like you're saying, one of the most deadly mechanics on that fight are those blue strands kind of moving through the room.
They stun you, right?
They stun you, they do a lot of damage, and they hurt really badly. And they're very hard to see. It's a little blue floaty strand on a blue floor with lots of blue lines that you're looking at. And I think that's a fair criticism if things are too hard to visually distinguish. I don't think the mechanic is made more interesting by making it harder to see where it's going to hit, right? But I think that they've done a good job. Even on Smolderon, which does have some orange on orange happening, I do think there is enough visual clarity that you can see. And in fact, the balls thing that you're talking about right now, which is very interesting. Normally, if you have, it's not uncommon that you'll have this mechanic where you have orbs going toward the boss and you have to soak it. Now, this one's a cool one where you get some damage buff from it, which we can talk about later as well. But the interesting thing here is that in almost every case I can think about where you have orbs going toward the boss, I can remember raid leaders saying, oh, get that orb, right? Or, oh, there's one over coming from the left. No, you have that ability to have the overview and see what's coming. But in this one, no one can help but you.
There is so much personal play in this fight. I mean, in the raid in general, but specifically on Smolderon, there's a lot of personal responsibility because you're dodging so many lethal mechanics. You're placing mechanics as well. There's a lot of room denial, so you have to make sure that you're placing the puddles. You're also having to soak on this fight, so you have to react because half of the raid will get circles to take out of the raid, and half of the raid will have to soak the tank soak. So there's so much personal responsibility. And as you said, because you are the only person seeing your own 5 orbs, you don't necessarily have any raid leading at that point to say, hey, that one's getting very close, make sure you're soaking that one, or towards the left of the room, you can use markers and have a little bit of help. But because you're the only person who can see your own orbs, and you're also dodging the lines, the intermission patterns, the lines on the floor can't be underestimated either. That's also a challenging mechanic. So you're already thinking about dodging all of these lines on the floor while also soaking your own orbs that no one else can see. There is so much personal responsibility. On Mythic, I think if any of those balls go into the boss, it's probably going to be a wipe because 5% additional damage on this fight is going to be extremely significant. We've seen how much this fight hurts even on Heroic. On Mythic, it'll probably just be a wipe. So again, while you're dodging all these lethal lines on the floor and dealing with the other mechanics, also soaking the orbs that you can't see, it's going to be so much personal responsibility.
I do agree. I think that probably the most common cause of the wipes we've seen on Smolderon, which basically every single splits group has wiped on Smolderon, is those balls going into the boss, making him do unhealable amounts of damage. Because I think we should talk about this boss maybe a little bit, because we're probably going to be pulling it for a while. I expect these groups to wipe on it because the helpers have to learn it, and everyone can make mistakes. It is a hard boss. Phase 1, you have no opportunity for the boss to get buffed by those balls, but after Phase 2, those balls going in, if one helper dies to a ring trying to collect his balls, the balls go in, the boss gets buffed, and that caused more wipes than any other event yesterday. So the boss has a really interesting, very fast-paced cycle. Each Phase 1, you have the group split into 2. Half of the group gets these big circles they take out to the outside, while the other half of the group that didn't get those circles soaks the tank attack right in the middle. After you soak the tank attack, you get a healing absorb, when the healing absorb is healed off, you spawn fire circles. And then you rotate. He goes into the second set of those, and whoever didn't get the circles is going to get the circles, and the other half will soak the tank attack, and then he goes into the intermission.
There's a lot going on, as you can see, with the flame going out to the sides as well. I believe after these are dropped off, they'll then spawn these flames that go across the room, and you kind of want to place them right on the edge. You see how they're placing on the edge. It's not necessarily because they leave something behind. It's so that you shoot the fire tornadoes out away from the arena. You want as least tornadoes to dodge as possible.
Absolutely.
So you want to try and aim as many as you can away from the arena, which is why you can see them going right to the edge. Now you can see we're going into the intermission. So this is the phase where you can see the orbs spawning. See those tiny orange balls? You don't want any of them to go into the boss, while also dodging this pattern of fire circles that are going out at the same time. This is what I was talking about. This is a lot of personal responsibility. Each player needs to soak all 5 of their orbs. You can't really afford any to go into the boss, while also dodging these kind of difficult overlaps. I mean, if you're not a very mobile class, you're going to struggle with some of those some of those line dodging.
Some of those line dodges have some very difficult patterns, particularly on Mythic. We saw some very wild patterns. And of course, dodging the fire by itself wouldn't be very hard. Picking up the orbs by itself wouldn't be very hard. But you have to pick up your 5 orbs while dodging on the fire, and that causes deaths in pretty much every single split. And the key, of course, that the Echo Raiders have learned after 6 or 7 kills of this boss is that, you wait until a fire circle has spawned, and the beginning of its spawn, and your balls are far enough away from that you can easily pick them up while that bad fire circle is going off, and then you're safe. You don't want to do a risky one where you're going into a fire circle to try to pick up your balls, because then you will die. And if you die, you can't pick them up. And if you can't pick them up, they go into the boss. But that's the cycle we're going to see. He's going to do 2 of these mechanics where half the raid deals with one and half the raid deals with the other, and then he's going to go into the mission and then go back and forth in a very fast-paced way. We just finished our second tank attack, and as long as they're going to need to dodge all of the fire that spawns both from the rings on the outside, sending out the fire plumes, and then the puddles on the inside spawned by the healing orbs, and then we're right back into another intermission.
Yeah, so now they're going to have to be collecting their 5 orbs while dodging all of the line patterns that are going on at the same time. As you can see, sometimes, even when they kind of go over the lines, they can be a little bit challenging because they're kind of the same deep reddish orange color, which is what I think most people were struggling with yesterday, because I think it needs to be said, the helpers in every single raid split are playing phenomenal, because Heroic Week 1 is very challenging. Heroic is very challenging. Majority of the player base are, ahead of the curve gamers. Their goal is to clear the raid on Heroic. That's the majority of people. And doing Heroic Week 1 is so challenging for the majority of people. So they are learning these really intense, difficult fights Week 1, and trying to play those fights as well with very little practice, very little time, very little gear, which will be more punishing. So they are playing so well, and these kind of wipes are probably to be expected, especially with half of your raid being helpful community members. Oh
yeah, you have to learn the fight, right? And the Echo Raiders have done it 6 times by now, but the helpers have pulled it for the first time right now. They're going to die, and they're going to learn, and they're going to get through it. We have another group also progressing through Smolderon right now that hasn't just wiped. Maybe we can swap over to... Is that Click's POV? Or
yeah,
there we go. Click's POV. Yep. So we have a couple of dead here as well. They just started as well. They are, let's see, about halfway through the boss. Here is the second set of mechanics in a phase 1, and then they're going to go into the intermission. It's that repeating cycle. It's a very simple fight mechanically that's difficult to execute, because it's just mechanic, intermission, mechanic, intermission, and it's a very strict timer that never varies.
How would you, so if you was playing, how would you be looking at this fight? Would you be kind of dreading it, or would you be excited?
I would be very excited.
For a fight that has this much personal responsibility and is quite challenging?
I love fights that are that kind of like personal responsibility and dodging and bullet hells and all kinds of things to avoid while also min-maxing and optimizing your damage. I think that's the best kind of fight personally. And there's so much of this that you're going to see on Mythic. On Heroic, as long as everyone lives, you're going to kill the boss. So it's way more important to just, safely collect your orbs, safely dodge the fire, be safe, and kill the boss. And that's what the helpers are trying to learn right now. On Mythic, if it's well-tuned, if it's difficult to kill before you run out of room, because he only does so many phases, depending on the difficulty of the raid, and then it's over. He's going to cover the entire room with fire. That means you have to min-max your damage. You can't simply stop pushing buttons and 100% focus on getting your orbs, or 100% focus on dropping good fire. You have to keep your rotation flowing while doing that perfectly. And those optimizations are so much fun. And there's an additional room for optimization in this fight, which is those orbs we have been talking about give you a large damage buff. You get 5 orbs. Each one of it gives you, I think, a 20% damage buff. Or is it 20% or is it 5%?
I think it's 5% stacking.
5% stacking for 20% total? I'm not sure on the numbers,
so.
but we can look that up. It gives you a damage buff, but when you pick up the first one, that starts your timer, and there is no refreshing it, right? There's no refreshing it. When you pick up your second one, you're still on that original timer. So if you pick up your first orb, you're on a 20-second timer, at the end of which you've lost your buff. And if you spend half that time with just one orb, you've massively reduced your damage compared to if you pick up all 5 at the same moment and you have the full uptime with 5 instead of, half of the uptime with 1, 2/3 with another one, and then you only have 5 for 2 seconds. That's a huge difference in damage and DPS that's going to matter enormously on Mythic for optimizing your DPS.
And what's really interesting about that actually is we're kind of focusing on, mechanically it's difficult to make sure your orbs aren't going into the boss and you're also dodging the patterns on the floor. However, what's really interesting is going to be optimizing that damage buff, because you're on a timer to do as much damage as possible while you have the buff that's, starting from the moment you pick up that first orb. But the thing is, you can't just stand still and deal your damage. You actually get those orbs at the start of the intermission, and then you have to deal with the mechanics in the intermission, aka dodging all of those fire line patterns in the intermission. So not only is it difficult to execute the mechanics, but it's also going to be really difficult to use that burst window to pump out all of your damage with the damage buff while also staying alive. It's going to be particularly difficult probably for most people, but I'm thinking, as a mage, say arcane mage trying to do those little micro movements and dodging all of those line patterns while also trying to execute your burst window with that damage increase. That's going to be really challenging.
It's really interesting because there's a similar thing going on with healers, right? So it's always interesting if the moment when you need to do the most output, you also have to care about some intense mechanics. And you were just talking about that with DPS. A similar thing happens in this fight with healers, where after each tank soak, 2 of which happen each P1, half of the raid gets chunked down by that tank soak and then have a healing absorb placed on them that needs to be healed off, or they're very vulnerable to dying. We see most deaths happen after the tank soak because someone's low, has a healing absorb, can't be topped, and gets clipped by something. So that's a moment when healers really have to do a lot of healing, heal everyone up, some triage healing specifically on people with healing absorbs, and they are also dodging all of the fire plumes from the side, all of the fire that drops from every single healing absorb coming off. So you'll see here, if we watch Ken's POV here, the tank absorb's going to go off, and half the raid's going to get these healing absorbs, those big orange debuffs that filled up the raid frames right there, and Ken's frantically trying to heal those off while also dodging all of the stuff. Although he got lucky there, Holy Priest Privilege didn't have to move once.
Yeah, that was coordination from everyone there. Don't line them up with Ken.
No, I think he just looked into the future and saw where the safe spot was.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
So we had just had the first tank soak, and now we're going into the second one. 2 each phase 1. This is going fairly well, with only a couple of people dead going into our next phase, our next intermission. The interesting thing about this fight is that it has a ripple effect if anyone dies, right? Because, and that's a theme of several of the fights here as well. Normally, if someone dies, not a huge deal. But in this fight, you have half the raid soaking a tank hit that is split between everyone in that soak. And if you have one less person in the soak because they died, everyone that's left is taking significantly more damage, right? On Mythic, if you have 10 people in the soak, one person dies, that's a huge percentage increase in the damage each additional person takes. So you have 2 people die, now you're getting to even lower health after the hit. And each time that happens, it makes it more likely that someone else will die, having this ripple cascading effect, causing more and more deaths and becoming harder and harder to recover, which is why I think we've seen many of these pulls ending. Like, it looks fine, only 2 dead. Oh, it looks fine, only 3 dead. And then it ends rapidly near the end when the damage gets intense.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting because not only is the fight very tense in terms of room denial, you're trying to make optimized use of the space, but it's also very tense because it's a very tight DPS check. So you're trying to optimize all of your damage. You're also dodging all of these fire tornadoes and everything else as well. But it's just, I can see why a lot of people are very excited about this fight. I don't think it's necessarily overhyped. I think it's very exciting because it is a lot of personal responsibility and it is a challenge, which is always interesting, for sure.
Yesterday, this is interesting because both teams are still, at the same point, essentially, in the raid. Yesterday, we had one team do an entire extra split than the other team over the course of the day. We ended up calling them Team Hope and Team Despair.
Oh, yeah.
Because as we saw in the Starforge flashback, Kush on Team Despair was encapsulating the essence of Despair. They ended up wiping for a very long time on both Nimue and Smolderon and fell behind by an entire split. And at the end, we were just racing and saying, okay, will they get lapped? Right now, both teams at a similar point in the raid. It'll be interesting to see if they stay on pace.
Okay, so yesterday, the two different teams were Team Hope and Team Despair. So at this very, very early stage, they're kind of side by side. Means we should probably name them two different names today.
I mean, the easy thing is Team Scrap and Team Roger, because those are the two outside raid leaders, each ushering their children through the raid, holding their hands and leading them through. But I worry that may ascribe too much personal responsibility to them for the failures of their team.
Also, my first thought was Team Cheese and Team...
You just really want to name someone Team Cheese.
Yes, I did.
That's what it is. You just really want to name
I
someone
was
Team
ready.
Cheese.
I was like,
Who's
we could have Team Cheese. Not cheese in terms of, like cheesing DPS, just, like
Just
a block
the
of
actual
cheese. Yeah, like a block of cheese.
Okay, all right.
So who's this team?
What's your cheese of choice? Before we can
cheese-
assign
okay.
Team Cheese, we need to know what the cheese is.
I think cheddar cheese, but
Okay, that's
smoked
pretty mid.
cheddar.
Now
So
you're trying to
that-
make it posh.
Yes, smoked cheddar is really nice.
Okay, so this is an interesting pull because we only have 2 dead coming out of what I expect to be the last intermission of the fight, and then we'll go back into phase 1 with 2 dead. This is killable.
Yeah, especially on heroics. I think we're talking about the tension of the fight, the personal responsibility, but also the spiral effect. And I think this is why a lot of the Mythic, race to world first guilds are so highly excited and anticipating of this fight, just because how hard it snowballs when it goes wrong. You have, as you were saying, you have less people for the soak, but also you have less damage, right?
Well, that is true.
So it's already a tight DPS check, and losing those people is pretty significant as well.
So
You're going to be more and more damage going out on the raid. It's a snowballing fight. It's a heavy personal responsibility fight, and it's just a chaotic, difficult fight in general as well. There's a lot of room denial, so there's a lot of pressure.
Yep,
high pressure situation, high pressure fight, and you're like anticipating in glee, like, this looks fun.
It does. The thing to be looking out for here is when you get into the last phase, you want to look at each of these tank attacks, another one of which is coming right now, and watch the health of the people who soaked it and have the big healing absorb that you're looking at right there with the molten armor looking debuff, and whether they get topped in time to recover from the damage coming out. We had one more death come from that, but the boss is low enough, and that was the last one. We're going into an intermission now. I think this boss is going to die.
Okay.
If you go into the last phase and you have a couple of people die on the first tank hit, which they almost did this time, and then a couple more on the second tank hit, you can have what happened yesterday, which is over and over at 1% wipe when you thought it was doable. This one looks very doable with only 4 dead, the boss extremely low, going into an intermission that's relatively safe and easy to deal with.
Oh, you can see the fire encroaching on the outer corners of the platform. I believe.
Not yet, because they didn't reach that point
I saw
yet.
it. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I kind of saw like fire on the outside, and
I think
I
that
was
was
thinking.
just the ring.
Oh, okay, that was
first
just the
he
ring.
does his regular intermission, dodging the rings, and then in his
4,
last intermission,
right?
he stops doing that, and then he's just AFK while the room closes in on you.
Yeah, it's like a Rygalon group killer cast. You have to kill the boss before that point, otherwise everybody is dead. But not only do you have that instant group killer cast, you've also got the fire and the lava from the pool around the outside then encroaching onto the platform. And I thought for a second it started to happen because it kind of looked that way, but you're right, it was just the firing. I'm just too anticipating for that point because I just know when it gets that point in the race, it's going to be so exciting seeing them push those final few % on the boss while the room is slowly filling with fire, and they've probably been on the boss for a while at that point anyway. Do you think this is going to be quite a big wall? I know it's difficult because it all depends on tuning, like if the DPS checks aren't that high, then it can be a bit more forgiving. It might not be as tight as we think it is, and also the healing might be not as tight as we think it is. It might not spiral as hard. It might not matter as much if you say lose one person. So it will obviously all depend on tuning. But how are you feeling in general about this fight?
I think it'll be a good fight. I think it'll be a good wall. We did see Team Scripe finish first, so I think they should be awarded with Team Cheddar name. Now we need now spend some time thinking about the bad cheese to name Roger's group, which we see going right now. They do have everyone alive, and they just finished the first intermission. They have that boss at a very nice health threshold. Like we were talking about, the main issue here is that everyone needs to live through some heavy personal responsibility in order to make sure that you don't cascade into excess deaths that make it very difficult to soak the tank soak. We're going into the first set of mechanics of this phase 1, where we just need to have everyone dodge all of the fire that spawns both from the outside ring, sending out those plumes, and then from those puddles that spawn each time you heal off one of the healing absorbs that come from the tank soak. Handled very well with no deaths, and then we're going to go into the second one very, very quickly. And then, as you can see, that energy bar filling up means that you only have 2 of those before you go right into the intermission. Again, everyone alive as we head into the second tank soak.
Yes, everybody without the circles need to go out and soak this, while also making sure they're dodging the plumes. I just again have to give credit to the amazing gamers that are helping out Echo in these splits, because I can't even imagine how pressurizing it must be to, you know, play with Echo in the first place, or be on stream, or try and perform on fights like this. You'd be so nervous, and also it's a really challenging fight. There's a lot of pressure, and as soon as you make one mistake, sometimes it's really difficult to get your head back in a space of like not spiraling yourself, of like not letting things get too out of control, the fight getting too out of control in general, but also you and your mental. So I feel like they're doing really, really well.
They are. This pool's going phenomenally well. We're finishing out the second intermission now, and everyone's alive, meaning that we're going to be in really good shape going into this next phase 1. That's phenomenal. The helper's doing a really good job. You cannot overstate the degree to which just knowing that you're being streamed and that thousands of people are watching you play can have an impact on your gameplay. It's something that even the Race to World First players have to talk about, think about, and discuss, particularly when new people join the team, because it has an impact on you. And it leads to, you know, strict rules having been put in place about, you know, never look at chat, right? Because not only is that distracting from your gameplay, but it also can cause you to become tilted or aware of people criticizing or mocking your gameplay. We did have 4 deaths from that tank lead right there, which is critically difficult to recover from. The boss still at 30%. We have 5 dead now, 6 with 1 Ankh available. We'll have to see if that Ankh is called. I would suspect not. With 6 dead and the boss at 30%, I would be predicting wipe. I wouldn't necessarily call it because practice is still good, but I'm going to predict a wipe, because while we're going to go into the intermission here, and there is no cascade effect in the intermission, it's just personal responsibility, the first tank hit coming out of that intermission is going to be extremely difficult to keep everyone alive from, and you're going to need to do so in order to make it through the rest of the fight.
I think that's actually a really good point. Even if you know the boss isn't necessarily going to die, the fact that you need to practice the fight cannot be understated. I think a lot of people think, oh, you know, the boss isn't dead, we'll just wipe it. However, I think it's really cool that, ooh, how dare you? No.
We didn't want him anyway.
The quest has been stolen.
The Quez is going back to join Mike on his stream.
We'll steal it
Our
back.
stream has been cleansed.
Oh.
We don't want him.
We have the Murloc pillar.
We have Murloc,
Excuse me.
and we have ducks. We have
What more
amazing
could
ducks
we need?
on the wall.
We've got the ducks of
We have
ducks
the
of
ducks
disappointment.
Fear. Yeah. We should maybe challenge the chat to require us to each pull a duck if they can reach, shall we say, $6,000 raised.
Okay, $6,000. Me or you?
Both.
Okay, both. We will both. Okay, if we're both going to do it, should we raise it to maybe 6.2?
I shan't quibble.
Just to make things difficult. Also, you were saying, you know, like maintaining a steady head and like not checking Twitch chat and stuff. But the problem with that is, how do you know how to kill the boss if you don't look at chat?
Well, the way you do it is you look at what the NA guild did. You don't have to look at chat.
Okay.
You just look at the best NA guild in the world, Instant Dollars.
Yes.
And copy their strat.
Exactly. Okay, right.
Unironically.
No. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Usually Twitch chat, you know, they know everything, so.
Well, they do, but they know it because they watched the top NA guild.
Oh, that's very true. They watched Instant Dollars.
They're our spies.
Yes.
They watch the top NA guild, and then they come over here and say, guys, it's easy, just don't get hit, Lamau, and then we don't get hit, and then we kill the boss.
Yeah, and they tell you just kill the boss.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't think of that.
Yeah.
But we have had some awesome donations coming in.
I hate to interrupt you, but this is looking very tight.
Oh?
We should maybe cast a little bit.
Oh,
Boss at 5%, half the raid dead, but it could be done. 4%.
Is it going to be enough?
I think it is going to be enough because the room isn't closing in and they have just personal responsibility here. So I think this is one I said I think it's likely going to be wiped, but it's not. They kept everyone alive through the 10 hits, even with 6 fewer soakers. They went into the intermission, and now they're going to be able to finish this boss off.
Oh, yeah.
But this is what you're talking about. Here comes the encroaching room.
Yeah.
The wall's closing in on them, but they are able to get it done.
Oh,
now
it's
on
so
Mythic,
tense.
well, on Mythic, it's going to be so exciting. If it's well tuned, every pull, you're going to see those walls coming in and see, okay, now the boss is at 10% and we need more damage. Now the boss is at 5%, we need more damage. And I just cannot wait to see that. But now both Team Cheddar and Team Provolone, an inferior cheese.
Wait, I actually haven't heard of that cheese.
You've never heard of Provolone?
No.
I made it up. And Team Cheddar and Team Provolone both heading to T-Swift, which will also involve some wipes, and it's very, very interesting. And we'll be able to spend a lot of time talking about this boss as well after what I interrupted you before.
Well, we had an enormous donation come in from Persky of $100. Last I tuned in was for Razageth World First. Awesome to see both familiar and new faces from the players, production crew, analysis desk, and the casters. I think it's going to be a banger of a race. Cheers to everyone involved. Let's go, Echo! Thank you so much, Persky, for the amazing donation. Lovely message too. I mean, I've been so excited for this race, and it's already felt so hype.
It is. I think expectations are extremely high. I have high expectations. I think the audience has high expectations. The players have high expectations because the bosses look really cool. They're playing out really well on Heroic. They have interesting Mythic mechanics. The testing went really well. And it's just such a great end raid to the tier. Probably. Probably. And so we all have high expectations, and I would not be at all surprised if they were met. This is such an interesting boss. I love this boss because you get to beat up a druid.
Oh, yeah, and who doesn't want to do that, especially a Moonkin, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's really, really cool that, I mean, there's generally a few consistent themes when they're designing a race. So there's usually a council type fight. There's usually a gimmicky type boss. And to put this quotation gimmicky type fight, you know, as the penultimate boss, for example, with the dragon riding and everything like that, as this one is really interesting, but it works really well. I'm glad that they incorporated dragon riding in a really cool way. I think people were very hesitant going into this boss at first, right? Yeah,
I think so as well. I think people were worried that, it's going to be dragon flying. It's just going to be put in for the sake of being put in, and it's not going to be particularly interesting. But Blizzard doubled down on it, right? Because not only does this fight entail dragon flying in order to get from Phase 1 to Phase 2, which are on separate platforms, and from Phase 2 to Phase 3, but it's actually the entirety of the Mythic mechanic. Right? The Mythic mechanic involves 4 bombs falling from the sky that can only be soaked if you get on your dragon, go up and soak them. He's going to drop 4 feathers, and people will be assigned to do that. And then come crashing back down, dragon flying into the boss and into the vines to do big damage. Blizzard really doubling down on this, as you say, gimmick, but in a way that looks really cool, and I think it's going to be fun to play and interesting to watch. Here we have the intermission, where as the boss transitions, again on a timer tied to his energy bar, everyone in the raid has to fly from the first platform to the second platform before the boss starts channeling this upcoming catastrophic cast that will kill you if you're not in range. We've seen a lot of people die because they weren't good enough at dragon flying.
Oh, yes. So, you know, it all comes down to this.
People out of range right now are taking damage but not in range to get healed.
Yeah, it is very significant damage as well. I think it's kind of cool that, well, I suppose everyone does need to have their dragon riding skills out, but it's not just everybody collecting the orbs. It's only a couple of people really, well, not a couple of people, only select people that really need to get on it with the orbs. Everyone else can kind of just get to the platform, which I think is quite nice. But what I think also is really cool that they're incorporating a lot of, say, Kiss Curse style mechanics. We've seen affixes in Mythic Plus be a bit Kiss Curse. So Alex yesterday only heard the term Kiss Curse for the first time yesterday. So if there is anyone in chat who is like, what's a Kiss Curse affix? It's essentially, you know, like a negative and a positive. So you have to deal with a mechanic, but then you kind of get a gain as well. The orbs, I guess, on Smolderon being a good example. If you let any of those orbs into the boss you'll wipe. So it's a mechanic that you really can't do. It's a stressful mechanic to deal with, but it also gives you a damage buff. So it's kind of like, oh, you're dealing with something, but then you also get a gain out of it. And this is another fight where it has that, because on Mythic, you know, when you're taking a dragon riding mount and you're flying into the sky to save the raid from bombs, you then crash down into the platform. You do a lot of damage when you smash back down into the platform, because obviously, you know, some mechanics taking you away like that can sometimes feel bad, especially as a DPS player, because it's downtime where you have to, you know, go take the bomb. But then having that massive superhero landing and annihilating potentially the boss, the roots, it will feel good, like it's satisfying. It's a mechanic that has like a plus side to it as well, that's very crucial, because you'd wipe if you didn't do it. And I think a lot of the mechanics having that kind of idea is really cool. But what I am interested to see is these mushrooms on Mythic.
Absolutely.
So they on Heroic, you can't soak too many of those mushrooms because you gain a stacking dot, right? And it can be very dangerous to soak multiple of those mushrooms. However, if you do not soak them, they will spawn an ad, which is essentially a wipe. It kind of grows into a tree. Yeah, it's a guaranteed wipe. Yeah, it grows into a tree that pulses damage continuously on the raid, and you will all just die.
Absolutely.
So on Mythic, interestingly, the change is that each player can only soak one mushroom.
Yeah, and we've seen these mushrooms be essentially the cause of the wipes in this fight, because we've been talking about, on Smolderon, we talked about a cascading effect that happens when someone dies. This boss has the exact same thing. On platform 2 and platform 3, he spawns a huge number of little fire circles. Each of one spawns a little seed or a little mushroom looking thing, and you have to soak them or the raid will wipe. And what'll happen is, if everyone's alive on Heroic, then it's fairly easy for everyone to soak a couple mushrooms, not take too much damage, and get enough coverage across the entire platform to get them all. But the same number of mushrooms still spawn, even if you have 5 dead people, but because those 5 people aren't soaking 10 or 15 mushrooms of their own, those 15 mushrooms have to be soaked by everybody else, which means that they're going to take more damage from soaking mushrooms and spend more time running around, and each have to run further, making it more likely that you'll miss one that turns into root, or take too much damage and die because you soaked an extra mushroom that kills you. And that causes this cascade effect again. With 5 people dead, you have to soak 2 extra, that kills you. Now there's 6 people dead, everyone else has to soak 1 extra, that kills 2 more people, and you end up with a lot of wipes caused by that. That won't happen as much on Mythic from that mechanic, because of this interesting change where you can only soak 1. If you soak 2, it'll also create a root. We'll have to see what happens with how many spawn and how they handle that. There's also a couple of overlaps in this fight. The basic cycle of the fight is, first, he will cast roots on everyone that have that root you in place and have a health bar and have to be killed, and you usually group around the boss, AoE those down and kill the roots. And then shortly thereafter, about 10 seconds after the root, he puts big flame circles on a group of people. Those need to be taken out and dropped in a way that doesn't impact your ability to soak all of the mushrooms or deal with the boss. So what they've been doing is taking those out as a group, mass dispelling them off all in one spot. That drops a lava puddle, and then they can move on. And then on platform 2 and 3, right after those come the mushrooms, and you can have a really bad overlap where if you don't kill the roots fast enough, then you can't get out for the dispels. You can't dispel early enough. The mushrooms come out before you dispel, and you dispel on top of the mushrooms, and now you can't soak them because they're covered in fire. Instant wipe. Every time that overlap has happened in such a way that they didn't kill the roots fast enough, it is chained into a wipe.
As you're explaining it, I'm getting more and more like stressed, and we're just watching it. It's going to be another fight that's got so much tension that can absolutely snowball and spiral out of control so quickly. That third phase is going to be absolute chaos with all of those overlaps.
Can we swap to Scripe POV real quick and take a look at the other group starting their T-Swift pull? So at the beginning we have, in phase 1, it's kind of the introduction to the cycle. Right now you see these red circles around everyone. Those are going to spawn the roots. We're going to group them around the boss and send some AoE into the roots. Then you have, coming up in a few seconds, the dispels. Now the interesting thing is that on Heroic, the way they're handling these spells is they all go over there and stack. They cast Mass Dispel, get rid of them all with one cast at a set time, designed by Scripe, right? In such a way that you don't have to worry about it. In Mythic, you can't do that. In Mythic, if you mass dispel, the entire raid will instantly die, because when you dispel, the raid takes damage, and if you and gets a debuff lasting a few seconds, making you take 2,000% more damage from a subsequent hit. You have to wait for that to expire.
What's also really interesting is that on Heroic, you can actually freedom, blink, you can get yourselves out of these roots as well. However, on Mythic, if you use those same abilities, you will spawn an ad, I believe, which will wipe the raid. So
probably.
Most likely. Maybe not.
We don't know yet how. So I think the
I
way
kind
that
of
it
thought it
works
was similar
is
to the mushroom sort of spawning.
don't think it's the mushroom spawning where it creates a root that like is unstoppable and instantly wipes you. I think it's supposed to create a treant with health relative to how much health your root had. So, for example, if your root got taken to 1% and then you freedomed out, then you could probably kill it without wiping, right?
Yeah,
but
so it'd be
it is
interesting to
supposed to be
see.
avoided, right? And you'll see on this fight, on Heroic, what they're doing is everyone that's not going to escape the roots with a Freedom or a Tiger's Lust groups around the boss and gets Blade Stormed and AoE down. And then a few people will leave and use like a Freedom or a Tiger's Lust. And that, like you said, you're not going to do that deliberately on Mythic because it does spawn an additional ad that even if it didn't wipe you, will divert DPS from the boss, have to be dealt with in a way that makes it less likely to be able to kill it, and may actually wipe you because of that extra damage that you take. But here we are coming now out of the first intermission with one dead. The boss is starting his channel. You come out of the intermission having collected these orbs that if you collect green orbs, you get a stacking buff that increases the raid's damage and healing, allow you to heal through this pulsing damage. There are red orbs as well that slow you down by yoinking your vigor so you can't fly as fast to get through. So you really have to do a good job of navigating that intermission.
Yeah, it's going to be so maybe funny if you see people, I mean, not necessarily in the race, but maybe me, accidentally get hit, and then you kind of know, oh no, there's going to be no vigor, and it's just that slow motion falling out of the sky. Oh no.
We have one person dead here on the second platform, and we're going to see that cycle start. So they just killed the roots, and now we have the dispels go off, and then in a little while we'll see the first round of mushrooms. And the important thing here that you need the helpers especially to realize is you don't want to be a hero. If you soak too many, you'll die, and that'll cascade throughout the fight. But you want everyone to soak a couple, make sure they all get picked up, but not so many that you're at risk of dying. So people are being careful and measured as they pick them up, especially the Echo Raiders who have gone through this before. You see health bars are very spiky here, because not only are you taking damage from these mushrooms, they spawn over an enormous area, which means you're very likely going out of range of mitigation and healing cooldowns.
Yeah, as you can see the Freedom going out there on, I believe, is it Kush? The Rogue? Yeah, it's Kush. I think you had a Freedom there. So you can see you can break through you can break people out on Heroic relatively easy. However, on Mythic you can spawn an ad, but it'd be interesting to see whether the ad, as you were saying, I kind of interpreted it as
an insta-wipe.
Anti. Yeah, because it seems like there's a theme in this raid where Blizzard are saying, okay, we notice how you usually cheese some of these mechanics, and we're going to put a preventative measure in place. Because even on the final boss, Farak, right, in phase 1, you go out and you drop fire puddles. And the fire puddles serve as a room denial mechanic, and slowly those fire puddles encroach on the platform. You lose more and more space. And usually when mechanics like that happen, people will just overlap puddles. However, what we saw on the first pull of normal is that people went to do that same thing where they went to place those fire puddles on top of existing fire puddles, to save space, and it bounced them back out again. So it does seem like Blizzard are incorporating more and more anti-cheese mechanics. So, when you're looking at, you have a mechanic which roots everybody and there's pressure to free everyone, you have to DPS it down. That's how they intend you to deal with the mechanic. But then, we say, hang on a minute, we have blinks and freedoms and Tiger's Lust and other things to deal with that, and they're going, but if you do that, if you break a route early with any kind of freedom, you're going to spawn an ad. So it does seem like there's a theme of no, you have to deal with these mechanics as we intend.
I agree. I think that's absolutely true, and I'm gratified to see it, because another example of that is very commonly in the past when there's a series of raid damage events that Blizzard intends for you to do kind of in a measured, raid coordinated way. Okay, so for example on Zakul, where you had people that need to be dispelled from their fear, and it does AoE damage every time one goes off. So you dispel 1, recover, dispel 2, recover, dispel 3, recover. And instead raids are saying, no, what we're going to do is we're going to pop a bunch of raid cooldowns and dispel them all at once, right? Or on Kel'Thuzad, ad, right, where you have a couple of ice pillars, and you're supposed to kill 1 and then recover, kill 2 and then recover, and then the top guild say, no, we're going to pop a bunch of cooldowns and pop them all at once, just to get a deal with. In this raid, like you said, in order to avoid that cheesing and force you to engage with this theme of dealing with things slowly and then recovering, they've slapped a 2,000% multiplier on everything. right? So that you cannot do that. For example, in this fight, if you on Mythic, if you mass dispel those, you're going to take way too much damage and die, and that's repeated throughout several of the fights where you're going to take massive multipliers if you don't deal with the mechanic in the way intended. This is going to be a wipe because you see 2 roots over here on the top left. Those are what spawn if the mushrooms aren't soaked, and those are unrecoverable because you can't kill them, you can't kick them. They just sit there and pulse unhealable damage on the raid, and you are instantly dead because you missed a couple of soaks from those mushrooms.
Yeah, and you saw Kush trying to soak as many as he possibly could there, taking so much damage in the process. However, it still wasn't enough. This is another example of a fight that just spirals. If you lose people, as you said before, it's less people to soak, more damage out on everyone. There's another snowballing fight, another tense fight, and I generally love the tension.
I do. So we are currently flying to platform number 2 on team. What is this? This is team Provolone. Yep. This is team Provolone. Heading to platform number 2, dodge the red orbs, because if you get by those, not only do you take damage, you also lose your speed because you lose vigor, and you have to get to this platform in time to do as much damage as you can to this shield, maximizing your subsequent damage to the actual boss. And he's going to start this channel that will kill you if you're not in range, because it does a lot of damage. Going into the second platform, we'll be able to start seeing, okay, will they do a good job of the central tension of this fight, which is killing the roots on time to get the dispels off so the fire doesn't interfere with soaking the mushrooms in a measured, careful, defensive way that gets them all without dying.
Exactly. And then on Mythic as well, even taking charge of the shield, making sure you're popping the shield, but also not taking too much damage off the boss. There's a lot of micromanagement on this fight. From the core of healing to the core of damage into the core of even min-maxing all the mechanics yourselves individually. There's a lot of platform denial again. So there's going to be a lot of management. And as we were saying, with the dispels, you can't just dispel them all at once. You have to really stagger them. As you can see, look, they perfectly placed all of those pools in one spot. They stacked up really nicely, actually. That was like pixel perfect stacking. And you just mass dispel. They all go in the same place. So you have that's an example of how we were saying people drop puddles and existing puddles to save as much room as possible, because I think is it 5 people afflicted, so there would be 5 of those separate swirlies otherwise, which would take up a lot of space on the platform. So you can just stack up, you can just mass dispel. However,
it's a really interesting mechanic, because on Mythic, like you say, they're going to have to be dispelled individually, which has a couple of diverging repercussions, right? Not only is it going to massively increase the amount of space it covers, restraining your ability to soak the mushrooms and have room to do things, it's also going to mean that because you're dispelling them over time, sequentially, that it's going to overlap in really nasty ways. Right now, this massive spell is so good because it puts them all in one space. You don't have to deal with encroaching fire, but it also means they're all gone by the time the mushrooms come out. You simply don't have to worry about it. On Mythic, because you have to stagger them out, that won't be the case. So you're going to have people with fire and mushrooms out at the same time. Because if you dispel a fire on top of where mushrooms are, it becomes unbelievably dangerous to soak it, and if it doesn't soak, you wipe. So you're going to have these much more difficult and interesting overlaps, and some strategies coming out, most likely to say, okay, maybe if you have the fire circle, you're not soaking mushrooms because you're at risk of dying. Or maybe we dispel, maybe we have a very metered way of saying, okay, we dispel 1 and then 2, and then we stop, and we just put beacons or externals on them to keep them alive while the mushrooms go up, and then we dispel them, right? You're going to have some different rhythm that's much more difficult. But this pull looking very good so far, because they're going into phase 3 now with everyone alive.
Yeah, and it's interesting just to touch upon what you were saying. It's going to be even more difficult as well, because each person can only soak 1 mushroom. So while, you're dealing with the staggered dispels and people are running out and stuff like that, you also have to make sure that everybody is taking 1 mushroom. I don't think we know the exact number of mushrooms. So, that'll be something to see. Is it 1 mushroom per player? If it's 1 mushroom per player, that will be extremely difficult.
It will be.
But it could be a case of maybe like 10 or so go out. So it's not everyone needing to soak. You have got some spare people to soak, especially, as everyone needs to be mindful of the dispels as well. So people are going to be dealing with mechanics anyway at that point. So it'll be interesting to see how many mushrooms spawn.
Speaking of mushrooms, there's one additional mechanic in this fight we haven't talked about yet, which I think is probably the most interesting tank mechanic in the raid thus far. Not a lot of cool tank mechanics in this raid. It's mostly taunt because of stacks, right? But in this fight, what happens is the boss spawns mushrooms of 2 different colors around itself. Like they look like the old efflorescence mushroom kind of from way back, or like druid mushrooms. And you have to the tank, it does a combination of physical and magical damage, and the tanks have to go soak them in alternating colors as they spawn. Really interesting to see. And so if you see a big red mushroom pop up in melee and everyone get out of it, they spawn from these big circly brown swirls. Those are the tank mechanics in this fight. We don't talk about tank mechanics very much because we expect the tanks to just handle it, right?
Just taunt.
Just do the thing, just taunt on 3 stacks. But this one's kind of interesting, and it has the potential of causing bad overlaps, again, because if you're rooted still when mushrooms are coming out, you may not be able to get out of the tank soak, or if it overlaps with some dispels or with some seed soaking later, it has the potential in Mythic, I think, to have some interesting overlaps that cause deaths.
Yeah, especially as when you land, you have the supernova that you have to break the shield, but then also the mass entangle comes out around 10 seconds later, so you need massive damage to break through the shield, otherwise it's a wipe. But then you also need to conserve a lot of damage because you need to make sure you are bursting everyone through of these roots. So seeing the cooldown management and the cooldown distribution is going to be really, really interesting. Obviously, we don't know the exact timers. We don't know if it's going to be exactly the same. However, on Heroic, it seems to be 10 seconds or so after the shield.
It does,
so yeah, having those 2 really intense DPS phases or DPS checks so close together is going to be just seeing where people are using cooldowns and seeing the compositions and the damage profiles brought in is going to be really interesting.
It is. Can we swap back over to the other group, see how they're doing? Because I think they were having a really good pull.
Oh, this is an example of an overlap.
Oh,
you know, those swirlies coming in while everyone's rooted and you don't have the ability to run away.
Yep,
it's an example of how things can
but this is the
spiral a
illustration
little bit.
of what we were talking about. Those are the mushrooms spawning. Brown swirl into a big red circle of a mushroom, and you have to alternate which tank is taking which mushroom, but that's the tank mechanic if you see those mushrooms popping up.
Yeah, and on Mythic, there's an additional mushroom, right? A green mushroom?
A green mushroom.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we have an additional one. We have had a couple more donations come in that I would love to read really quickly. We have a $10 donation from Metal Benji. Thank you so much, Benji. And we also have $10 from Weed Frank saying, I'm from Quebec, but Echo is the best WoW player. Thank you so much for the donations. Now, we said we would do a duck of disappointment. I think 6K.
Okay, when you say do a duck, I mean pull it off the table.
Yeah, that's what I mean as well.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, just whoa, there's nothing else I could mean. Which we have here in front of us.
6,200, right? So we are $275 away from forcing us to pull a duck of disappointment.
Yeah, but we could stagger it. Do we? Okay,
I said at 6K.
Okay,
and then
so
you said at 6,200.
Okay, so you.
So
at
you've
6K.
now engineered me into having to do this, and you possibly not. I see what's happening
Well, part
here.
of the plan.
I've been
That was-
manipulated.
Yeah,
I got tricked.
love accidental manipulation.
Accidental. I don't
It all
believe
came
that for a
together in the
moment.
end.
Yeah, I see what happened here. That was Machiavellian. So at 6K, I will pull a duck of disappointment. There are several potential disappointments.
Yes.
We could have to eat a jelly bean of doom, which they are
Jelly
of
bean
doom.
of doom.
They're horrendous. I cannot describe to you how horrible they are.
They are absolutely gross.
We could also have to tell a dad joke, which
Oh
I
no.
would. Yeah, that'd be awful. Or take a layer off of this box of mystery. Did
Okay.
you see last night?
The ominous box of mystery worried me this morning.
Yeah.
I don't have the lore on the box of
Let me
mystery.
explain the lore of the box of mystery. Last night, Sam came in with the ominous box of mystery, and he said, take off one layer of paper. We took off one layer of Christmassy paper, under which was this note. And this note said, begin on this journey as we enter the delve, unlocking the secrets in these layers 12. It's a 12-layered box, at the core of which is something that we don't know what is. The only thing I want to count, how many casting sessions is 11 away? Am I on that session? Because I don't want to be here.
Yeah, see, that's going to be the thing. It's kind of like a caster pass the parcel. But instead of it being a gift that everybody...
Pass the parcel.
Pass the parcel,
Okay,
darling.
you're Britishing me here. Those words all sound the same.
Well, it might have another... This is another... I'm having a Brit moment again. Well, it might be called something else, but essentially, it's like a kid's game that you'd play at a party when you was a kid, where you would take off a layer of, the gift, and then you'd pass it to the next person.
Okay.
But you don't know how many layers there are. So the present gradually gets, smaller and smaller as you're taking off all of the layers. And then whoever opens the present gets to keep it.
It's like musical chairs, except with a present.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
You see,
I don't think
America,
we want the present.
In America,
at the
we
bottom
just give
of this.
everyone a present.
Oh. So no one's special.
Everyone's special.
That means no one's special.
It's better than one person being special.
The
and everyone
Incredibles.
not having,
I understand how it
You watched
works.
The Incredibles. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Here we have an interesting poll. I would predict a wipe. We have T-Swift at 27% and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people dead. So we're going to be seeing
I think
them
these are going to spawn.
try. No, I don't think these will spawn. I don't think they're going to spawn. What usually happens when we get to this point on T-Swift is that you soak them all, but one person dies each round because since so many people are dead, instead of only soaking 2, you're soaking 4.
Yeah,
and that means you're taking way more damage. The only way to handle it is to have extremely sturdy people with like turtle or cloak or other large personals rotate and soak a lot with sprints and movement buffs in order to get them all without the other people having to do and die. But it is possible that they'll kill it. I just think it's unlikely because the last 20% of the boss goes very slowly because people are dead. And it's a high health boss, and you have to manage your DPS with 6 or 7 people extra dead to kill the roots in time, to get the dispels in time, to handle the mushrooms without someone dying. So we'll see here if we lose another person, which I predict we will. That typically happens with 7 people dead as these mushrooms come out. And we're going to see people scrambling around to soak as many as they can. Raid cooldowns being popped to keep everyone alive. Externals now going out to keep people alive as well. But you see how low people are getting. Oh!
Did they miss one?
No.
I don't think so.
Nope,
I think
they
we're
got
okay.
everyone, and I was wrong. They did lose one person.
Team
That's the
mid
cascade
cheese
effect.
coming in strong.
That's the cascade effect. One additional person means the next round, which they're going to get another one, is going to be that much more difficult to soak. This is going to be a nail biter. We saw several pulls yesterday end at 1% wipes, right? Because they just couldn't get that last round of mushrooms because they just lost one person too many. We'll have to see. They're going to have at least one more round of mushrooms coming up after this cycle of mechanics. Here come the roots that have to be DPS down.
Yeah, and with less DPS, less damage out on these roots means they stay in them longer,
For
which
these
you can
dispels?
see. Yeah, the dispels coming
no.
out. They can't really get
And
away.
now the mushrooms are coming with the dispels still up. So some of these mushrooms now have been covered by those dispels. This is almost unrecoverable.
That was kind of a
unless they have
perfect
immunes.
show of how things can go wrong and overlap. So I feel like Team Mid Cheese were just displaying it and showing to the viewers how it can go wrong.
They're
So
giving
just
us
so
the
everybody
illustration.
knows. Yeah.
Well, technically, it's over.
Yes.
I said,
But it was a really good display of how
It was a
things
good
can
display.
go wrong because
It's
of the
exactly-
overlaps, right?
It's exactly what we want to talk about. And we're going to be talking about this a lot. When we're watching the Race World first, particularly as we get into the mythic bosses, you're going to hear casters talking about overlaps because those are what present the real difficulties. When Mechanic A and Mechanic B overlap in a way that makes it much more difficult, the whole being much greater than the sum of its parts, much more difficult to execute. That's what we're talking about, where that last round of roots comes out, followed very shortly by dispels. And if you can't kill the roots in time, you can't get out for the dispels. And if you can't get the spells out in time, then they cover mushrooms and you die.
Which, yeah, I mean, what could go wrong all did actually go wrong within the space of 5 seconds, I would say.
Yeah.
Every single bad overlap kind of all happened at once.
Which happens at the end of that fight,
Yeah.
particularly with their strategy. On Mythic, it's going to happen every single time because you can't just mass dispel off of those dispels. Those dispels will always be overlapping to a certain extent with mushrooms, and you're going to need to engineer it in a way that you're not covering mushrooms with fire because then you die trying to soak the mushrooms.
And it's another example of a boss that expects you to play 110% the whole way through, you know, because even if one of the healers take their eyes off of the dispels, their timings, the cooldowns for even a second to deal with, say, a mechanic that goes out, if their brain thinks about something else for a second, they can miss that, 1 second on the dispel, and that can also spiral because it can then be 1 second closer to the mushrooms and it will delay all of the dispels further, and that can also escalate. So it's another thing where everybody really has to be on the ball and not take their eyes off. Okay, it's brave time.
Exciting. Very good.
I like that.
If we can
Production having
swap
fun.
to... Who do we have? What are they doing? Okay, they're just waiting. Okay, Scribe team's just waiting.
Team Mid Cheese.
Mid-cheese. Is that what we decided the cheddar
Yes.
was?
Well, you decided it was the cheddar that was
I mean,
mid,
cheddar's
which
good,
is
but it is mid.
yeah.
The problem
so-
is that the cheese is so good that a good cheese is still mid.
yeah. What
Only a
was
phenomenal
the
cheese
name
can be
of the
phenomenal.
made-up cheese that you have
Provolone.
presented?
It's not actually made up.
Well, it could definitely be made up because I haven't heard of it. And I'm a cheese connoisseur.
You haven't heard of provolone?
No.
I wonder why. Is it an American thing? It
What
sounds like
type
an
of cheese
Italian
is it?
word. It's like a white sandwich
Brave
cheese.
time.
It's a white sandwich cheese that you'll see like put on, sandwiches.
Okay. So we have cheese slices, I think. You can get them when we have a barbecue.
We do
Put
too.
those
It's called
cheese
American
slices.
cheese.
Yeah. I don't think I've heard of provolone though. I want to try it now. Does it taste like plastic?
I just know I'm triggering chat right now by saying we have cheese called American cheese.
Which is
I
actually
know chat's
cheese.
going wild. No, it's more like extremely meltable.
Plastic.
Well, cheese colored. Yeah, plastic.
Oh, we've been joined by
Emmett
Emmett
flashing out for a little bit.
You know what's funny? Out of all the races, when Emmett tends to make an appearance, it's when we're on break or something, right? So I have never really, we're either eating or having a break at that point. I've kind of seen Emmett at a glance, jamming, dancing, but I haven't really paid too much attention to him before getting to that point in the MSQ in Final Fantasy myself.
He's a genocidal maniac. You shouldn't give him any attention.
He's kind of hot though. He's fine.
And that's all it takes. Okay, can we swap to Scribe POV? We're doing some we're doing a pull here. We're going into looks like the first intermission, which we have had a death to. During the intermission, the boss jumps into the air, flaps his wings and throws you backwards, which can throw you into some of the fire and cause people to die. You don't want to have dead people going into the phase 3 of this fight, because that starts that trickle effect we've been talking about. We need Scribe's team to not turn into Team Despair today. Okay,
we don't want to be bad cheese. We're mid cheese. We're better than
we're not
bad.
American cheese.
No, we're not American cheese. We rename.
Oh no, we can't do that. We cannot name the bad cheese American cheese. Just because it is bad cheese is not a good enough reason.
Oh no! Don't you think it's really pretty when they're dragon flying? It's so funny.
Yeah,
I appreciate
it's so cool.
things a lot more now in WoW. I think before I used to just point me at what to kill. I'm just going to DPS and kill stuff. I don't really care about anything else, the thematics or how pretty things are, whereas now I see things in a totally different light, and when they're dragon riding from platform to platform, it's just so visually appealing and it's such a nice experience, and I think incorporating that into a raid fight is really well done, that it just feels enjoyable.
Yeah, can I just say kind of the same thing on a different theme about the Farak fight, where I really appreciate how a fight designer will try to incorporate lore-relevant mechanics. I think that's so cool. We have the Farak fight is Farak trying to burn down Amirdrassil, right? Destroy the world tree. And you have these really cool actual mechanics that matter, where groups of Kaldori will spawn that you need to heal and keep alive so that they can get to the tree in order to imbue it with their energy and keep it alive. And that really ties into the lore in a way that I think is really exciting. I love when a fight actually can have mechanics that are fun to play and yet also relate to the story they're trying to tell.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are very thematic in this raid. I just feel like this raid is a really positive sign in general. It's making me very excited going forward because there's so many positive signs,
Absolutely. One of which is that everyone is alive on the second platform as they head into a set of mushrooms here in a moment.
Yeah, this is going really mid. I will not cast a curse.
There's no such thing as cast a curse. That's pure superstition.
I thought we've been...
We have a dead priest. But it's when you said mid, not when I said cast a curse don't exist.
No. Okay, who goes on the floor? I'm joking. I see that we are being demoted to the floor again. We've not had that since the polka.
I was on the floor last night.
Yeah, you was. I tuned in and I was like, why is Jesse on the floor?
Well, it was a little unjust because I said this is going really well and then half the raid died, but they did kill the boss.
But the cast curse isn't real.
Exactly. It's pure superstition.
I remember the very first time.
The moment you said cast curse isn't real, another person died.
Let's say again.
No, stop saying it. The cast curse isn't real. We have no impact whatsoever on what happens in the other room.
See,
there's a wall between us. And I know, although you may not, I know as an American how effective a wall is.
I remember the first time that you casted. It was in Vault of the Incarnates, right?
Yeah.
And we were telling you about caster cursing, and I remember your very first thing when you said, "What do you mean? This isn't real. Caster curse isn't real." And then everybody immediately died. It was just the most perfect thing.
Yeah, pure coincidence.
Every time.
But we are now on the last platform over here, and we're going to have to see if they can keep it together in order to get this kill. We want to get this kill because this is the last boss of the split, because we're not going to be doing Farak until all of the regular splits are done for several reasons. Farak is going to be significantly harder to achieve. It's got some really good loot, and you want to wait until all of your splits are done before you go into frac to distribute that incredibly crucial loot, and to figure out how many splits are we going to be able to do with how many helpers on what's likely to be the most difficult fight on Heroic.
Yeah, I was wondering how many splits are left to do. I think we left with, did you say it was 22.7?
I think we were around 20% of the way done yesterday. And by 20% of the way, I mean 20% of the way through specifically the non-Farak Heroic splits. So counting all of the normal splits, significantly more than 20% of the way done. If I said we were 20% of the way done by the end of yesterday, that would mean we'd had 4 more days of splits. And I don't think that. I think we only have 3.
Yeah.
Isn't that great, chat?
Only 3.
So at the end of yesterday, we were 20% of the way through the Heroic non-Faraks. We finished 1 split so far this morning, and we're about to finish split number 2 at some point, maybe not this poll. And then, so that'll put us probably 25-30% of the way through. I expect, if I were going to predict, that we will spend at least the rest of the day continuing to do non-Farak Heroic splits. I would also expect we spend part of tomorrow doing non-Farak Heroic splits, and then maybe finish Farak splits tomorrow, but I doubt it. I think Farak splits will be going on to the following day as well.
I think that's more realistic.
I think
Everyone
that there's
else
a tendency.
Is like, no, it'll be done soon.
Alex
fine.
is like, oh man, the splits will be done today, and then the race will be done in 3 more days, and then I can go home. I'm over here being realistic, guys. The splits will not end for
Ever.
a while. It's anytime a caster says maybe we'll be done today, just laugh at them.
They
We
do.
won't.
I've seen it.
It happens way too often.
Copium.
I mean, a little bit that happening yesterday with Mike saying, oh, maybe tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, they'll be done with frac splits. Meanwhile, we're only 20% of the way done at the end of the day with the heroic non-frac splits, which means we have, and if you spend 4 hours yesterday doing 20%, of course, it's fairly easy math, that would mean you'd spend, another 15 hours doing the rest of them. And you're not doing that in one day.
No.
Much less the Farax, which might be another 10 to 15 hours on their own.
Yeah, because splits are all about funneling gear into certain characters and preparing their characters for Mythic. You have to make sure that you're playing for the last boss, right? It's a marathon, not a split, not a sprint.
It's a marathon, not a split.
Not a split. It's affecting me. It's day 2. Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So you have to make sure that you're preparing and kind of playing for the last boss, really. And because of the insane item level gap from this patch compared to last, I don't think we've had an item level gap this big since Legion. It's 39 item levels increase. So, gear is going to be even more important this tier, especially with all the tight DPS checks. The style of the fights have anyway. Gearing is a really important process, and this preparation is so crucial.
Absolutely.
However, there is a reason why they say for last, right? So you'll see all of the splits clearing, up to the last boss, and then they will hold the last boss until the very, very end. And part of the reason is because they're kind of seeing what drops, right? And then at the very, very end, they'll see which characters need which pieces, what loot did drop, because the last boss drops an Omni token, which you can turn into a tier piece of your choice or on a slot of your choice. So what they'll do is they will save Farak for the very, very last to see which items the various characters will need. Did they get tier pants? Okay, they did. So they're not going to be choosing their Omni token to become tier pants, for example, and they're going to see who needs it, what they need at the very, very end. It'll be kind of the final filling out of the gear.
Absolutely true. So we currently have one team trying to finish out their first split of the day, the other one starting their first split of the day. A little bit of a gap created already between Team Mid Cheese and Team American Cheese. Let's listen in with Wave for a little bit and see how their mood is, and we'll go on a little break.
We have a Noki AFK and 1 character, dude.
Yeah, he would have done 20% on that Rotar if you played it.
That guys don't die here.
I mean, 40 million damage he would have done. Then he would have been dead here.
He's a helper. Average helper is not 40 million by now,
35, okay? Let's say 35. So the boss... I mean, I just want to get a general grasp of the situation, yeah? But getting a second phase here...
Come on, push the single target. You keep pushing, keep pushing. It's not immune yet.
Come on!
Crit!
Come on. Yeah.
We didn't get
That's
second
why
submission
they
mirrors.
call me daddy.
No one caused that.
Okay. Unlocked. Will you call me daddy?
Just,
I can think of one person that calls you daddy.
Who?
It ain't me, dude.
It's only Robin actually.
Wait, 4 minutes. How fast was the other challenge?
I'm passing my pilot, there's no way. Dealing with that.
This was 30 seconds slower than
Only Maystine pressed.
That's a cooldown. Cooldown from boss.
Highly disappointing.
I pressed you, you're not tracking me.
You're not tracking the cooldown on my Vulcan? Dude, what is going on in this venue today, yeah?
Oh, what is
going on?
There's so much screaming.
Or they're rebuilding a setup right now.
Yo, why they got a screen?
I don't know what they need
something
to.
there.
It's a war zone up in here.
Oh.
So
How is this
Roger,
the
he
target?
smells like flowers or something. What is this shampoo?
Okay, reset
you
the boss,
use?
please.
Body wash.
Okay, wait, is the hunter back? No, I'm gonna poke as a cover. Need
It
one.
was Joe Biden playing Beast Cliff.
Need to
That's like the
trade.
guy playing Black Powder here.
baseline?
No, it's, I mean,
Yeah,
the
now
thing,
it is.
Okay, on this boss, helper friends, we will need to we will get a lot of spears, and you will need to go around the boss. Normally, you can stack with another person if you press a defensive. Just be close to the boss, who can cleave you, and then in the mission, it will be group 1, 2, and 3, soaking skull here on the left side, this tree. And then the second intermission, 4, 5, and 6, soaking orange here, but the one is
We're going to take the rest.
locally called.
Yeah.
I think it's not that bad single target loss to go Beast Cliff. You're gonna smack the spears.
Let's check. Let's go.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't play. I don't play Beast Cliff.
First boss? I mean, the top locks are using
boss
Beast
I
Cliff.
Yeah,
Okay, let's putting.
That's how I sound in the peasants.
Oh, Lala!
Reset, reset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, reset. I wasn't even in position. Yeah, reset.
gonna snap us in the room and kill us, man. Yep.
No! All bosses have this mechanic now, what? Fucking lit.
You have a battle rest, it's fine. Also guys, I saw some candidates right now that I inspected. They have no enchants, no flask, yeah? You will be removed if you don't fix it.
Holy shit. Even the raiders.
Where's the boss also? Is it us?
No, the raiders will just have no, it's not us, yeah.
Raiders get kicked.
Supposed to get in 2-2.
They get G-kicked instead.
Thank you.
But we're getting someone, yeah? I'm not
Yeah,
doing this.
it's this guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone invite him in TeamSpeak. I can't, he's
I need to leave the raid.
I kicked you already.
Nah, physically.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I can't.
invite them either.
He's Alliance, yeah. So an Alliance.
I'm Alliance go. Whatever's can invite.
Void Elf main.
Some stone as well.
Got him.
Look.
Oh, Warlock.
What's
Noki, that's the pasta, right?
Oh no. Yeah, the only good pass.
What?
The only good one.
Fucking Greeks.
So much good stuff.
Did the Greeks invent pasta, Victor?
Searching.
Yeah, then the Italians stole it.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
I don't know the history. Is that the real lore?
That's like anime betrayal.
Okay. What do you
get it.
ready? Rolling.
Alright. Let's get it, guys. If we speed up, we can go Mythic today.
What are you fucking smoking?
Dude, apparently instant dollars threw up a tweet on Twitter. It's like, yo, someone come to this boss that's legit. I'm making strats because we don't know how to do it.
I have no idea what you just said.
Oh, what
the fuck did you just say, man?
I like what you got, but I didn't
Accent,
understand.
the accent struts, so they had
Guys,
to
go
make
close
those.
to these spears. Please, guys. And if you got speared once, guys, you don't need to run away from it. You can't just stand still when you get speared.
Yeah.
Make sure to come close here. Press defensive when you stack it up. Oh, very nice, very nice. And then we have group 1, 2, and 3 going to Skull, soaking the tree. And everyone else needs to dodge the sparks on the ground, and it will be quite easy.
So are you sending every cooldown and cooldown?
Yeah.
Nice class, dude.
Okay. Then we have spears coming here, guys. Like, be ready to kill them. And after these spears, group 1, 2, and 3 will need to soak on the tank. You will see a swirly on the tank.
Try and get close a little bit, Frosty.
Yeah,
And you stand still.
Yeah. Now we have another set of spears coming. Killing these spears, and after this we have group 4, 5, and 6 soaking on the tank. 4, 5, and 6 on the tanks. Very nice. And then we have more spears coming. Guys, you cannot escape the spear. No point running out, blinking out.
Oh, it's weird.
Spears here. And then we have one more spear set coming. And then we have group 4, 5, and 6 soaking the entrance of the room.
Not touch you.
Very nice. Again, we have spears coming, and after that he will leap and we need to dodge. It's quite easy. So, spears first. Make sure to kill them as well. And then the boss will leap. There will be lines coming out, just dodge them, and then we'll leap again after.
Can't even stand on the edge anymore, man. Such.
And spears coming here.
Ouch.
5 seconds, sure.
New leap. New spears. New spears.
Is
One triple
Boomkin,
stack, that's pretty spicy. Oh.
is Boomkin not eligible for spear, or what the fuck? I didn't get single one, huh?
No one high roller.
I didn't get one either.
Same.
Yeah, Rogue is very hard to get.
Okay, guys, Americans don't have accents. It's fake.
Bloody Wonka!
That's not American.
Okay,
Whenever
guys.
you guys said me getting him pulled, that's fake.
Yeah, bet. Are you saying the people from LA and people from Texas sound the same?
Guys, I need to walk back. I have FOMO now that someone will need to pick me up.
I've watched too much Kim Kardashian to
Check in your
know that
chat
that's
if we
fake.
looted the crests.
Actually, that's a lie.
Show, man.
That's what I always do.
Actually, I haven't seen that show. Only 1-2 times, maybe. Max.
Do you really need to loot these crests, by the way? Can we like fake news
check.
that? By the way?
Check your currency tab for the crests. You can count.
Well, it says all of
85
my
on every
characters have 85, so and I for sure didn't press on every boss. So.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I think it's just fucking YOLO, yeah.
I mean,
A
usually
couple
they're just
shots.
like...
Can we just move ahead instead of going back, Andy, here? Get stacked up under the boss, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that more.
Next you can symbol as well, whenever you find it.
We're gonna move further after the fire beam, guys.
Yeah.
Fire
So
beam,
it's purple.
and go. Yes.
If you can delay my immunity.
And we're gonna do the dispel soon here as well. Watch the dodge.
Let's do them behind there.
Dispelling in 3, 2, 1, mass spell.
Just
send your him ID. Send your him already.
Don't die.
Yeah. This is Sol's AM.
Rest Frago.
And whether you look for rewind.
I can rest healer instead, but...
Sol, Tujugo, immuning, go.
Let the rewind go.
I'm holding.
Soak. These next routes we need to AoE quickly, guys. Just hold
big
the
dump.
AoE for that.
I have
big them too.
Boss.
We have a free time
spell for these routes.
Get close.
Yeah, I crushed if you have a free PI.
I will use time spiral on
Willow
this.
spiral.
So we'll mark it
Get
down. by the way.
close. Word markers down for the spells, guys. Pump them out. And the range immediately move to the spell area. Mini sprint totem.
Purple
The spells
marker.
going out. Mass spelling. Enduro as well. And then the seats will be all paladins immuning.
3 kappa AM. Sabrina him. All Zephyrs. To make sure that everything will be used.
So some seats, guys. Look if
And
there's
Velo can
some in China.
rewind if needed.
There's one in the corner.
Get the
Marker.
seat. Get stacked up for the fire beam.
Maybe you can rest for next choice.
I'm resting
Dodge it
stuff.
forward again.
Yeah, I see it.
Dodging. Again, we need to break quickly, guys, for the routes. Hold some AoE. Anything you got on these routes, get close soon. Dodge though.
Andy zone. Nice Memes Darkness here on these routes.
Beam coming, careful.
And get close. Watch the beam. Word marker up for the spells. Actually, we'll just mass spell on top of us in a sec, okay? Wait 5 seconds. Nix the
And let's
darkness.
rewind for that.
Yeah, 2, 1, mass spell now.
It's cool now.
And get out of there. And seed soaking after.
We're fine.
Just blast the boss. Just blast the boss. Trust us. Don't soak seeds. Don't soak seeds. Don't
Flex
soak
out,
seeds.
flex out, flex
Don't
out.
soak seeds.
Balloon.
Light show, dude.
Yo, man, now.
So, one try after Scribe leaves, that's that?
Okay.
Scribe was the farm, I guess.
Did the other group kill this with 30 people?
No,
I don't know.
28.
But I mean, they're also. That's why they're ahead. Right?
Yeah, but I mean,
They did it with 28.
Yeah, I think I have a good idea what to do to improve it next time.
I think it really helps, like, in phase 3, like, you just really emphasize that everyone helps to see.
And if you get a debuff, you run out, yeah.
Oh, Frozen Orbit.
I'll check.
What?
I guess it
Who looked? I looked.
Was I the one saw it?
No, I saw it.
Yeah, it went to the bus.
It straight went to China.
Yeah, but the boss was not active.
Wolf.
Pulling.
Fucking Rolf.
Who's not on the side of the other PI? Uh-oh.
Where does the shadow, the teleport put you? Perfect. YOLO.
behind, I think.
Nothing happened.
Look at the
And soon the debuffs will come, but you need to use it.
That's too close.
Forward with these debuffs. And then you dodge their tail and the puddles on the ground. That's it. That's the whole fight, guys, basically.
Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind.
Yeah, you usually go right behind the boss at the end of the platform.
I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove.
And soon we have big soaks coming. They will be on green and blue. Just follow the biggest clump of players as it knockbacks you, and you're gonna have to be in a good position. You don't know what's going on.
Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you.
And make sure to item somewhere there.
And like, stop doing
And run out with these debuffs.
Guys.
That makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before. No. Coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind. No, baby, I got you. When you feel like
don't
falling,
pinpoint second
I'll be
right
there.
after the things are coming.
That baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like
And soon you need to jog back to the lava that we just left. Then you need to soak it again.
that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you.
And then with the big AoE coming in again, we can go right after. Like Seba mentioned, don't be fully pinpoint sec at the end of this task. Otherwise you take more damage.
But now,
Wait, my head's fully dead now.
Yeah, baby, I got you.
Why?
It used only for 1 second, now she's been dead for like a minute.
Caged, unsafe, lights on.
Holy shit.
We have one more soak coming, so you need to jog back to the fire that you left before.
We got symbols, you have persons after this. On left.
And again, one big AoE coming in.
Underground, yeah, going underground. Underground, yeah, going underground. Underground, yeah, going underground.
That's a good.
Some boo-boo loot.
Weapon. Good chest.
The healing myself is pretty good.
Did you break it?
No, thanks. No, I feel like it was me, man.
You great for her?
Oh, Turbo was missing.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
was
makes progress.
Där vill ingen som...
Hello, welcome back. We have some serious splits on Heroic going today. I am by myself. No, not really. We have Jesse over on the GG WoW analysis desk who has some amazing data to share with you guys.
Yeah. Yep. We have our friends over at u.gg accruing some of the data that they do. They do a really good job of just pulling data in order to see what the meta is going to be going to a new raid. And of course, we started a new raid just yesterday in EU, the day before for NA, so we have limited data, but they've already started pulling it up. You can see over here, if you go to the ugg/wow, u.gg/wow homepage, it lands here where you have some Race to World first coverage, both Liquid and Echo. And over here, we get this first notification. Early patch data is here, and as the guilds progress through both Heroic and Mythic Amirdrassil, they're adding normal data as well, so you can go and take a look at the meta that they've developed. It's really cool. You can go to the Echo homepage. If you use the UGG command in chat, it'll take you to the Echo homepage where you can look at what everyone is playing, what their build is going to be, their gear, their talents, things like that. It's still not quite updated from the last year, but it will be as we move into Mythic especially. And then over here on the left, you can pull down whatever you want, tier lists, classes and specs, WoWFAQ, or the Race to World first coverage that you can take a look at as well. I wanted to highlight a little bit what they essentially do as we go into new tier. You can go over here and take a look at the tier lists, and what they do is they pull data from the logs and take a look at what talents people are playing, what gear they're using, who's doing the most damage on both a mythic or dungeon or PvP or any kind of a level. So we can go over in here and change it over to rating, and we can look at normal, mythic, or heroic difficulties. Normal's going to have the most data at this point. More guilds are doing normal than heroic, so we can take a look at normal and get a look at and see who's doing the most damage. Right now, we might want to talk about this later. Hunters with an unbelievably high amount of damage, but Hunter's got a hotfix earlier today. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit on the couch later. But you can take a look at this data to see, okay, so Rep Paladin's doing really, really well. We can dive down and take a look at what talents they're using. Just an amazing resource for anyone that's trying to dive down and see, okay, what of my 3 alts, what do I want to play going into this tier? What talents do I want to play? Which spec do I want to play? A lot of that data just available for you if you head over to u.gg/wow.
And I think some of the best points of this is the fact that there are a lot of different fight styles, a lot of different damage profiles in this raid. So it can be really, really helpful in seeing what talent setups are used on certain bosses and stuff like that, and what are the most used talents in general. Absolutely true.
You can dive down into specific bosses and say, okay, so on a pure single target boss, who's going to be doing the most and what talents are they going to be using for that? Or on a boss where you have a lot of cleave going on, like Council. Which we've seen, right? You're only tanking one of the bosses and you move it to follow the other bosses around, so you have a lot of opportunities for cleave. Okay, well, what talents do I want to use for that cleave situation? Maybe on a Warlock, for example. You can really drill down and find out and get that download of what the top players are doing.
Yeah, so that would be super, super helpful in general, as I said, with all different fight styles.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for sharing that data.
Absolutely. Now I'll come back and sit on the couch if you're okay with that.
Come and join me.
I want to talk about the Hunter thing real quick.
Oh, yeah, we can talk about Hunters, because as Jesse said, there was a hotfix that came in today, so we can talk about that in a bit more detail. Or do I spill the beans while I'm waiting for you to come over to the couch? We definitely want to spill those beans.
I want nothing
Get rid
to
of them.
with any beans. If you're spilling beans, I'll go back over to the desk and you can spill the beans.
I cannot believe that Preach just gobbled all of the beans yesterday.
I'm
going
to go ahead and say that was stupid. Like, I'm not even gonna pull the punch. That was dumb.
Yes. The instant regret on his face.
That was a really bad decision. I would never have done that. But great entertainment, and the chat earned it by unlocking the sussy with amazing donation goals reached for Rise Above the Disorder. Super worthwhile. All that money and Preach's pain going to the worthy cause of improving mental health across the world, especially for gamers. That's super good.
And we did say at 6k we would all both draw a duck of disappointment with a lot of forfeits on the bottom of them. I'm actually scared of what a lot of the forfeits will be.
So $75 more and we will do something that the duck tells us to do that we will probably not enjoy nearly as much as you will. But in the meantime, so there was an issue that Blizzard tried to kind of fix something about Hunters they tried to fix something to do with augmentation evokers, and it had an unintended consequence yesterday, where it essentially did something that hadn't been done before, and it made Hunters' pets' special attacks scale with their gear, and especially their weapon item level. And it resulted in what was essentially a 30% buff to the Hunter pet special attacks, resulting in Hunters doing just really, really high DPS, which the U.GG data just showed us, right? That was a significantly larger number, well outside the standard deviation than any other spec. The hotfix this morning was basically just fixing that unintended bug. It's not that Hunters really got nerfed, it's that they were unintentionally buffed and then that was rolled back. But in an interesting way, because what Blizzard did is they said, okay, so we like your Hunter pet damage scaling with your gear like this. We're going to keep that, and instead we'll just nerf the base damage by 25% to adjust for the 30% unintended buff you got from it scaling with your gear. And now going forward, it will continue to scale with your gear.
I think that's a really cool thing, that something like that happens, like a bug, and then they think, actually, this is pretty cool. We're going to keep this. We're just going to account for it.
The interesting thing will be is, obviously a lot of top guilds noticed in the last 24 hours, okay, so Hunters are outperforming wildly. I wonder if there will be any kind of impact of people saying, okay, so maybe we need to lean more into Hunter, and then never mind.
Yeah, everyone's seeing, hang on a minute, Hunters are looking really strong. Let's get a reroll going. Oh, wait.
So they should be about the same strength as they were before the raid came out. Whether that's going to be strong enough to see them a lot in World First Progression, we'll just have to wait and see. There's been tiers where you see Hunters, there's been tiers where you don't see Hunters. Hunters typically aren't brought or not brought based on their DPS so much as can they survive. Typically considered one of the squishier classes.
Yeah, Hunters became super squishy, noticeably so. Even in Mythic Plus, you wouldn't bring the Hunter because a lot of boss mechanics or abilities that wouldn't one-shot or deal significant damage to other specs would one-shot or almost kill the Hunter. So they were just a little bit more of a liability, I would say.
Yeah, but we do have some Hunters in this raid. We've been seeing a couple of Hunters prepared throughout the Echo raid. Obviously, Roger Brown, one of the big stalwart Hunters of the raid, playing Hunter almost exclusively throughout a very long and storied Race to World First career, no longer in the raid, no longer providing that representation through force. I am the officer of Echo, and I play Hunter, so I will be in the raid. That's not happening anymore. He's outside raid leading, actually ushering people through splits right now, providing the strategic analysis necessary to get Race to World First. But there are still other people, like Gingy, for example, maintaining Hunters. Echo is trying to get World First. They're not going to say, okay, we're not going to bother prepping a Hunter. They don't look good right now. And just be in a situation where they wanted one and not have one ready. They have several being prepped.
Yeah, also, Hunters received a raid buff as well, where you deal additional damage if the boss is above 80% health. Depending on the fight style, that can both help and hinder. If there's a boss such as Neltharion in the previous raid tier, where you're stopping damage anyway because you want to push the boss at a certain time because the boss will transition on a certain percentage of health and you want that transition to happen at a certain time, you end up stop DPSing. So in that case, the 80%, as you can see this split.
They're going to kill it, but it was real close.
Yeah, they were just keeping everyone on their toes. But as you can see, so on fights like that, it wouldn't necessarily be as good because you're stopping damage anyway. So you'd have to stop damage for longer if you had increased damage above 80% HP. However, there are other fights where damage at all stages of the fight is really important. I feel like the first boss that comes to mind is T-Swift. That bosses like that transition on a timer, right? So damage at all points is going to be really important. So having additional DPS above 80% HP in that first phase will be very significant because that will pay off later. The more that you can shave off in that first, phase,
absolutely
paying off later for sure. So it's good that Hunters have that buff.
It's better to have one than not,
time.
Even though it may not always be relevant.
So me and Alex had a little bit of a conversation yesterday. We also asked Nagura, but what do you think about raid buffs? Do you enjoy them? Do you not enjoy them?
I'm not a raid buff enjoyer. I think that Blizzard went through kind of a cycle where obviously at the beginning of the game, going through TBC and then into Wrath, raid buffs were an enormous component of the game, and I think that made sense then, in the stage of the game that it was then. And then they started pulling back from that, right? Very deliberately as the expansions went on, they pulled further and further back from that, saying, okay, that creates really locked-in raid comps where you have to have a priest, and you have to have a mage, and you have to have a shaman, you have to have a warlock, and it really reduces and eliminates a lot of the creativity of trying to construct a raid comp. And it also went through an era where Blizzard was saying, okay, bring the player, not the class. If you have too many raid buffs, it really becomes more of bring the spec, not the player, and you need to have these things assigned. Something that I think is really cool about the Race to World First is seeing how different teams build a comp in order to solve the puzzle of fight. They say, okay, this fight has a single target burst requirement because an ad needs to die in 10 seconds, and it has an AoE burst requirement because 3 ads need to die within 30 seconds, and then it has a sustained cleave requirement over here that we can really min-max in DPS by getting, and it has a single target sustain over here. And then you put together the puzzle pieces to, we bring in 1 single target burst to do this, and we bring in 2 cleaves to do that, and then we bring in 3 boomkins to do the spread DPS, and you kind of construct this puzzle. Adding in raid buffs reduces the differentiation between the guilds as they approach that puzzle solving, and I don't particularly enjoy that. And I also don't particularly enjoy a raid in which you kind of feel pressured to say, okay, we need to have 2 augmentation invokers, and we need to have a priest, and we need to have a mage, and we need to have a warlock, and we need to have a warrior. I don't like forcing your raid comp into that. I like people to play what they find most fun.
Oh, yeah.
And kind of construct around that. So I'm not a raid buff enjoyer. I understand why people are. It adds some degree of interactiveness, particularly the more interesting raid buffs that actually require you to push buttons. The ones I'm most disfavorable of, if you're interested, are things like the Mystic Touch and the Demon Hunter debuffs and things like that, where it just automatically happens and you have no interaction with it whatsoever. In my backpack. Yeah, so it's in the front lower pocket. Yeah. Mike's stealing my car, but that's okay. Man, yesterday Mike used my car. I say my car, it's rented by Echo Forest. He used my car to get back to the hotel, and then left the seat in the scrunched, short, impossible for me to even get into the car's position that his tiny little body had to move it into. He didn't put it back for me.
Yeah, see, he's gotten used to that because every time we get a lift home, I call shotgun, so he has to sit scrunched in the back. So that's probably why he's scrunched driving now, because he's very used to being crumpled up.
It's also just
rules of shotgun.
Rules of shotgun.
Yeah.
We don't do that.
Oh no.
We have actual shotguns.
Which do we prefer? No, but to just touch on raid buffs, I think so. I think that raid buffs can be quite cool for flavor. I understand they're very restrictive, which is why I think my favorite iteration was, I think, in BFA, where you had a couple of raid buffs, but you also had scrolls, and they were slightly less effective, a couple of % off, or you had drums, that was, again, I think 5% off. But for the majority of the community, or in Mythic Plus, you didn't have to bring certain things. You could pop a scroll, you didn't have to have a Bloodlust class, you could pop the drums, and there was kind of a workaround. So I think that was probably my favorite iteration of raid buffs, but I do think that there are too many. It's got to the point where only a couple of specs or a couple of classes had a raid buff, which meant that they were kind of guaranteed a raid spot, right? And then there were all of these classes that were lacking a raid buff, so to speak. So, they would devalue their positions in the raid. So then they decided to give more classes raid buffs to help think, okay, well, now they get a guaranteed raid spot. But the problem with that is that by the time you filled out all of these raid buffs, you have probably about, I think it ended up being about 6 flex spots by the time, or maybe 8 flex spots. There wasn't many spots left over at the end to fill with what you like,
Yeah, my issue, my secondary, that's one of my issues, is the reduced flexibility and the reduced creativity. And the other one is just that I don't think it adds very much. I don't like, if you're going to have raid buffs, I want them to be incorporated in the gameplay, right? Something like, externals, raid-wide defensives, healing buttons, the things that augmentation evokers do. Those I'm okay with because then it's part of the kit, it's part of the design, and you're actively playing with it in a way that you can get more or less out of. I really detest the kind of raid buffs where touch the boss, and that's it. It doesn't interact with your kit at all. It doesn't change how you play at all. It just happens automatically just by being there, because then it really feels like just a decree. Thou shalt bring a monk. For no other reason than that we want you to bring a monk. It doesn't play differently. It's not more interesting. It's just you must do it. That doesn't add anything, and I prefer stuff that adds something. I would rather people play what they want to and what they enjoy. And then, if you want to ensure representation, I think that the way to do that is to have nice differentiation between specs that play differently and offer different things to a comp, and then have an encounter design over the course of a tier that really relies on people bringing different strengths to different fights. That will ensure representation in an interesting way, rather than we have to have a monk. For no other reason than that we have to.
Yeah, so you could give that damage to the specs in general and then have a bit more utility uses. For example, a DK has mass grip. Well, you kind of look at the fight style and you think, we need a mass grip here. So I feel like utility uses and damage profiles of the fight like required and fight styles, I think is really interesting, especially say on Larodar where you have the treants coming around from the edges of the room. It's like, okay, well, Boomkin Starfall is actually quite good here, or other things that people bring, or we need a hunter turtle to run through this mechanic to kind of cheese a mechanic. I know that they're kind of, we did speak about how they're kind of going away from that, but in previous raid tiers and previous bosses, utility like that is really, really helpful. And I think kind of building a comp based on the fight and solving certain things with utility, I think DK Grip being a good example of that, is way better and way more interactive rather than, everyone just gets 5% extra damage.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's it.
I don't think that's particularly interesting. I think it's restrictive and doesn't add any value for the players either, unless if your sole goal is I love playing monk and I want a monk to be required, that way my guild plays me, then it feels good to be required. But I don't think that's a good enough reason to have it. I'd rather the fight be designed in such a way that your class contributes something unique, or and balance be close enough that you go based on you being good at playing regardless of what class you're playing, so that it's bring the player rather than the class. I really do agree with that philosophy.
Oh yeah, me too. Especially, playing Frost Mage for so long as well. It's kind of like, well, if you dedicate yourself to a spec and you really enjoy playing it and you're maybe good at it, I don't know, then that should kind of carry. Yeah,
I hear you can be okay at something, right? Okay, Mage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay is best.
Okay. So we are currently going on our second round of splits of the morning, continuing our 8 of 9 clears as we progress slowly but surely through our splits. Fairly close together. We have Gingy's team on Council of Dreams and Scripe's team working on our Weapon Master boss, which I have to admit, he's an early boss, right? So I wasn't expecting it to be a wall, but I did hope that it'd be fairly interesting because of the dual wielding mechanic that we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty interesting point, because the way that the raids usually are designed are the earlier the bosses, the easier they are. The less HP they have, the less numbers tuning. Their abilities are not going to be as hard hitting as the abilities of fights further in. So it tends to be, a linear. Well, other than sometimes when you randomly encounter a boss in the middle of the raid that randomly becomes a wall. That does happen.
It does happen, and it could have happened here. The interesting thing there is that normally I would consider that boss to be more interesting than the council bosses. Often are really interesting because you have to make decisions about what order you kill in, because often you'll have a council boss, you kill one, it empowers the others. We've seen that so many times, and it becomes a very interesting decision making. Okay, which order do we kill them in order to deal with the least worst combinations of mechanics? In this case, that's not actually a part of this council boss, because they all have to die at the same time, and you're kind of just dealing with scripted mechanics much like any other single target boss. Whereas the Ageris fight actually does have that decision making where he throws out 3 weapons and you get to choose which ones he's going to be wielding. On Heroic, you choose the one he's wielding by soaking it. On Mythic, you choose the 2 he's wielding by soaking the other one. And then that decision making is interesting to me because it leads to potential strategic differences. But like you were saying, it's too early in the raid for Blizzard to make it extraordinarily difficult. If it were a 9th boss, then it could be difficult and that strategy could really matter. We've seen races, for example, in Castle Nathria, where decisions made about how to approach that kind of layered, it could go multiple different prongs and paths, really mattered on the Nathria Castle boss, where the 2 guilds took different approaches and took vastly different amounts of time to kill it.
Yes, I don't know. Sometimes when I look at bosses, I think they have so much potential. There was an Amalgamation Chamber in the previous raid in Aberys, where that fight looked really cool. The 2 elementals, the big flame elemental and the big voidy elemental.
Oh my god.
There was a lot
I had
of
actually
mechanics.
Forgotten that boss.
Well,
just because last raid I forget most of the bosses.
Well, to be honest, I don't blame you, but it's only because the visuals looked really cool, the fight was really cool, but because it was an early boss, it was just easy. And I feel like, that could have been such a cool fight if it was later on in the raid. I mean, I understand you can't make all of the bosses difficult, right? Because...
Why not?
Okay, maybe a hot take, but I kind of think the bosses should be tuned individually rather than like, it's the first boss, it's just going to be like, free loot. But it's not, because it's Mythic. It's still quite challenging. But there are a lot of fights that have so much potential that don't really achieve that potential. Like, somebody is actually designing that encounter and it kind of devalues how cool the fight is because it kind of just falls over, if you know what I mean? And sometimes it would be cool to kind of see the bosses kind of fulfill their potential like maybe a little bit more. And even on fights like this, where you have a council type fight, there's a lot of decision making, there's a lot of different tactics that can come out. But you see Instant Dollars have gone in and they've killed 4 bosses quite quickly. Kind of no issues really. So
Yeah,
there
I think
isn't time to develop different strategies and really see the fights. It's kind of like, it's an early boss that just dies.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point because there's two different kinds of difficulty and they interact with each other, right? Fundamentally, World of Warcraft is a progression-based game where you go in and kill a boss. It gives you gear that makes you stronger, that makes the next boss killable, which you kill, and then it gives you gear that makes you stronger to get the next boss, right? That's kind of how the game works, and that's a really exciting kind of game that people have historically really enjoyed because that feeling of becoming more powerful and overcoming a challenge you couldn't previously is a really satisfying, happy brain chemical feeling. So if you have a progression-based system like that, which they do, then you have to have a kind of layered level of difficulty, which is typically done through tuning, right? You have an earlier boss that has less health and does less damage, and then a later boss that has more health and more damage. That's one kind of difficulty, is just the numbers of it, the spreadsheet of numbers that you're required to overcome to achieve it kind of mathematically. And then you have the mechanical difficulty, which is a different axis of difficulty, right? And isn't necessarily related to the numbers tuning. You could have a boss that was relatively easy numbers-wise, but had interesting and difficult mechanics. And I think that's what we're seeing in this raid, where some of the earlier bosses have that potential of having mechanics that could be tricky, could have difficult, mechanical execution tied to them. The interesting thing about this is, though, is that while you have these two different axes of difficulty, one being like numerical, one being mechanical, they overlap. They interact with each other. Because, of course, if a boss is extremely easy numerically, then when the hard mechanic comes, you can just focus 100% of your brain on executing that hard mechanic. Stop pushing your buttons, just do the mechanic right, and it's much easier to do. Whereas if it's extremely difficult numerically, then even a relatively simple mechanic, like on Smolderon, for example, dodging it out of the fire, becomes more difficult because you can't stop doing your perfect optimal rotation. You can only devote a portion of your brain to doing those mechanics, and it kind of interacts in that interesting way.
Yeah, and I think Igira is a great
I've
fight.
been saying Igira. All of the names this raid can be pronounced in a few dozen different ways.
Yeah, I think Naimu is my favorite.
Nimue.
Or Fiery Rack.
What? Okay, that one I'd never heard. My boy Frack.
I may have made that.
My boy Frack.
Frack. Good old Frack.
I say Nimue, but I do it mostly because the moment I saw her name, it associated in my brain with the Merlin legend.
I think that is what it's based on because I've seen.
Yeah. Although I don't know. Although not having lived in the age of Merlin, I don't know if she was said as Nimue or Nimue or Nimue. I mean, Mike could have. We could ask him.
I was calling her Naimu until I watched a couple of videos just to, touch up and make sure I was fully understanding of the raid fights where it was pronounced Nimue, and I was like,
Nimue
it has a very
cool.
majestic, enchanting kind of feel to it when you say Nimue as opposed to Naimu. Naimu.
Yeah.
But I think Igira, the second boss, is one of those fights that is so interesting.
Yeah.
But because it's so early, you don't really think about it.
Yeah.
It just kind of falls over.
Yeah.
Because picking the weapon and each weapon having a completely different set of mechanics and choosing which one you get at what point, it's just like a really cool concept. And then seeing her dual wield these weapons is just so cool. And you just think, if this fight was later on, say, I don't know, Igira swapped with T-Swift or Smolderon or even one of the end wing bosses such as Nimue, it would have been really interesting to see that fight. And I think because there's a lot of different ways maybe that the fight can be done with the different weapons and the different cooldown lineups and the different raid compositions, it could have been a fight where maybe you saw different things, or it could have been a fight where it was just solved, but it was another one of those anticipated fights, you know what I mean?
I think that's a really interesting point, because the funny thing about that swap that you proposed, swapping Igira with Smolderon, is that Smolderon is exactly the kind of boss, illustrating what we're talking about with those two different axes of difficulty, because you could envision a world in which Smolderon was a boss 1 or a boss 2, because he's fundamentally, the way the cycle of his mechanics work is extraordinarily simple, right? It's a very simple cycle of phase 1, he's going to do a tank hit on half the raid, and a spread out on half of the raid, and then he's going to repeat that, and then he's going to go into an intermission, and you dodge balls and dodge lines, and then you just repeat it over and over again. That is a very simplistic set of mechanics that is primarily made difficult by it being fast-paced and having very high levels of damage output and damage required. Without those, you could easily tune it to be an easy first boss, whereas Igira, which is an easy first boss, could be tuned if the weapons did way more damage, interacted in harsher ways to be a 7th, 8th boss in a very easy way.
Yeah, especially as the abilities being hard hitting. It can also just be that the boss's HP is, scaled to be a later boss as well, so that you are punished for any DPS that you're not doing while you're dealing with mechanics. You have to be really efficient with dealing mechanics and dealing damage. So as opposed to, kind of running around. For example, when you're soaking the weapon, lots of swirlies will spawn while you're soaking the weapon, and it could be really punishing if you're not pumping out damage at that point as well, and that, that would have been really tricky to see, for example.
Here we have another example of a boss that, like, visually, this boss is so much more confusing to me than Smolderon visually. There's a lot more things going on, but it does break down fairly simply. There's little green ferns on the ground. Those need to be soaked. And then there's big green circles that spawn around players. Those need to be got away from the raid because they restrict your movement. Like a lot of the bosses, there's area denial going on here. The entire time, you have these blue lines on the ground that you're not supposed to cross, because if you do, you're going to take a lot of damage and potentially wipe the raid. So you have people moving within their specific spheres of influence in order to, okay, you're going to be over here on the left soaking, you're going to be in the left middle, you're going to be in the right middle, you're going to be on the right, soaking your flowers and taking your spears out, as we have a second interaction going on with her intermission. Like most of the bosses this tier, she has a phase 1 and an intermission that she cycles back and forth between, and in the intermission you have to split up and go kill these 2 bosses. But this is another example of a boss that, given hard tuning, could be very tricky to kill.
That was really cool, actually, what we saw from Gingy just here, because these bigger circles, the kind of luminous, bigger flower circles that you can see, on Heroic and above, they actually push players out. So you have to be careful. Kind of like a ring of peace, kind of. Yeah, it is like a ring of peace. That's a really good example. So you have to be really careful where you're placing those, because there are soaks. You can see the very dark green flowers, the small dark green flowers are right next to Gingy on his right here. So they will pulse out damage on the raid, if not, and you have to soak them to get rid of them. And if you place the bigger circles that are kind of like a ring of peace, if you place them kind of on any of those soaks, you can't soak it. So, there's a lot of room denial, but also the mechanics kind of interfere with each other. And as you saw, Gingy kind of got hit by one of them because it was a very narrow gap to go through those 2, but he kind of bounced off of one into the other and then flapped out, and it was just a really cool thing that he did, like a really small thing. I feel like there's a lot of fights that certain classes are going to look really cool engaging. I think this fight is going to look really cool for mages, for example, not because I'm biased, but because
she's biased.
Not because I'm biased, but because, with all the blinks and mobility and stuff, on a fight like Smolderon, seeing those quick dodges, for example, or on Holondrus when you're soaking the orbs from the boss, like it provides a lot of those like really cool plays.
It does. The funny thing is, there's a little bit of an irony here, because players love seeing a cool play, and casters love seeing a cool play because we can say, oh, look at that amazing play. But the irony here is that good play is completely unflashy, right? The good play there would have been to walk between and not get hit by either, and it would have been unbelievably boring and we wouldn't have noticed at all, but it would have been the good play, right? But instead, if you bounce off of a couple, or if you fly off and then disengage back, if you do, the flashy play is usually a save from a mistake.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, 100%. Although, fights like Smolderon and this one, the reason why I brought up mages is because, they have a lot of mobility. So you're trying to deal with mechanics while also maintaining uptime on your rotation, and mages have a lot of tools to do that. So like, fast-paced fights like this in Smolderon, it'll be really cool to see a mage, for example, maintaining uptime on their rotation and their burst windows while also dodging all of the mechanics. But you are right, for the majority of time, those kind of hero plays are basically kind of a mistake, and you want to avoid those mistakes, because if you are doing all these flashy plays, you're not DPSing, or you're not healing, or you're not doing this, or you're not doing that. But there are some plays where people are utilizing their class mobility, their class utility to maintain as much uptime as possible, and I think that's going to look really cool.
It does. And we've seen that a few times even in Heroic, right? You have moments where, for example, you want to drop a puddle far away from the raid and you see that there's a small gap, and you can blink and you can alter time, blink into that small gap, drop a puddle that no one else was going to be able to do there, make use of space no one else was going to make use of, and then you alter time back, and that's a good play in a way that doesn't involve having recovered from mistake. Similarly, we've seen Warlocks doing the same thing kind of with teleports, with their Warlock portal, and Gateway is always very powerful.
Yeah, I wonder, there have been a few fights in previous raid tiers where the Warlock Gate is very crucial, and I've been thinking with these fights, they haven't looked. I mean, there's a benefit, of course, to Warlock Gates. Other than Smolderon, I haven't really seen any fights where, we was talking about utility and raid uses. I haven't really seen any fights that might require any, cool portal uses or anything like that. Other than Smolderon to get out of maybe that final ring combination, the ring pattern. There's like kind of 3 rings in a row that are lit up, so you have to go very close to the boss. Like, obviously that's going to help. But, Gahoon in Ulder, in the first raid of Uldir, in the first raid of BFA.
And then
the
Nyloth
Warlock
with
Gates
Zoth,
being very crucial.
Mandatory Warlock Gate
Yep,
as well.
mandatory Warlock
The thing that I will
Gates.
say about this, though, is that typically you don't know or realize from an external perspective the really good Warlock Gates until Mythic. Like, they're usually the interesting ones that are memorable, like the Gahoon one maybe, or certainly the Nyloth one, are typically developed as part of a Mythic strategy that maybe wasn't fully anticipated or planned for in ahead, or at the very least that we didn't expect on the outside. Maybe they were ready to go, and it often isn't shown in Heroic. So I do think it's possible that we'll see some things as the Mythic mechanics come in, changing how these fights play out in very significant ways. It is possible to see Gateway become impactful potentially on some bosses. Maybe on Smolderon, like you were saying. I think there's a very high likelihood that we'll see some Gateway tech on T-Swift. Because
the dispels?
With the dispels, because right now Area Denial is just not a part of the fight, and it will be on Mythic.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
But I wouldn't be surprised if there's one we simply don't anticipate.
Yeah. Seeing the fights on Heroic, they will definitely change. And it'll be interesting to see. That's kind of a good thing with splits, because you kind of get used to the fights, you kind of see how the fights play out. And then when you go to Mythic, it can kind of transform the fight, not because you get additional mechanics, but because the strategy just can completely change.
Yeah. I do want to spend some time talking. Right now we have on view with Velo heading into our friend Larry, Larodar. This is potentially my favorite boss of the tier, just in terms of how the mechanics work and how you're cycling through interactively between DPS and then healing and then mechanics. I just love the cycle here because it really emphasizes how the team is approaching the fight. And I hope that it's an interesting fight. We did see last night Instant Dollars pulled the boss several times, got it to 60%. And there are some relatively tight checks that might make it an interesting boss that lasts for a few hours when we get to it with Echo. But I do want to talk about this boss, so maybe we can keep it up a little bit as we go into this split, because I think it's just so interesting. The core cycle of the boss is that he's going to be covering the room with a vast amount of magma, some molten lava on the floor that you can't stand in. And you have to get rid of that essentially by being a fireman and putting out the fire. And the cool thing about this cycle is you don't just do it, right? You have to earn it by killing treants that come in. Once you kill them, the DPS contribution, they become friendly and you have to heal them. That's the healer contribution. And then once they're healed, they walk into the middle, they empower a flower for you, and then you can use the flower as a hose to put out the fire. And you have this cool cycle of DPS into healing into mechanics. I just really love that.
Yeah, and I think it kind of tells a story, and it's very thematic. You know, when you were saying you like it when a lot of the mechanics are a bit thematic like that. I like the fact that you're kind of empowering the seed and you're going through a step-by-step process that's kind of thematic, activating the seed, clearing out the fire. As a Race World First healer, do you X maybe coming back? I don't know. You've been debating it.
No, I haven't. I will not do Race World First.
Never.
Oh. No, but what were you going to ask?
But don't you think it's really cool that there's a lot of healer mechanics in this raid? Or do you think just healing in general, the default kind of healing, everyone taking damage and just healing is cool? But actually there's a lot of mechanics that are just gated towards healers. There's a lot of treants to heal, especially on the last boss. You have to heal the treants as they go into the tree, and Larodar you have to heal the treants as well. So do you think that it's really cool that they're incorporating more healer mechanics?
I love the incorporation of healer mechanics, whether it's dispels or externals or healing things. I think that's always really fun. It's a little bit awkward when you have a lot of things to heal that aren't on your raid frames, a group of Kaldori priests or a group of treants to heal, because there isn't always enough space on the Blizzard frames for you to be able to, mouse over heal or see their health, and you kind of have to do this awkward thing of looking on the battlefield and seeing them. Although that can make you a better player, and I can talk for hours about how that works. But in general, I like the mechanics. I just wish the UI was a little bit smoother for dealing with it. And I love when healers have fun jobs to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if you have healers doing some of the not specifically healer jobs too. For example, on Larodar, so you do have to heal the treants up so that they go and power your flower. And then you also have to heal the root so that it creates a safe zone for you to stay in before the boss blows you up. But then the final thing, particularly on Mythic, is you have to use that flower in the middle to create a hose and blow out the fire. And I wouldn't be surprised if you had healers doing that, because often, if there's a job to do, it will reduce your damage. And you want to choose someone to do that job that loses the least amount of raid DPS. That's obviously almost always healers. The only restriction on that is maybe if the healing requirements are too high and you'll die if you have them doing it. Otherwise, it's often the case that if you have an output reducing mechanic like that, you'll have healers doing it. I think that's fun. And it gives healers a way to feel like they're contributing to the raid in a way that many claim that they otherwise don't, because they're not doing the important job of blasting the mage with Arcane Blast.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of tight DPS checks as well, so you kind of want to reduce the amount of damage that you're taking off the boss by people kind of running around that aren't necessarily able to maintain the uptime.
Can we swap back to Scripe's POV so we can kind of look at what we're talking about with Larry, because we just started a poll.
Yeah, so what's really cool is that at the moment on Heroic, one person can click the seed and you immediately become a firefighter. However, on Mythic, you need to form a 3-person chain, and only the end person, the person that's furthest away from the seed, will be the extinguisher. And I always just, in my head, imagine, like a fire truck pulling out, and then like the team getting out, and they start getting out the hose.
Someone in the back holding, and then another one, he's got the front. Yeah,
that's
really
how
good.
I always picture it in my head, and it always makes me laugh. But it's going to be really cool.
It is, and the fight has an extra layer that I really enjoy as well, that we've seen causing some wipes on Heroic, where because you have this encroaching room, you can make judgment calls of, I think we'll kill the boss before we die to the fire, which is very impactful, right? Because every time you decide, okay, the fundamental cycle of the fight is we need enough room to fight. If you didn't need room to fight, you wouldn't need the firefighting. If you didn't need the hose, then you wouldn't need to heal the treants. If you didn't need to heal the treants, you didn't need to kill the treants, and you could put more damage on the boss. So we come to the end of the boss, and you might say, okay, don't kill these treants. Focus the boss, burn him down. But by making that decision, you lose power on the flower and can't clear the fire, and you might wipe. And then there's one other interesting thing, especially on Mythic. We've talked so many times about overlaps, right? On both Heroic and Mythic, you have this mechanic where you have to kill a root and then heal the root to create this safe zone that's happened right there, that they're standing in right now, in order to live through those big blasts of damage he's putting out. On Mythic, we've seen, if you took a look at Instant Dollars progression, that it is a tight DPS check to kill that root in time, to get it healed back up in time, to get into the safe zone. So it's going to involve a lot of very interesting decisions about how they're going to deal with these overlaps to make sure that they are allocating enough DPS to the treants to keep their flower empowered, while still having enough DPS for the roots in order to keep safe, while minimizing the amount of DPS that they're diverting away from the boss.
Yeah, again, it's another fight that, like, on paper, it's kind of relatively simple, but it requires a lot of execution. Kind of like Smolderon, where, there's only a couple of mechanics, but it's not.
It's not. Well, like I said, I think this is one of my favorite bosses. So you saw there, they killed the 3 treants that came in. The healers healed them up. They've got 3 green healing bars over there on the far right. And now the treants are channeling into the flower, which has an energy bar that you can see kind of under the bars over on Scripe's right. That energy bar fills up, and that gives you the power. There the firefighter goes. He clicks on the seed, he gets a green line, and then he can spray that lava and clearing a nice safe zone.
Get out of here.
That drains the flower's energy bar, but as long as the treants are still alive, they keep channeling into it. So really good continuing of healing the treants, keeping them alive, keeping them safe, allows you to min-max your room a lot more.
Yeah, and I like the kind of calculations as well of like, okay, how much space do we need?
That's a really important point, particularly on Mythic.
Yeah.
We saw that you get less energy in Mythic, so you have to make a decision. Is it worth spending 20% of the flower's energy to expand the diameter of our safe zone, which is a waste if it's just going to get eaten because we don't have enough energy later?
Exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see how the guilds deal with it. Again, maybe it's not down to the different strategies, necessarily like, how to deal with the fight. Well, we stand here, we take the boss here. That's a lot of the visual, but actually a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes is really interesting as well. Making those calls, like mathematically, do we have enough damage? Do we need to clear? Because as you're saying, you take damage off of the boss and put it on these ads, for example, and then you start healing up those ads. to then have somebody run around with the fire hydrant, if we're going to call it that, and clear out the fire. It's a lot of stages that may not be necessary, or may actually be necessary. And it'll be interesting to see how much playroom they actually need, as I said, you know, because you can see it kind of encroaching in, and you know absolutely that they're going to be min-maxing this.
Yeah.
They're going to be, I mean, there's not too many mechanics that would require a lot of play area, although maybe on Mythic there are a couple of additional soaks, or you place extra fire. You'll place fire depending, and it will reduce depending on if you're standing near previous fire patches. So you do need a bit of play area, but
you need room to place those down, for sure.
The minimum amount of play area is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah,
it's going to be very tight.
Absolutely true. Because if you clear space that you didn't need to have cleared, you've wasted energy that could have been used to clear space you do need later, which could cause a wipe. And it may mean that you kill an extra set of treants you otherwise wouldn't have needed to, potentially running into DPS problems and getting killed by the boss. We've seen this several times. This pull looking very good though. The boss going down sub 10% with everybody alive with a very clean room. They do have one last set of treants coming in, but they have killed them.
Yeah, I think this is one of those examples of where the calls are made of, you know, okay, we have the room. The boss is low enough health. We don't need to do much here. Just tunnel the boss. And I guess the treants just die to passive cleave and additional damage. You don't really take much damage off of the boss at that point. And then I guess the healers will just be DPSing as well, not bothering to heal the treants.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a boss that has a lot of like little mechanics happening at the same time, right? You have these circles coming out. You have tornadoes of fire coming out. You have meteors that have to be soaked, and we'll be talking about those a lot more come in Mythic, because those things that seem inconsequential on Heroic, because it's just like do it, it's fine, become way harder on Mythic when you have things overlapping in really nasty and difficult ways.
Yeah.
Soaking the meteors while also dealing with spreading out with fire can sometimes be an overlap that causes problems if you have assigned soakers, for example.
Yeah, and we keep talking about these themes that are running throughout the raid, you know, overlaps being one of the key themes. As well as...
So we have Team Mid. I've lost track of which one was which, but I'm going to call Gingy Team Mid for obvious reasons.
Is Gingy...
Standing outside Smolderon.
I think, so Roger's team was Team American Cheese, and Scripe's team was Team Mid Cheese.
Okay, this is Team American Cheese, and Team American Cheese has pulled ahead and is on Smolderon, whereas Team American Cheese, or Team Mid, just finished Larry.
Yeah, so they are a little bit ahead. Do they still need to kill Nomu? I think they both cleared Nomu, right? Or are they going to Nomu? It looks like they're going to...
I can't tell because my glasses...
We'll see in a minute. I think they both killed Nomu, so it could be that Team Mid are going towards Smolderon as well.
It looks like...
We'll see.
Is that the council room?
Yeah, but... Oh. Ah, yeah, okay, so they need to go to the other wing.
Yeah, they're doing the other wing now, so they're going to do council into Nomu.
Yes, okay, so they are a little bit behind. But not in the case of yesterday, where I think there was a lap involved, right?
Yes, but here's the thing. The team that did the lapping was Roger's team, and the team that got lapped was Scribe's team.
Ah.
And here we have the same gap developing again. Are we attributing it to the leaders? Is it their fault? Is there a leadership diff going on?
I don't know. What do we think?
Yes. I think Scribe's
yes.
gonna. I think, but the question is there some 3D chess going on, right? At the end of this, you look back and do a review and say, okay, Roger, you're so much more effective at leading the raid so quickly and efficiently. I guess I'll go back in the raid and play. So see you, Roger. Scribe back in. Oh no.
Roger and Scribe swapping places. We get Scribe back in on the mage. I wonder what they're discussing. Got a few flying.
Yeah, we don't have any pull going right now. Can we swap over to Scripepov perhaps, or Velo? I think we're clearing trash.
Yeah, I think this is, it's nice to see Velo and Kush. I think it's their first in-person Race to World first.
It is.
Two additions to the in-person event.
Kush always has a really exciting stream because he's a very emotive person who wears his heart on his entire body. So having him at the venue is funny because then the larger audience gets to see his expressions when loot drops. him falling over in his secret lab chair when he dies, or when he reclines.
He has made full use out of that secret lab chair.
The full range of motion for the full recline. Just like Gingy, making full use of the strength of the secret lab chair, bouncing when he's upset.
Yeah, we've had a lot of horizontal gaming from Kush. There seemed to be a correlation from the more DPS, the more horizontal you are. We noticed yesterday, Kush was pumping, I think, on...
Oh, yeah.
It might have been his Demon Hunter, but also
Demon
his
Hunter
Rogue.
damage is blasting, and so is Rogue damage. Yeah, they're both looking really, really good. He's playing both of them.
It seems like they're having fun with the lights in the player room as well. We can see some flashing.
He's enjoying it. Yeah, but that's one of the benefits of bringing new players in, is that people get to be exposed to some of the cool personalities on the team that they otherwise might not have seen. Kush definitely being one of them. Interestingly, he's sitting next to Velo, who's his polar opposite, right? This is DPS versus healer diff, right? DPS is like, rage, anger, horizontal. Meanwhile, healer is literally just chilling and doing the job.
That's because they have to remain cool, calm, and collected, because healers are always under so much pressure, right?
No.
Oh, see, DPS is the hardest role.
Well, okay, so here's what I'm going to say to that, right? Several years ago, when I was still doing Race World First Healing, my daughter, who was at the time 12, I believe, came in and watched. And she said, so you're just clicking on boxes that aren't full until they're full? I was like, well, yeah, I guess. She said, that sounds so stupidly easy. I'm like, all right, I guess we need to reroll DPS. Verdict issued. Healing is the easy one. All you have to do is click on the boxes that aren't full until they're full, which hard to argue with. That is basically the core of the mechanic. Just heal. But we are going into a council pull over here. The other team is still waiting, not doing their Smolderon pull yet, so we can look at council for a little bit. This boss has already died on Mythic.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a little bit surprised with the first 4 going down as quickly, especially with this item level gap. Are you not surprised?
I wasn't surprised. I think it's fairly typical. So the item level gap is interesting because it creates a lot larger amount of potential progression that can make things easier because you gain 4 or 5 item level. But it doesn't mean that week 1 the bosses will be tuned to require that extra 30 item level, right? I think that would be shocking if it were true. So I expect normally to see the first 3, 4, 5, 6 bosses go down pretty quickly because it happens very commonly. I can't remember a race, in fact, that didn't have 4 or 5 bosses die the first day one of the world first contenders get in. And some tiers, we have every single non-end boss die day 1, right? I think in Battle for Desire Lore, every single non-end boss died on day 1 or day 2. Or in what was it? The Argus tier. Antorus. Every boss, I think it was Method, killed every single boss day 1 except for Argus. And while people usually say, "Oh, that's surprising. That means it's going to be an easy tier. These bosses are rolling over." You can then have a really hard end boss that makes it still a good tier. I don't think Antorus was a great tier because every boss did die day 1, and but then you had Argus lasting for days, and it still turned out to be a cool boss. So 4 bosses going down for instant dollars, not terribly concerning for me, especially if it means that the 4 that went down are the ones that aren't end bosses of any kind. They're not the wing bosses, Larry and Nimue, nor are they the last 3 ultimate bosses. They're like the 4 introductory bosses. I almost kind of expected those to be the ones to go down.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I guess I was expecting definitely 3. You usually see like 3, but then I was thinking maybe, again, my money was on Ross being more difficult.
I thought
no one else was on that believer train.
I wasn't in that
like,
one. I thought maybe Council would be. I
yeah,
didn't think
Council. Your money was on Council. I guess the 4 was surprising. I guess 3, sure.
Yeah.
There's just the first 4. But then, 9 boss raids, there's a lot. So it's under half.
I guess I just see the symmetry, right? Both Ross and Council are like the first of the wing bosses. And I assume they're going to be trying to be similar difficulty. So if one, then the other just makes sense to me. I didn't think it was going to be 3 rather than 4. I thought it'd be 4 or 2, and I thought 4 was way more likely to do.
Yeah,
but I was gratified to see. I'm so sorry.
No, go.
I was gratified to see that Larry didn't go down because I'm hoping that those end wing bosses are a step up.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for as well. I don't think it will come down to the kind of the final bosses with Smolderon, T-Swift, and obviously the final boss Farak. I was kind of putting my money on the end wing bosses as well being quite difficult, just because there's a lot of interesting mechanics with those bosses. So yeah, it's cool that you're saying the same thing of the end wing bosses being quite good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a funny fight. We were talking about gimmicks earlier being on T-Swift. We also have a real gimmick here. This is an interesting fight that you can absolutely wipe on a Mythic or even on Heroic, because you have a huge number of different mechanics happening all at the same time, but it does boil down fairly simply. You can pair a lot of it away to 3 bosses, each of which has a signature ability and an ultimate ability. And then they are essentially canceling each other and fighting, because you can use the signature ability of one boss to cancel the ultimate ability of the other boss. But the fun gimmick of this fight is that people get ducked.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is so exciting for it for both of those reasons. I think that it's really cool that the different bosses' mechanics that they put out interact with the other bosses' mechanics. I think each of the bosses having an ultimate is quite cool, and then interrupting the ultimates with the other boss mechanics is also really cool as well. I think we've seen interaction in the past, in the Eternal Palace raid with Ashara.
Yeah.
I think you would aim a spear that the boss would put out, and it would make the ads take increased damage.
Yes.
So we have seen some interactions before, but I don't know if we've seen a boss outright cancelling a main ultimate ability with an ability of their own, and I think that is really cool. And the ducks as well. The ducks are so cute, and I love the get ducked. I love that theme.
Yeah.
Although, as excited as I am, as a DPS player, I am also like, you know what, it's really cute being a duck, but I don't know how quickly that's going to wear thin, because it's downtime and you just want to do damage. I don't really want to run as a duck.
I think the ducks are cute. I love the conceit of the boss. I think it's maybe this one maybe doesn't tie as well into the lore. I don't know the lore of those 3 characters, but it does seem like this is like the cancel culture boss, right? Oh, I'm gonna ultimate. Oh, but what the heck? You just screwed with my ultimate. Like, they're fighting each other, right? Each of the bosses, they don't work together well. They don't have any teamwork at all, and that kind of is a little bit strange if you think about it in a trying to make things make sense kind of way.
It sounds
but it
like
is
a
mechanically
league
fun.
game. I feel like that fight
They're a league
is a league
team, and they're
team
just
where
fighting
they're all
each
just
other.
fighting each other. Yeah, you're just flaming each other.
I'm gonna ult.
And
No, you're
trolling.
not.
Yeah.
You get trolled by your own team.
And you literally lose because you're just working against each other. It sounds like a league game.
But the good thing is that if you guys find the ducks cool, maybe you can pull it down. We have some amazing get ducked displates available on the store. Exclamation mark displate. And you can click on the link below the stream. 44%, up to 44% off all displates on the store, available only through us for now. And you can get whatever ducked displates you want. Where are you going all the way around to bring up this displate? There we go. Get ducked. We have a variety. Hold on, we can grab. There's a couple more behind you as well. There's get ducked with cute little ducks. We have a very scary Giga Chad duck. And that's when the mechanic of the fight requires you to turn the big bear druid into a duck to interrupt his channel. We have a Giga Chad duck. That's when you interrupt the bosses. Yeah. Coming down now. This is a thick duck. So all of these displays, as well as many more, available in the store right now for up to 44% off. Get it while it's hot. We have to put those up perfectly, by the way. If you use our link and our code, you can get up to 44% off. Gotta be not crooked or someone will flame you. Sam will come back and no, don't do that. He will come and he will threaten you. Oh no. Oh no, it's crooked. Guys, I think we need to maybe throw to a listen in with Wave while we fix these displays. Don't duck with me.
Yeah, but
he's just speaking the truth, bro. I'm sorry. It's
Naruto have wrist.
It's the only class you can get gear on.
Yep.
Take some names.
Where did you whisper?
Okay. Guys, this is group 1. Okay.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing.
Okay, I'm sorry with the lag fix, yeah? Okay.
I'll place one more,
Guys, on this boss, left side and the right side. You should never be crossing to the other side, really. You will use this for the normal phase. It will generally be around the right side or the left side. 1, 3, 5 is left side. 2, 4, 6 is right side. Aside from that, on this was especially on heroic, what is new is there's going to be circles. Back then on the tank on normal, now it's on 2 other players. These people need to go out with the big circle around you and place it far away from the raid. Really far, because it blocks people and it's bad. Especially the first set needs to go far. And while you do that, you will also receive raid damage and the damage from the ball and the damage from crossing walls. So you want to pop personals. It's directed damage only at 3 people, so they need to look out for yourself. Yeah, as it shouldn't be most of the time 2 times in a row the same person. So plan already what personal you're going to press and press it when you get the buff and move out. Aside from that, you're dodging stun lines shooting out from the boss. This also exists in normals. This line, and you get hit by it, it's really bad, kills people. And last but not least, you want to stand in the smaller green circles around the room that spawn and make them expire faster. If this is in China and you would be outside of healing range, don't go there. Outside of it, always go there and soak them. In the intermission, when you're going towards your ad, follow the green path and follow the green path back. Never cross the walls without a green path in the intermission. In the normal phase, you can cross them, place your circles, but you should use a personal as well. That's it.
Yep, let's get it. Swag. Alright, we're going, guys.
Last raid one-shot this. I believe in us.
Yep. I believe in
You're
us.
healing.
Okay.
Do you have those tools though?
No.
These are the smaller green circles that you want to soak if you can. And bombs going out now. With these you use personals and bring them far out to the ward markers. Far out. And now we're dodging the stun lines, shooting from the boss. Dodging the stun lines. And we're getting new bombs going out with personals. Right now. Bombs going out with personals. Dodging stun lines still. Still dodging stun lines. They are sneaky, the stun lines. They blend in. Forget about them. Now bombs are coming again, and with stun lines, you bring the bombs out and keep dodging stun lines, melee especially. Bombs out. Ranged also dodging stun lines now. Or personal bombs. Dodging stun lines. And don't be in the green circle now. Remember 1, 3, 5 left, 2, 4, 6 right. They swapped and we started this boss. Make sure you check. Follow the green path, beyond the green path, guys. You'll see some smaller green circles here as well. These swirlies. The old circle from the previous phase. Cone.
Are you gonna assign zones or should I just pop it at one point?
Yeah, I will call the zones. Nako, you can aim Z now, and Mini as well. Try to be in the AMZ, guys. Try to wolf. Leffy, you AMZ already in the middle of the room, right, like where we are stacked. David, you can darkness. Okay, be on your side again.
Do you want me to hold cities for next phase? I need to know now with this mana.
No, I don't think so. We have 8 healers or something. Pump the bus. Alright guys, bombs going out again soon with personal. Plan already which personal you're gonna use. You can also use externals on these guys. Bombs going out now. Receiving great damage too. Stun threads coming. Watch these stun lines. Watch the stun lines. And new bombs going out. Plan your personal already if you get it. And if you got it, pop it and go. Watch the stun lines. The middle ones are coming ranged. Watch the stun lines ranged. Watch, watch, watch. They're coming. New bombs coming soon. Already plan your personal. And going out with the bombs and watching stun lines. The bombs and watching stun lines. Watch the personal definitely now. Thump in, watch yourself. Rate damage coming. Stun lines in the middle. Stun lines. Stay alive. Don't die. We do it with everyone alive. Don't be in this circle incoming soon. The circle. Follow your tank. Follow the green path. Nice Muse Darknessing and Linka AMZ. Linka AMZ, please. Yes. Follow your path, die. Get together, Narco will AMZ in the middle. Yesina Darkness.
This group is fucking cracked.
Got it. Be on your sides.
Reflex, please. What's the issue?
We're waiting for the first bombs. Already find your personal. Get ready slowly. Sort these small circles. But the main thing is you bring the bomb out and you pop a personal as you go out. Bombs coming now. Going out with a personal now. Watching the stun lines, Coming with bombs coming out again with a personal. Watch the stun lines as you move out.
You can take it.
Watch the stun lines. Watch the stun lines. Mundo, you can revival whenever it's good. 2 healers lost, so it might be needed. Frag revival as well. I mean, killing. Not revival, rewind slow. We're killing it.
Let's fucking go, guys.
I can also revival. Huh? Sorry?
I never proceed this fight. You
guys are sick.
No worries, good.
Bro, all these helper healers are fucking smackers.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Hey, only the healers or what?
You have time to bait after. Don't need to squeeze each other. Spread. Ready to dodge. 3, 2, 1. Dodging first. Dodge, don't die. Dodge, dodge. And baiting now. Okay. We're gonna use personals on the next ones. Debuffs going out. Everyone else soaking the tank. Okay. Pop a personal now, guys. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Dodge, dodge, dodge. And baiting. Dodge and bait. Okay. Transition. Go to the blue marker. Soak the ball before you do anything else. Remember, that's the rule. Soak your balls. Watch your feet as well. Get the balls, baby.
Soon we will need to be close to the boss, guys. Close in.
Very nice. Alright. We're doing it again. No balls. This is insane, guys. Let's get it. First debuffs going out. Spread good. Do we have time here? Remember, spreading good. And it's gonna be 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Guys, first dodge and then bait. First dodge and then bait. Baiting. And next one we'll have rally again.
Also.
Yep.
Spread good, guys. We have room. Don't worry about the room too much. Spread good. Rest are soaking the tank. Reves. And get ready. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Use Hellstone if you get hit. Hellstones. Baiting, baiting. Alright. One more intermission.
Really good baits, actually.
Blue marker. Blue marker.
Try to him. Try to him.
Yeah.
We win.
Alright, watch your health and grab the balls, guys. Balls before anything else. Maybe drop the sprint totem clicks. Okay, I don't remember what's happening here, to be honest.
Keep him alive.
It's good. Okay.
My symbols.
Alright. Last time, guys. Debuffs spreading out. Spread good, and then we bait. Ooh, Ini, use something. 2, 1, dodging. Dodging. Baiting in 3, 2, 1, baiting. Alright, we have so much space, guys, yeah? Drag the boss even further, I would say. Further, dude.
I mean, we look well.
This is good.
Give good room.
Good. Yeah, blue, yeah.
Spread the fuck out, guys. Pop any personal you have left. And this is the last thing. 3, 2, 1. Dodge and bait. Don't bait in the middle, Gigi. Yeah. It's good. Alright. Alright, guys, we win.
Not over yet, guys.
Holy fuck. Don't. Okay. Soak the balls still, yeah? Soak the balls.
Just blew up.
Yeah, blew up. Soak your balls and don't die. Holy fuck, what a stack there, Mike. That's nice. Alright, good job, guys.
Now when one ball went in. What? Oh,
6 items!
Avoid those ashes.
Man. GG, guys. We have got the signal in every single run, I think.
I've never been more tilted up myself.
All right, we are back after the exquisite experience of listening to Roger say how important it is to grab your balls.
Yep, ASMR Roger Raid leading with his Elgato Wave mic.
Yeah.
Crisp.
Very crisp. So it's excellent. So we have another split almost completed. They finished Smolderon. They're going to be going to T-Swift. The other group, Team Mid-Cheese.
Yes.
Looks like they're looking at Smolderon. So they're not too far apart. About one boss apart as they round out the second set of splits for the day.
Yeah, I mean they're like this. Whereas
Neck and
yesterday there was a bit of a almost lapping situation going on with one team.
Yeah, but I think we've stalled for long enough. I think it's time for us to get ducked.
Oh no!
Yeah.
What did we do to deserve this?
Well, what we did to deserve this is raise a lot of money for charity, and now we need to entertain chat in return.
Yay for charity.
Yay.
Raising money for Rise Above the Disorder, providing help with mental health to those in need. So in a really, really amazing cause. You guys have raised so much money so far. We unjailed the touchdown, and we also have a lot more charity goals as well, with the 10k goal being the Alex Ross experience. And there's a very ominous gauntlet, which is the 30k final charity goal, and we have some interesting ones in between as well.
Yeah, Cast of Secret Santa. I'm excited about that. Whose cast is it anyway? I'm very excited about that one.
That was a great show. I'm very excited.
That's such a good show.
That. Yeah.
Now, do you watch the British version or the American version?
So it came into my attention with the British version, but I did go back and watch some of the American because it was the original, originally in America, wasn't it? So yeah, when it came over here,
originally American.
I don't think that one checks out.
But we do have some amazing content coming for you guys if you get those donations into Rise Above the Disorder, which does provide mental health services. We have Rad Helps, ! Rad Helps will take you to our Discord where you can get in touch with a little rad bot that will talk to you about mental health and the resources available for you if you or some of your friends need help. We are closing in on having raised $200,000 for this wonderful charity. And when we reach that 30,000 goal, putting the casters through the gauntlet, we'll have reached that goal. So that's the reason why 30,000 has us doing something called the gauntlet. In the meantime, we give you a little taste of excitement and misery. Your excitement, our misery, by getting ducked.
Would you like to go first, or shall I?
I'll rock, paper, scissors for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
We call this Rochambeauing, right?
Okay.
Okay. Are we doing it on 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait. On 3.
What is that? Is that like half a scissor and half a rock?
I win.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think I've been bamboozled once again.
I feel like that was all 3. Okay, on 3.
On 3.
I couldn't think of one in time.
Choose one on 3. And
I had to remember. Wait, which ones are available? No,
all right,
okay,
going
on
again?
3.
All right.
Okay,
1, 2, 3. All right, she wins. I'm getting ducked.
Wait, I'm not happy. Oh yeah, you're getting ducked because I won. Right, that's how it works.
You want?
No, you're fine.
All right, so apparently we have to go fishing. I'm
You
gonna
can do
choose.
this. This is actually really challenging.
I want a pink duck.
Aw, pink duck's cute. Ooh.
Okay, this is actually harder than I thought.
Got the text. See, the problem I was having yesterday was
the hook
that.
is too. Oh, it was in and I lost it.
Oh, this is so challenging. They've given it the tiniest little hook, so it's really difficult. And the problem is, right, is that yesterday, the more I couldn't do it, the more I was laughing, and the more I was laughing, the more I was shaking, and the more it just was a disaster. You got this, I believe. Wow,
The
you
American
did
solution.
it! Oh my goodness!
Look at that. I got the fish.
Such a professional.
Okay, do you want to read me my doom?
Yes. Okay. You have to do a box of wonders.
Is that the box of mystery? Oh, this is like the least bad thing that could have happened. I could have had to tell a dad joke or eat a jelly bean.
You saved
but
from the dad
instead,
joke.
I get to open a present. This is the least bad.
So
okay, production just said, surely. I'm so scared now.
Surely
is this
this is
not
the
the least bad? There's like 12 layers to this. The second layer can't be that terrible.
Surely. This is fine.
Okay, I'm trying to be very careful because I'm only supposed to... Okay, they did do layers that are easy to see.
Yeah, I mean, usually you're really happy to get to the end because, you know, in Pass the Parcel or whatever
Pass the parcel.
Pass the Parcel. Usually you're happy about getting to the end because you get the
parcels.
prize, but I
Okay.
don't think we want
you like
the
the paper?
prize in this
Is
case.
there
Is
a
there
thing?
Is there a message? Is there an ominous
Okay.
message? No, just pretty paper.
Okay.
Keeping this.
I did it.
Yay!
Oh, that was so hard.
Oh God, what a
I'm
forfeit.
horrified.
That was hard work. I think we need a break.
And now
Excellent.
You know what that means?
Oh no, it's my
your turn to
turn.
get ducked.
No. Oh, I'm in shambles already.
Yeah, I just hope it's not as bad as mine was.
Oh no, because right, I can do this. What color am I
Surely.
going for? I'm going to go for green. Okay.
Pink was doing us well.
Oh, I had like a swinging tech going on.
That's almost like going fishing. Actually, swinging a line at the water.
Okay, so far it's just set.
You did it! I'm so impressed.
That was an accident.
That was elegant.
Again. Hell yeah.
All right,
I'm a
are you ready for your
professional.
dune?
Okay.
So here's the thing. I don't know if you've been watching as often as I have, but they haven't changed the ducks in 2 days. And I've watched every single caster who got ducked. So I knew that the green ducks were beans!
No!
Which is why I got a pink duck. This is what you get for not watching the show.
Oh, I'm gonna go for pink because
All right.
pink is
So
cute.
this means we're going to get ducked even more. Now, I'll spin for you and then tell you which color to pull.
I don't think.
And
I
then
think.
you won't even know what the flavor options are, and we'll see if you
Okay.
can identify it. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm going to spin. Okay, I'm going to spin better than that. There we go. All right, you are pulling a white one with little speckles.
Okay. The white one with the little speckles.
Yeah,
That's
like
kind of like
reddish,
a.
pinkish speckles.
Oh, reddish, pinkish speckles. Okay.
Yeah,
So
not
like
the blue speckles.
whitish.
Yeah. And then tell us what it tastes like.
I mean, it smells like cheese.
That's a good thing.
That's a good
You
sign.
love cheese. You love cheese. Did she get the good one or the bad one, chat?
It tastes like cigarettes.
Plausible. How many cigarettes have you eaten? So I
It's kind of getting better,
yeah,
but it still tastes like burning.
burning?
Mm.
I'm not surprised. Cigarettes and burning are both scents that I would anticipate you would associate with your stinky socks.
I do eat my stinky socks. That's
Yeah.
why it's a familiar flavor.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's why they smell like cheese. The problem with the beans is they get stuck in your teeth, so you think
have to
it's
eat them.
over,
Yeah.
and it's not over because then you got to pick it out.
So you brought some peppermint tea.
Oh, I did.
Peppermint tea and stinky
You know
socks
what-
being a
you know
renowned
what, with the
combination.
peppermint tea, after running around shaking a tea bag at everybody, I then was trying to reach for the coffee cup, which was on top of the fridge. So Preach comes in laughing because I'm trying to like reach the cups on the top of the fridge, like. Starts laughing at me. I'm like,
Now,
assistance, please.
Did you make your peppermint tea with regular water or with spicy water?
No more spicy water shenanigans. That's all I'm saying.
Have you tried
normal
tea?
hot water.
Have you tried tea with
Wait,
carbonated water?
can
What
you-
happens when you microwave carbonated water?
Oh, I didn't think that you could make spicy water worse. But heated spicy water, I don't know. Why do I want to try that?
I want to try it. I need some carbonated peppermint tea.
Like
Hot.
fizzy tea.
Yeah. Is this not a thing? Well, it kind of is. There's kombucha is kind of like a carbonated tea-ish beverage.
I drank that by accident once and it did not taste how I thought it was. I thought I was buying like a mango fizzy drink and it was, but it also had a weird
Fermented tea
yeah,
flavor.
it had like a weird fermented taste.
That's because it's fermented.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that at the time.
Mm.
So it's kind of a bit of a feeling as I'm sure they're feeling on Smolderon.
Yeah, exactly how you feel after drinking kombucha is what
Speaking of
how they're
spicy.
feeling on Smolderon right now. This is definitely going to be white. But we have our other team working on T-Swift right now. Now I heard that on Mythic for the first time ever they're allowing 2 extra players into the T-Swift fight. Did you know that?
Wait, what? Say that again.
For the first time ever, Mythic difficulty, they're going to allow 2 extra players into the T-Swift fight because he's feeling 22.
Oh. Oh. You didn't even get the dad joke done.
I wanted the dad joke because
Oh.
I've been holding on to that specifically for that purpose, and I was going to do it whether I got the dad joke or not.
It's funny because you go into like the stages of despair when you
Yeah.
hear like a dad joke like that of just pain, but then also it's like that's actually really funny.
Well, I'm glad that you'll
That's
say so,
very
even
clever.
if you don't mean it. Even if you don't mean it, I'll take it.
No.
We're heading into the 3rd platform of T-Swift, which, as we land, you'll notice is full of blank space.
You know what, Jesse?
Yes?
Get ducked.
Okay, all right.
Got him.
We have, let's see.
No,
I'm being told by production
no.
that if you boil the carbonated water, the bubbles go away.
Get out of here with your science, okay? I was very happy thinking if you had
I don't
heated
know how it works.
heated fizzy water, it would just be like hot fizz, okay?
Maybe if you don't
Stop
boil it, maybe
sciencing.
if you just warm it up, just short of boiling,
Yeah, what about that?
right?
What about
Like
warm?
I think the professional tea makers like have specific temperatures at which they steep particular kinds of tea. We
And
could
as
get
a Brit, I would know all about that.
Do you have one of the kettles that has like a temperature slider that you can choose depending on which temperature you want for your different teas?
No.
Okay,
There's
so
just one button.
Where's
that
your
you
Brit
press.
card? I need it.
Oh, sorry, I failed.
Yoink.
I failed.
Revoked.
Oh no.
It's
My Brit
okay.
brain.
It's okay. There's no reason to use a kettle. The microwave is just as good.
You cannot microwave tea.
Yes, you
Actually,
can.
I say that. I have actually microwaved tea. But it's not to make it in the first place. It's to reheat it when it goes cold.
That seems like a more heinous sin. If you're a tea purist, microwaving the water in which you place the tea is like the least offensive thing you can do because hot water is just hot water. Reheating already made tea seems like a more heinous sin to me because then you're actually microwaving the flavored water itself.
Right, hear me out.
That's like microwaving a tea bag and then pouring water over it.
Production's really upset.
No. I
Okay.
don't expect you to buy a soda stream
No,
in order to make me
because
some hot tea.
Whenever I make a tea, I have to drink it boiling from the kettle. If it's any temperature below that, it's too cold. So you have a very small window to consume the tea. And then, you all know that feeling when you make a cup of tea and you forget about it and then you find it later and you're like, oh no, my tea that's just been left there and it's gone cold. All you have to do is just put it in the microwave, you reheat it, and then it's fine again.
If you can do that, then you can also microwave the water.
Well, technically you are microwaving the water, but yeah, I mean, no, because
Yeah.
there's no logic here.
None, but I don't
No.
expect any from you.
Oh, my brain's not processing.
That's all right, though, because we are progressing on the last platform of the T-Swift fight, and it's looking all right. This is the hardest part of the fight because you need to
Mushrooms?
soak all of the mushrooms without dying to the damage from them. It would be huge if they were able to kill this fight as quickly as it looks like they may be able to and move on to their 3rd split of the day. That would be excellent progress.
These are really clean,
Mm.
especially considering how it went yesterday. It was a little bit clunky. There was a lot more wipes.
Yeah.
It feels very efficient today, and I don't know how much of that is the characters have been getting more gear, maybe?
Well, there's also almost certainly a sleep buff, right? By the end of last
yes.
night, when we were wiping a lot, they had been playing for 14 or 15 hours, starting at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, because the reset, for anyone who doesn't know, the EU servers used to go live at 8 a.m. They now go live at 5 a.m.
Which is excellent. 3 hours shaved off of the difference between NA and EU servers.
Yeah.
You're welcome, EU.
Yep, so which means that everybody has to wake up really early on that first day, and they have to also make sure that they're maintaining a healthy sleep schedule throughout. You know, it's always very tempting to go, you know, let's just push a little bit more. You know, you get close to killing a boss, or you get to a significant progression point.
Well,
you don't really want to lose momentum,
you
and you
do-
kind of have to go to bed, but you don't really want to int your sleep schedule too much because you know that the reset is looming. You know that it starts at 5 a.m. You have to kind of get in a good routine.
Yeah, but you know what they say? Late to bed, early to rise, makes a man sick, poor, and world first.
Okay, so easy then.
Yeah,
What about no sleep? That's fine.
as long as it's not, you know, me. They did get T-Swift down. That's wonderful. So the second split of the day done for them. They're not going to continue. They're doing 8 of 9s for now, saving the fracks for later so that they can, A, allocate that loot most optimally after seeing what everyone gets from all of their other splits, and B, do the hardest boss last so they can figure out, okay, how many splits are we going to be able to do? How many helpers are we going to be able to bring through it? The other team is one full boss behind, having just 2 full bosses behind, having just pulled Smolderon.
Team mid.
This
Let's
is
go.
Team Despair from last night. This is
Oh no, Team
this
Despair
is
and Team
Scribe's
Mid are the
team.
same. Oh, no.
Scribe's team ended up last night getting lapped. One full split completed extra than they managed, and now they're behind by 2 bosses. So on pace to get lapped again by the end of the night again. We're gonna need to have a sit down with Secret Lab with Scribe to find out what's going on with his team.
I think it's because he's sitting at his secret lab desk and he should be standing. There's no standing. Ooh, this is chaotic. But I think that was a
over.
wipe.
Yeah, that's a wipe for sure.
Yeah, you
Didn't
can
even get to the first intermission.
really see how scary those flame tornadoes can be, which is why you do see the players dropping those circles and standing as closely as possible, because you want to send out as many of those flame tornadoes off of the platform as possible. Sorry.
Yeah, they radiate outward in a circle around you, and if half of your circle is pointed outside, then those tornadoes are not to be worried about.
Yeah, because if you're any closer into the platform, it's more space that you're covering with the tornadoes, whereas you can just shoot them off into lava pools, into nothingness, and it's fine. It doesn't really affect the limited play area that you'll have. That will be extremely chaotic at later parts of the fight when you have less and less space, because there is a lot of room denial on this fight. So when you get into the later stages, dodging those tornadoes is going to be very sketchy with the little play area that they will have.
Well,
Scribe
especially-
is standing at his secret lab desk.
There we go.
Hang on a minute. We got standing buff, perhaps.
Standing buff.
Well, maybe next pull, this is it.
Possibly. We'll have to see. There's actually a lot going on with this boss. It's a very simple fight in terms of its rotation and mechanics, but it's so fast-paced that it can be difficult. And the interesting thing is that on Mythic, there's essentially just the one major change, which is that people will be getting hunted down with these seeker missiles, these heat-seeking missiles, and you have to soak them in a staggered way. This is another example. We were talking earlier about Blizzard preventing cheesing. This is the kind of thing where in the past, you would have soaked them all at once, popped a bunch of raid cooldowns, and healed through it. But now, when you pop one, you get a debuff that makes you take 2,000% more damage from the second explosion, and you will die if you do that. So you actually have to work as a team, measuredly do this carefully. Pop one, now pop the next, now pop the next. While that means that it's forced to, instead of being able to pick a time to do this where it doesn't overlap with other things, it will be forced to be overlapped with other mechanics going on, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with tank soak, spread out, dodge the fire being dropped, heal the healing absorbs, and meter out your heat-seeking missiles.
Yeah, indeed. I was just wondering what was going on here. I saw some interesting transmog on the screen.
Okay, transmog.
Yes.
Not something I pay attention to. Just eat a savory, be polite, and you're done.
I mean, anyone who saw it, I'm sure they'll be looking.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty nice.
But as you said, Scribe utilizing the full capability of his secret lab desk, able to configure from both a seated and a standing position, and
They're
the
really
secret
cool 'cause
lab
you just press
chairs.
the button and it raises.
Do you just
and
enjoy pushing the
lowers.
button?
Yeah.
Is it like the little kid who's like, "Can I push the button at the elevator?"
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually me.
Yeah.
Although yesterday I got into the elevator or lift, and all the buttons were pressed, and I swear to God it wasn't me. So I ended up going to like every floor before getting to our one. I was like, I might as well have just taken the stairs. But it wasn't me that time. I swear.
I believe you.
Thank you. Alex didn't believe me. He was like, you got in here and you pressed all the buttons, didn't you? I was like, no!
I think most likely that would be the case.
But it is really fun when you're pressing the button on the Secret Lab desk.
Yeah, my 5-year-old enjoyed it too. You guys can also get access to these amazing Secret Lab chairs and that amazing Secret Lab desk. Without these chairs, I don't think that the gamers could play for 15, 16 hours and succeed at the splits if they weren't comfortable in the Secret Lab chairs. They are available. Use our link below and head to the Secret Lab site. They have a huge sale going on right now.
Yeah, you get £100 off of the Secret Lab chairs.
Pounds?
Oh, $100, sorry.
Pounds of what?
Cheese. Always cheese. You get $100 off of the desks, and I think $150 off of the chairs. So that is a pretty
sale
big
available right now.
discount.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some amazing sales going on from many of our partners. Secret Lab has their products on sale site-wide right now. Displate also with 44% off. Use our link and our code as well.
Yeah,
you get 44% off.
That is actually the biggest discount they've had so far, and it's exclusive to Echo, and it is early as well. It's part of the Black Friday sale, so it's 1 day early as of today.
No one else can get this right now except you guys, and you can get your Duck displays and decorate your gamer space as well as we've decorated ours, even though you put that up crooked.
Yeah, but no one knows it's
You can also get access to the phenomenal Elgato technology that is powering this production. You guys love how good production is with all of their shenanigans. It's so good, and it's only possible because of the Stream Decks and the Stream Deck Pluses. Elgato really powering production here, and you can also get a discount on those products right now going through our link below the stream and using our code as well. And so many other great sponsors. We have...
yeah, we've got the PCs being powered by Starforge.
In their beautiful fractal
fractal cases, which we have on display here with the set. This is the Arctic case, you can see.
Yeah, with the beautiful Echo logo.
Yeah, custom glass panel.
Phenomenal. The best PCs on the planet, or even the universe, perhaps.
The best hammers on the planet.
Powering all of the players' performance right now, as well as production's PCs, keeping things going for you guys.
Exactly, and we are in the beautiful ESA venue.
European Speedrunner Assembly, without which we could not do this. In fact, I think they gave you the peppermint tea.
They did, because they reached the cup on top of the fridge and gave it to me.
Yeah.
And they also made us really nice toasties and smoothies this morning.
I've never had a toasty. I think that's a European thing.
It's,
I ate a toasty last time.
Production informing.
Last time I said I never had a toasty, and they brought me a toasty, and I forgot it because it was...
What do you call it?
We call it a sandwich.
Yeah, but it's...
But we don't do that.
Toasted. Toasted
Well, you
sandwich?
can toast a sandwich.
When you put it in the
But the toasty, like, specifically,
maker.
like, merges it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, like, sealed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not microwave.
Maybe if toasties were available online, then I could use Surfshark to access content otherwise not available in my region.
Yeah, you too can unlock toasties.
Yeah, one of our sponsors, Surfshark, will actually allow you to access content not available in your research. We actually use that, right? Because Scripe living in Turkey can't get access to Wowhead except through a VPN.
Which is really, really cool because
Really
Wowhead
important.
gives you so much information, right?
Yeah.
So there are a couple of countries that can't access it, but
Yeah.
you can with Surfshark.
It also really helps during PTR testing. If you're on all of the PTR testing for World of Warcraft is hosted on the North American servers. If you're European, you're playing with some fairly heavy input latency that a VPN like Surfshark can just take care of for you.
Yeah, exactly. And you did your lovely UGG analysis segment earlier, but if you guys want to see any of the talent builds, the character gearing, there's loads and loads and loads of information. It pulls so much data, and it will be fully functional, I believe, when they hit Mythic, but there is a lot of
They're
data
already
on
data.
there for normal and heroic. So
They keep it regularly updated.
yeah, so if you are struggling, because a lot of the different bosses have different DPS requirements, different damage profiles. Some of them are add fights, some of them are cleave fights, some of them are burst damage profile heavy. So if you do need to change your talents boss to boss, it's really useful to see the data on u.gg and see what talent builds people are mostly running for each individual boss, and in general as well. If you're making an alt, you don't know what to make, you can see what popular classes are, which popular specs are. There are tier lists on there as well. So there's a lot of great information on there that you can find. And of course, we are also sponsored by Warcraft Rumble.
My favorite sponsor. I think that most commonly, as the casters go on break, or you know, the raid leaders aren't paying as much attention, or maybe the players are eating lunch, everyone's playing Warcraft Rumble. It's actually a significantly more fun game than I anticipated. I don't usually play mobile games, but this one's really good.
So I do play a lot of mobile games because I generally either in the morning or in the evening just get into bed early and then just play mobile games in bed, like listen to a YouTube video or something. I play a lot of mobile games, and Warcraft Rumble is actually really good.
Yeah. What level are you?
Because you know what it is? A lot of mobile games don't necessarily have much gameplay. You're kind of watching kind of timers ticking down, or you're restricted in some way from the gameplay unless you kind of pay. So it's really good to play a game that has a lot of gameplay elements. And I know when I went to BlizzCon, there were a lot of people playing Warcraft Rumble in the queues. I took pictures because it was awesome. When you're queuing for the various, you know, attractions around BlizzCon, or even food or drink or whatever you was queuing for, there was loads of people just playing it in the queue. I saw people playing it in the opening ceremonies and things like that, just sitting there while they were waiting with Warcraft Rumble open.
Well, we've done a lot of flying lately.
It is really fun.
And it's a lot more fun flying and sitting in the airport when you've got Warcraft Rumble in company.
And it's funny because, as you said, you know, when we're taking breaks or when we're just chilling out in the caster room, a lot of us play Warcraft Rumble. I know that Dranos is just, he has multiple
No one
accounts.
can exceed him.
Yeah, he has some insane hours in Warcraft Rumble already. He is a pro.
Every time I either before I'm casting or after I'm casting, I go stream and we talk about the race and we talk about the content. But I'm usually playing Warcraft Rumble while we do that. And yet, even though I'm playing that for hours a day, Dranos is still way ahead of me.
Yeah.
He's creating the guides and the routes in that game as well already, getting them good to go.
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom.
Right, we're getting ready. Production having fun.
Yeah.
As always. And of course, we have Games for Gamers as well.
Yep.
Gingy's Gingy's
new project. They've got a new app that you can use to really track your progress and work on your progress as you're trying to remain healthy while sitting in Secret Lab chairs for 15 hours a day. While comfortable, it's not particularly good for you. You need to stay active and physically healthy, and Gingy's new app, available from Games from Gamers, can help you do that.
Yeah, because I think the whole thing is you can maintain your hobbies and what you enjoy doing on a day-to-day basis, but you can incorporate healthier lifestyle within what you do. And it's really, really good for stuff like that. You know, you're a gamer, you're going to be sitting for long periods of time, so it's incorporating.
Or standing.
Or standing. So it's really good to incorporate a lot of healthy exercises and techniques and just live a healthier lifestyle in general. Yeah. I know that they have a Discord as well open for a lot of information, and that's definitely worthwhile checking out.
So be sure to check out any of the amazing sponsors we have providing phenomenal products for gamers to maintain, you know, your gaming lifestyle, your gaming artwork, your PCs, your stream decks, your microphones, your cameras, whatever you need. It's all available through the sponsors, without whom this event would not happen. If you enjoy the Race World First, you're enjoying these products as well. Check them out. Use our links below the chat. Use our codes. Get some discounts. Get some great products.
Exactly.
All right, we have some Smolderon pulls going on Team Mid.
Yeah, and the other split has actually started their next one on Gnarlroot, Team American Cheese.
Gnarlroot. I can't get too excited. I think he's a great first boss because this raid, I think, might have more like kind of unique, interesting little mechanic tidbits than any other raid I've seen before. Concentrate in one raid. Like this root spawning that you then burn by soaking and then touching it set on fire. That's kind of a new gimmick. I can't think of anything like that.
No, I don't
And it's just like, this raid's so full of the cool stuff, we'll throw that on the first boss.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a cool mechanic like that before, no, where it's very interactive. You kind of set yourself on fire and then you're essentially burning roots down. It's really
Burn the tree.
Cool. Burn it!
Yep.
Sorry.
If root, then no loot.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah. And you also don't lose too much downtime either. It's not necessarily a mechanic that pushes you out too much because you're kind of soaking and then you're kind of near the roots anyway. You kind of set them on fire and you can still maintain a lot of uptime.
You've always got the DPS POV for me that I completely ignored.
Well, you know.
Uptime.
I just feel like a lot of first bosses have a lot of downtime usually. I mean, there are some notable bosses that's essentially trash. And the problem with first bosses that are trash-based, you know, Hellfire Assault in Hellfire Citadel, even Vigilant Guardian in Sepulchre.
Now, when you say trash bosses, you're not calling the boss trash.
No.
You mean they spawn a lot of trash mobs.
Yeah,
We're
bosses...
Although they, I mean... Sicalia Assault's kind of trash.
Bosses that kind of core mechanics revolve around additional mobs that spawn. They never really scale well. You know, the first boss is arguably the easiest boss in the raid, and even easier on farm or when you're re-killing. You get more and more gear, adds die way quicker, and then there's a lot of standing around, and there's not much damage to be done. So what happened on Vigilant Guardian is the ads just die so quickly, and then you're just standing around, and you can't get your damage out as much either because you're fighting with 19 other players to try and get some damage on an ad that's dying very quickly.
You want to know what I want to see? I want to see Warcraft Rumble as an PC app or even an in-game add-on that you can play while you're standing around waiting for the downtime to be over.
Yeah, the PC version, so you can just have it open and play at the same time.
Yep.
Then you have.
But like you were saying, even Gnarl Root doesn't really have that. You're DPSing the entire time.
Yeah, and actually, what's really, really cool is there is a damage taken increase vulnerability phase, which is awesome. You know, dealing more damage always feels good.
Does it?
So having a surprisingly so actually. This might be a
Happy
shock to
brain
everyone.
chemicals from the bigger numbers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Big number.
And it
happy
does allow
brain
for some
chemical.
min-maxing and optimizing, right? Because you obviously want to line that up with your damage cooldowns, get those multiplier effects going on.
Yeah, you want to blow the bloodlust at that point. You're also saving your DPS potion for that point as well. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but pots have changed, I think, since Shadowlands. So they used to be called pre-pots, and you still might hear people calling them pre-pots, and that's because the way they used to work would be if you use them out of combat, they would go on a cooldown timer. That would kind of reset when you went into combat. So you'd have one use. But if you was in combat, the DPS potion would not go on cooldown. That would be your one use. So you'd use the potion before you got in combat with the boss. It would carry over into the boss fight. But because you go into combat, it would reset the cooldown. So then you'd have one more use throughout the fight. However, they don't work that way anymore. Now they just go on a flat 5-minute timer no matter when you press it, no matter when you use it, whether you're out or inside combat. So now they work a little bit differently. So you have to kind of get out of the habit of pre-potting and save your DPS pot for a vulnerable phase where it's needed. You have to think about it a little bit more, but you do get one less use.
Yeah, but it becomes a significant kind of meaningful
cooldown.
DPS cooldown.
Yeah.
So we have a Smolderon pull here that's going to be a clencher. He's low percent, but we do have 6 people dead, which means it's also going to be difficult. He's going to do one more round of his phase 1 mechanics where he does a tank slam and circles, and we'll have to see if they live through that. If they live through that, I think the boss will die. But it's going to be hard because the more people you lose, the more damage everyone takes from the tank slam. It's not being split between as many people. Look how low everyone's health goes. You go to 2% health and you have a healing absorb preventing you from being topped, and at the same time there's unavoidable damage coming in because when the tank kit lands, the tank has to take a tank bomb far away. Damage hits the entire raid diminished based on distance, so you can lose people from that. But they are going into the intermission with enough people alive. Nothing's going to happen during the intermission, and I think they're going to be able to knock this down.
Yeah, because at this point they're going to be soaking the 5 DPS orbs that increase your damage done. If they hit the boss, they'll increase the boss's damage done. So this is their window to then pump out as much damage as possible and fill.
The one way they could wipe here is if they missed some orbs, they went into the boss, and then the unavoidable fire damage just wiped them. But it looks like they're going to be able to manage this.
Yeah, because at the same time of having that extremely strong damage window, as you said, when you take additional orbs, it doesn't reset the timer of the damage buff. So as soon as you take that first orb, that is your 20 seconds, I believe.
20 seconds.
That is your 20-second window to deal as much damage as you possibly can while you have the DPS buff. But at the same time, you're also dodging all of the lines going out in a pattern across the platform. So you have to try and deal with these mechanics while also trying to pump in that very, very, very tight 20-second window as well, especially as the boss where it's positioned in the raid is probably going to be tuned extremely high, being the
I expect so.
The top 3 bosses, top last 3. It's going to be tuned extremely high, and that DPS is going to be really relevant. It's going to be such a tight DPS check.
You're really going to want to min-max those orbs for sure. We're going to see some interesting tech going on there, I think. This is a boss we haven't talked about a lot today. This is Agira, the second boss in the raid. He's got some cool... We talked about him a little bit kind of theoretically because we thought maybe he could be cool on Mythic. His gimmick is that he's a weapons master. And he has 3 different weapons that he might use, each of which gives him different abilities. On Mythic, he's going to use 2 of those weapons. On Heroic, he uses 1. And the way it works is he puts out 3 circles on the ground, and you soak one of them on Heroic to choose which weapon he's going to use. There's other mechanics going on. He jumps back and forth between the tanks, doing proximity damage that's reduced by distance that he jumps. He's going to send out these circles that spawn spears that pin these people into place, and you have to kill those spears to let them out of the void zones, get rid of the void zones. Some other mechanics there, but the cool gimmick is the weapon choosing gimmick that I think we're going to be seeing relatively soon.
Yeah, so on normal and heroic, you want to be soaking the weapon that you want to give the boss.
Yeah.
Whereas on mythic, because the boss will be dual wielding, the one that you soak will be the weapon that they don't gain.
Yeah.
And they will take.
And that means there's a lot of different combinations with 3 different weapons, each of which have different mechanics. You have 3 different combinations you can have. And you have to kind of cycle through those throughout the fights and decide which one do we want to do early. But it doesn't look like it's that difficult of a boss, obviously, as a second boss. It's been killed already by instant dollars. So even though you could have some decisions about which weapon combinations you want to do early, because it's the first boss, maybe you can even skip a weapon combination. You don't have to deal with it at all. And your choices early don't really affect your choices later. There is no interaction throughout the fight that way.
Not necessarily, but I was wondering if it would, again, because it's the second boss, it really didn't require too much thinking, but I was wondering if there'd be...
He's forging a weapon now.
Yes, you can see the weapons going out.
This is such a cool graphic, right? They soak something and he literally builds the weapon. He's forging it with his hammer right there in front of him. So he's forging a sword, it looks like, right now.
It's another one of those things where it's really thematic and really cool.
Yeah. I do think it is.
And you can see the pings going out now. The new ping system, which was incorporated, I think last patch they brought this pinging system in, which allows each player to be able to ping people in your group. You can ping for danger, you can ping for pay attention here.
You can ping for heal me.
Can you?
Well, surely.
Well, I didn't know if there was a heal specific
I don't know if there's a specific ping
but you
for it,
can
but
ping
you can
for that
ping
reason,
saying,
for
please
sure.
heal.
One heal. Excuse me. Just ping all the healers
One heal
mid-combat.
ping.
One heal.
Health
Oh,
looking
no.
a little spiky here, but they recover through some cooldowns. Now he's using his sword set of mechanics. He still does a couple of consistent things throughout the entire fight, like the spear attack right here. He does that regardless of which weapon he's using. But each weapon comes with its own individual set of attacks. And the boss is sub 10% wielding the giant sword. This is another one that's consistent throughout the fight. He jumps away to a tank and then jumps back to the other one and sends out those waves of fire at everyone.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would choose certain weapons in certain orders. Because I know you're saying, oh, it relatively doesn't matter. But then there is one weapon which causes the whole raid to get a healing absorb. And once the healing absorb is removed, it drops out orbs from heroic and above. And I was wondering if you'd want to coincide that with certain cooldowns, or anything like that, see how things line up, if that would cause you to take different weapons at different times. But again, that kind of deep level of analysis isn't necessarily relevant on the first couple of bosses because of the way that they are tuned. They're not necessarily as difficult as the later bosses are.
If this boss did switch places with Smolderon, then you could expect something to happen, like if you choose the sword, if you choose these 2 weapons, this first combination first, then that changes how the next combination interacts. Maybe it absorbs powers from the unused weapon or something like that in a way that becomes increasingly difficult, as happens sometimes with council fights. You kill one boss, the other bosses gain enhanced or empowered abilities or absorb powers from the other one. You could see something like that happen if this were a later boss, which I think it plausibly could be. But as a second boss, the weapon choices don't really interact with future weapon choices in any kind of particular way, other than if you can skip one by killing him before getting to it or something like that. You might have a combination you don't particularly enjoy, and maybe you want that at the beginning with Bloodlust if you need more healing or something, but fairly minor considerations.
Yeah, it also could have been one of those fights where you could maybe see some deviation in strategy between the different teams, because it's not too often that you see that. I think the last time we saw it, or one of the notable times that we saw that, was on Sire Denathrius in the first raid of Shadowlands Castle Nathria, where Liquid had a strat with the ads that came out in phase 2, I believe. believe they split their raid. Was it them that did the raid split? And I think Echo sent the raid together with the different ads. Was that how it was?
So I was playing the tier, so I don't know what Liquid was doing. But we did split our raid as
you
well.
split, okay.
But it may have been. There were a
some
number of ads
deviations.
that all needed to be killed. They all needed to be handled, and so there were absolutely deviations in what kind of comp you sent to which ad, and what order you prioritize in killing them.
Yeah, both Liquid and Echo had different strats,
Yeah.
and I think that's always really interesting when you see stuff like that. I think for the majority of time, bosses are kind of solved, right?
Right. There's a solution that works. Sometimes you come up with a really cool strategy that obviates a mechanic or lets you skip something. We saw that last tier. But usually there's like do the mechanics correctly, and there's kind of only one way to do it. And I think that Sarkrat's kind of an example of that. There weren't really strats that were different. Both guilds killed the boss in essentially the exact same way. You just kind of handled mechanic. But you're right that council bosses are often the example of a boss that gets killed in very different ways. And it happened in Castle Nathria as well with that council boss, where Echo killed the boss in a different order than Liquid did, and had a much harder time with it because of it. Just a strategic error of not realizing that there was an easier configuration of those bosses to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's also carries down in the community, because I know a lot of the time the Race to World First can't really relate to most people who play, but what could relate is the fact that I remember in Castle Nathria for the council fight, you'd have completely different boss orders if you were in an organized raiding team, and then whenever you'd pug it, there would be a completely different boss order, because there's a difference between doing that fight in an organized team where you can delegate and raid lead and have assigned positions and stuff like that, in comparison to a pug where it's a bit more free-for-all, and a different boss order would probably be better for a pug. I remember seeing mechanics for the first time because I think pugs left one of the bosses alive. What was her name? Began with an F, I think. But the pugs did that boss last. So I remember the first time I went into it and I was like, I had never seen those mechanics before because we always killed her first. I think her name was Freya or Frasier or something. We would always kill her first or second. And I remember going to a pug and we left her for last. And I remember seeing her mechanics and thinking, what is going on here? Because everybody would get a circle around them and everyone would spread. And I remember freaking out seeing that for the first time in a pug. Like, what is happening? Everybody's got a circle around them.
Don't know
Quick
what to do.
scatter. Yeah.
Maybe we can swap over to Kush POV. They're currently in a T-Swift pull that looks to be going fairly well. I think everyone's alive down there.
Yeah, they're going into the intermission.
Or we could stay on this Volcaros. That would be fun too.
Yeah, I mean,
This is a boss. This is a boss that died in one pull for instant dollars.
yeah, not too surprising. Most people.
It has a
said
couple
one
of things
pull.
going on with it that could have made it interesting. If the boss had a lot of health, this is a boss where you can run out of room, a lot of area denial, because he throws out those lavas that you have to soak, and then it fills the room. And if you didn't have enough damage, the room will be full and you'll die. But it looks like his health is just low enough that that's simply not a consideration at all. And if that's not a consideration, he's a lot like any other boss with very few mechanics. It's just soak the things, avoid the things, do the damage. So fell over in one pull.
I was wondering if it was going to be a bit of a situation where you may need to go to the other wing first because you needed a little bit more gear to get past Volcaros. I was wondering if that would have been.
Requirement?
Yeah, if it had a higher DPS requirement, it would cause you to maybe go to the other wings. But then at the same time, that would be an illusion of choice, right? They're giving you a choice of going to one wing or the other.
Although it isn't if you don't know. It's a real choice for the first guild to do it. The same thing happened way back in, was it Tomb of Sargeras, where you had a couple of different wings, and guilds did go down different wings and didn't realize, okay, this one's actually way easier than the Mistress wing, right? Going Mistress first is a mistake, but you don't know that on day one. Now in an era of streaming, you do know that. And now in an era of streaming and 3 days of splits, the top guilds know it extremely well, down to the last detail of not only which boss is easier, which order we can go in to get the most possible gear and the fewest possible wipes, but also just going to the trailblazers like Instant Dollars and yoinking their strats, right? And saying, okay, so this is how we can just not have to worry about this boss at all.
Yeah, thank you for solving it, Instant Dollars.
Yeah. The Volcaros strat.
I remember Mistress Sazine in Tomb of Sargeras. That was quite a significant wall for anyone who played that tier in Legion.
It was.
It was kind of my first. So my first raiding tier was my first Mythic raiding tier really properly was Nighthold. And I remember I joined a new guild and they were on Mistress Sazine and they were progressing it. and me and a couple of my friends, 4 of us, we all joined, and we had our first or second pull. And I think a fight like that's very difficult. There was a lot of coordination on that fight, and putting in 4 new players that you kind of knew nothing about, that were all trialing, can be quite chaotic. But I remember we killed... I wonder what killed the priest here.
Dead priest. Always the most visible of the people who become dead.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yep.
But I remember we joined the tier and we 1 or 2 shot it. And I don't know, it was a total accident. But then we got promoted to raiders and it was like, yay!
Yeah.
Because that was an extremely difficult boss. I was like, hey, I can get used to this mythic raiding stuff. This is easy.
Well,
and then you go to like a fight like Avatar. And you get humbled very quickly.
Avatar was a great boss. We did just see the central kind of core mechanic of this boss. He puts out big circles that need to be soaked, and when they're soaked, they leave behind an enormous lava puddle, and thereafter, anytime you get these circles, they're going to drop more lava puddles, creating an area denial. But as we know, that's not going to be an issue. The big shadow coming in on the far left, that's his tail, and you have to get out of the shadow or get slammed down. Really gives me those Carapace and the Zoth vibes.
Yeah.
Where you were avoiding those shadows of the tentacles.
And that's very interesting as well, because on Mythic, these soaks, you can kind of see the circles that are going out on players right now. So on Mythic, they will become soaks. So it'll be interesting to see if there will be any kind of division in the mini groups, because when the tail comes down, one person might move left, one person might move right, and if any of those people have a soak, you need to make sure that there are enough people on either side of the tail to soak that as well. So that's going to be a lot of reacting in the moment, or because the boss isn't tuned too tightly.
Yeah,
the boss just dies.
The boss is just going to die. I think there's room to mess up, right? There's room to have deaths and still kill it, and which is appropriate for a second boss. You don't want it to require perfect gameplay or perfect execution. You absolutely could wipe to this boss. If you haven't prepared for it, you need to have teams set up to soak and rotate through those soaking in order to not die to the debuff. But none of the top guilds are going to go in without having already assigned those teams and know what they're going to be doing. In fact, weak wars are already here, allowing you to identify who's got the soak, and then you'll be soaking with them. So not a hard boss. It's going to go down here. We have the other team heading to the second platform on T-Swift, trying to wrap up their second split of the day and head into their third.
I think
we're still a couple bosses ahead on Team Mid.
Yeah. Team Mid are blasting.
Watch Kush do the flying. The fun thing about picking up the green orbs is not only do they give the entire raid a huge DPS buff and a huge healing buff that allows you to survive through this intermission, it also refills your vigor, lets you zoom through even faster.
Yeah, which is nice because then you can consistently just be surging forward.
Yeah.
You don't have to do, because there's the ability that you kind of have to aim your camera up. You have to flick your camera. Well, instead of it launching you up, it launches you straight forward. So it's nice that it gives you that much vigor that you can just kind of just keep pressing the swirl forward one as well.
They handled that intermission just fine. Let's keep a watch on this one for a little bit and see if they can wrap up their split, get them into the next one along with the other one. And they're going to be looking, hopefully, to finish their third split and then head to a lunch break. Get that food buff.
IRL food buff.
Yep.
Always tasty.
Well, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
No, I don't know that it's always tasty. I do really enjoy this mushroom mechanic. You see these brown spots swirling. That's an incoming tank mechanic. It spawns a little mushroom that the tanks have to alternate soaking. These little red mushrooms that do physical and magical damage. It's going to be interesting on Mythic because, like you said earlier, it spawns an additional colored mushroom, a green mushroom, and you have to alternate your debuffs from them.
Yeah, it's nice. Again, we were talking a lot about how healers have a lot of mechanics in this raid, and I think it's always nice when tanks have additional mechanics as well. Kind of saw it a lot in Aberrus last raid with what was the second to last boss, the penultimate boss? Name escapes
Echo
me.
of Neltharion.
Neltharion, yes. So Neltharion had quite a few significant tank mechanics as well. You know, they were in charge of breaking the walls and charging into the walls and stuff like that. So I think it's always cool when mechanics are given to all roles in the raid already.
I agree. I think that's really cool as well. So we're on the second platform. If they can come out of this platform with everyone alive, that'll be really good. The second platform is kind of the tutorial of how to handle the mushrooms before we go to the third platform where it's difficult and the timers start getting bad.
Yeah, and everything starts overlapping as well.
No
it gets
overlaps
very
on
sketchy.
this platform.
No, only in the last platform.
Yep.
Because the boss is there in its moonkin form on the first platform, so you get those special lunar abilities, which will see a big glowy kind of clearish orange ball above everyone's heads. And then on the second platform, you have the restoration version of the boss.
All right,
You
but we're
have
heading into
the
the intermission
mushrooms.
here.
Yeah.
All the dragons mounting up and heading through the spiral swirl.
Look
the
how
coolest
pretty
one.
it is.
Yeah, it is pretty.
It is so pretty. I feel like there's so much feel good in this raid.
Yeah. It is important to avoid these orange orbs. They will do significant damage and yoink your vigor, slow you down.
Yeah, you can see the
let it speed
camera
up.
flick happening there. That was
Yep.
what I was talking about. You kind of want
Yep.
to flick your camera up to maintain kind of the surge forward rather than upward.
You can see a lot of people zooming through, avoiding all of the orbs, not worrying about collecting that way. Like Kush, they get here immediately, able to start DPSing immediately as the boss comes down, not delayed at all, which is important because if you do not break this shield, you will wipe. We do have a death. One person lost during the intermission, which, like we explained, if you hit a red orb, you lose 3 vigor, you don't have enough speed, you can't make it. If you don't get there in time, you're out of range of healing when the boss starts radiating out that damage.
Yeah, and it's good because not every single person needs to be collecting those green orbs. You can kind of just give that task to a few members of the raid. So
You have tryouts for that.
Oh!
Dragon flying tryouts. We've talked before about Echo doing DPS sims and like role-playing mechanics. Imagine the dragon flying tryouts to see who your orb collectors are going to be.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Give me your race stats. How quick have you completed certain dragonfly races?
How many attempts did it take you to get gold?
And then you just have before every kind of raid, you all have to compete in the dragon riding races, and then the top contenders then are in charge of getting the green orbs.
Yeah. But maybe you sandbag because, like you were saying, they're the ones with the least damage uptime. If you're the mage, do you throw so you don't have to collect the orb so you can be there immediately and start DPSing with the buff?
See, it's always interesting because it depends on where you want to use those cooldowns, right? Because if assuming Arcane Mage, right, very, very powerful on-demand burst cooldown, very, very strong, and it's kind of like, do you want to put that cooldown into the shield because the shield has to die, but also it takes away from the boss health, right? Because you're pumping all of that damage into a shield. It's not reducing the actual boss health or boss percentage. So it's kind of like, do you want the strong cooldown on the shield or do you want it on the boss after?
Well, and we kind of saw
so
that.
I guess it's the distribution of the cooldowns, right? So if an arcane mage can take down the shield, then other people can save their cooldowns and use that on the boss and stuff. So it'd be interesting to see where the cooldowns are assigned.
We kind of saw that with Radagast's shields phase, where you carefully calibrated exactly how much damage was necessary to get through the shield safely, but no more. So you could actually do that damage instead. Similar thing happening there will be happening here as well. And I anticipate fewer cooldowns being used just because you want to make use of that buff that you gain from going through the green orbs. You don't want to waste that by diluting its power by committing a bunch of DPS cooldowns if you don't need to.
Yeah, and I can't imagine, I mean, all DPS is going to be irrelevant, right? So I can't imagine, but also the boss is kicking out a ton of healing too. So I was going to say, you know, even if your cooldowns aren't being popped, maybe the DPS who aren't necessarily popping cooldowns or not doing too much damage at that point could be collecting those orbs for the buffs. And I was thinking, okay, but also, you know, the healers could also be collecting those as well, but there is significant damage going out onto the raid. So I think it would just be dependent on who mathematically is dealing or healing the least or dealing the least damage at that point.
Useful output contributed to the raid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they can be collecting those green orbs and arrive to the platform slightly later than everybody else.
Although it is important to note, you do gain additional vigor by collecting the green orbs, so you can, you know, go faster in theory.
Speedy, go quick.
But it's a good point about the healer cooldowns because you need a lot of healer cooldowns on this last platform to deal with getting through the roots, into getting through the dispels, into getting through the much more difficult and the most difficult part of the heroic pulls, which they just succeeded and finished, of the stomping on the seeds and getting rid of those mushrooms. 'Cause there's a lot of them. They do a lot of damage. They do a lot of individual damage every time you go through it, and you're incredibly spread out, which limits the array of healer cooldowns you have available to keep everyone topped and taking less damage. So you really want to allocate. You don't want to have that shield phase last so long that you lose an additional cooldown that you had intended to use to keep the raid alive during the spread phase.
Yeah, as we can see, your favorite boss.
Larry!
Larry!
I love... Okay, that sounds weird. I don't love Larry, but this is a cool boss.
How could you say that?
I like Larry as a friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just got friend zoned, Larry.
But I do really enjoy this boss. It's such a cool cycle of mechanics as you deal with these treants coming in that you have to kill. After killing them, they capitulate to your superiority and become your friends, and you heal them back up, and then they go into the middle and power up your fire hose.
Yeah,
can
you got
spray this
teams of
lava.
firefighters going out and clearing out all the fire, which I still think is really cool.
It
And you
is
got
cool.
some healing mechanics as well, because there's ads that you need to heal up.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of variety.
Yeah, and on Mythic, it's going to be very interesting because you have to allocate DPS very carefully. You have to kill the treants in order to keep your fire hose going. You have to kill the root in order to create a safe space from his otherwise raid-wiping AoE. And you have to do it in time and in fairly measured ways. This is interesting because you were talking about Mr. Sazin, where you had to kill ads in specific times to drop those puddles, remember? Similar thing here. You need to kill these ads in specific measured ways in order to deal with the mechanics of the boss.
Yeah, there was also the scary pufferfish on Mistress Azine, which I think caught people out a lot because on a timer, a shark would come up and eat the pufferfishes. And if you were still holding one, you would also get eaten by the shark and you couldn't immune it. I think it was one of the, I don't know, we always say Tomb of Soak Garrus, but I think that it was kind of one of the first or earlier mechanics where you couldn't just really cheese it with an immunity. Ooh.
That's a long stun.
It's a very long stun.
Yeah, very punishing. Got the overlap there, but that's okay. That's another thing we were talking about, right? That's one of the things that on Mythic you can have overlaps that become more difficult to deal with because the whole is greater than some of the parts. And you saw there they had the circles that they had to take out to drop lava on the edges, and then they also had meteors dropping down that needed to be soaked. And if you try to go for a soak and get clipped by one of your friend's circles, then you can end up getting stunned and maybe not be able to soak that. On Mythic, that might be very tight.
Oh, also talking of overlaps, you kind of just saw it there where you've got a soak and then you've also got those big flaming tornadoes. So a couple of those tornadoes went over a soak. They had to move out and then make sure they got back in straight away.
Okay, we're at 4% with most of the Red Dead. This is going to be very, very close. This is what we're talking about. This fight can be so tense at the end.
Soak's going off.
Soak's going off. This is not it.
4%, I believe, on the boss. Yeah.
4% of the boss. This is not the first time we've seen it happen. This boss is exactly the kind of the boss that can really just escalate at the end. You're running out of room. You've decided to commit to the boss. You don't kill the trees. You can't put out the fire. And you think you can make it. And then you don't.
Yeah, and it's always that kind of gap. It's not necessarily just a gamble, but we were talking about it earlier where sometimes you can kind of think, we don't need to clear, let's just keep DPSing the boss. How much play area do we really need? This is fine, keep going, commit. But unfortunately it just kind of spiraled out of control, which is another theme.
Absolutely.
Spiraling and snowballing a lot of these bosses.
And I love that. I think it's a really cool way to handle bosses, to have them escalate in this kind of way and then cascading failures that don't wipe you immediately just because you have someone dead, but put more and more pressure on the remaining survivors. But we have to say goodbye to our friends in chat.
Oh,
we are being evicted for our replacements coming in. The new cast is coming in soon, so we will go to a listen in with Wave, and you can listen into our friends' rating and then come back into some new casters. We appreciate the time with you. Hope you had a good time.
Had a good morning.
Yeah. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
It's also dead.
Again?
OG. OG.
Remember, when these will die, there's fire on the ground. Plus there will be dodges. And now the fireballs will happen. And then we have Mike cleansing the root coming here. Root is up. Very nice, guys. We go to Skull and we kill it.
Oh, I'm touching.
Yeah,
So just long.
You can ank, it's fine.
Yeah, we hit. Now healers can do the Rambus. Gain 2. And make sure to pick up the orbs. We have one charge here, and then we will go to the tree.
There's a dose already, somebody hits the roots.
I'll do it.
Yeah, okay, Dota can do it. Make sure to be in the tree here, otherwise you die. This one you can dodge, of course, but then after. And be in the tree, otherwise it's over for you. Very one again. Ads will spawn here. And orbs to soak. Just close the spot. Okay, now the roots will come, Dota will cleanse them, and then Dota you also do a quick around, I think. Roots coming here, Dota cleansing the roots, plus the area in general. We're gonna go to the roots around. Make sure to attack Skull, the boss will arrive there soon. And the healers can heal the roots now.
In 2,
1. Very nice area. And orbs coming that you need to soak for crit buff.
Soak all sides. Nice.
And then make sure to be inside the tree, otherwise you will die to AoE. And then we're repeating the phase. Ads will be spawning soon. And then after this charge we will phase soon. Let the boss come back. And we're going here towards where the boss is. Make sure to pick up these orbs here, and then we're phasing. Person is here. And we max really range of the boss and just attack him.
Boss now.
Last. No, yeah. And then we all saw the last phase already. There will be soaks coming very early. Soaks coming here. Make sure they're covered. Very nice. Never fat spawning. Make sure to see them outside and don't break them, please. And these circles go now. If you need a health healing tonic for the healing absorb, just use it. Soaks coming here again. And was actually 3 things.
Clears where somebody wants.
And now we have the tornadoes coming here. These are very dangerous now. And we have the soaks coming. These soaks, make sure to stand in them with an immunity, so you don't get knocked away or knocked out with the tornado. Soaking now. There we go, go check this. Okay, now we have counter coming in, the green boss. Did no one check the seat? Oh no.
I'm going back,
Yeah. No, Aurora is going, that's good.
Legend.
They just press the seat,
Keep
Aurora.
the seat in the middle, yeah. Oh,
Gonna get... Nice.
It's gonna be a major job in farm race. From Emerald.
So the echo plays that helps. Out of the box, guys. Out more. Much higher on the ends. frontal. And after next frontal, we're gonna get more bombs as well. We get more bombs now. Go out with them. Go out with them, guys. Go out. Hands up, careful guys. Now we're phasing. Spread around the boss guys. Spread out around them.
2 minutes.
We're gonna soak do the spawns. Watch the lines. Gonna soak the fire. Second. Soak the fire now, and then we're gonna spread the fire to the roots. So just run on top of the roots. You just go crazy. Burn it all. Also soak the next fire puddles. It's a bit of damage. Now we bloodlust potion. We kill the boss. We can just honestly leave the boss there. We cracked. No, don't say cracky D. Please, Flex, flame.
No, I'm blaming the ad time. I don't care about these ad times. I wanna know when they're active.
He's gotta stop with this dratty
That's the bomb timer, bro.
Yeah, I know, but just kill the ad timer and rename the bomb timer to ad timer.
Smolderon.
We just kill off big rig, bro.
Out with the bombs, guys.
Tell me right now.
I haven't looked in big rigs since 2009.
People love that shit comes, and I know.
Yeah. I really, like, whenever ads come up, I really blast so much.
Oh no, they're fun for me. My 1 minute 20 cooldown is ready anyway, even if I hold it for the first, so.
We also send North. Kenix.
Alright, we're gonna head towards next boss.
We also the spider boss.
Yeah.
We saw your fucking tricks.
The best boss.
Oh, it's a shield.
How many?
We reset, eat buff food, and I will go. Check it. Let's get it. Aurora's job.
Let's all kneel in front when he comes back. He's like, what the fuck? He saw me. Okay, it's time.
Oh, he's back. Okay, pulling. As we were focusing A-win in the beginning, and there will be a tank funnel going to blue if you go to the left side right now, so don't die to that. That's one of the first things will happen in the fight, we're very sad to lose people. Tank funnel is coming here. One more. Very nice. And now melee charge coming here. And tank frontals again.
have the bear in the middle, by the way. Not free tag cleave like this.
You're playing safe.
Range?
Yeah, like if it's closer to hip on pull, classes with free tag cleave.
Last 6 split, yeah. Bro,
Do it in Mythic, bro. It's fine.
Yes,
Don't
yes.
lose it.
We're attacking Pip now. He's in the middle. We can run over here. Now we need to get ready to poly Urkus very soon.
I'm ducked.
We're ducking the bear. Nogi, you can do it. Yeah? You can duck the bear. Very nice. Okay. You can clean up all these flowers, guys. Tank front is coming. Just watch out on the bear. Melee, you can hit Pip.
Oh my.
And then we have a melee charge coming here. Next to Pip. Just get hit here. After this we will go over to A window, where the tank front is. Going over to A win, tank front is coming here. And then we will have a range charge. Range charge here, melee you can still attack A win and the bear. Range is soaking this charge. And now we go back to Pip, everyone. There we go to Pip as well. Attacking Pip. Soon the melees, we will need to run across the room and follow Avon when she jumps and soak a charge on her. It's really easy. Going to her. You can also attack her a little bit, and then melees will need to soak this charge. Very nice. Tank front is coming after this. And then we have a range charge coming. You can still attack A-Win. Rangers just stand in this red line. Then you're good. Perfect. Tank front is coming after this, so we watch out. And then we have a melee charge coming. Don't eat all the flowers. Ducks? Okay, now we will go to the middle and start attacking Pip. He will soon jump to the middle. Attacking Pip full time now. Don't eat all these flowers. We will soon need at least one flower. Ducks. Looking good. Now you position yourself next to a flower on the ground. And when I call it, you step in and remove your absorb. In 2, 1, now. Step in, remove your absorb, and go out. And we continue to hit Pip full time.
Aurora move in the flower.
Also Usolita, you need to go into green purple. Good, go out man.
And then we have tank front is coming out here, guys. Just watch out. One more. Melees continue to hit Pip. And we have a melee charge here. Just get hit here. After this we will swap over to A-Win melees, because the bear will end up there. Going to A-Win. There's also big tank front is happening here. Just watch out.
That's me, sure.
And then we have a range charge. Melees you can take A-Win. Rangers are here, soaking him. After all of this we will go back to Pip. Going back to Pip here. Soon we will need to poly the big bear again. He will be standing in the middle for a nice creep on 2 targets here. So we need to poly the bear. Maybe someone can get a duck. We're getting new ducks here, so press some defensives here. And then Rebels or Servo can duck the bear. Make sure to finish. Don't attack Pip anymore and make sure to finish A-Win and Urktos at the same time. We're going to A-Win right now, there will be 10 counters.
Pip is fine.
That's fine, all good. Now we finish these 2 off here. We have a melee charge coming as well soon. Melee should stand in this. Get everything with them. Very nice. No, but I'm so confused. Yeah, Mike, we always did it like this in every split, yeah?
He's playing range.
Yeah, but he's on fire now, bro.
No, but for real, yeah? I was doing it in 6 splits in a row, and like obviously this is the safest thing, yeah?
Tried it once, but it was too spicy actually in second split, I think.
Okay.
I did, but I was like,
and I mean, I then also don't bring it up during the pull when I'm talking, yeah?
I know.
I don't know, yeah? It's
I'm
just...
not trying to get you out of your flow. It's my bad.
Last warning.
Okay. On to the hard boss, guys.
Oh,
Hard
no.
up.
Fine.
Actually, we're banger group, yeah, to be honest. We'll manage.
Healing is weak.
What?
Really?
That's the opposite what I wanted to hear, yeah.
Honestly, I don't trust Sal anymore. He's like, holy fuck, we're good. We have everything set up for Smolderon.
close.
We die immediately.
Let's go Bloodlust, yeah?
Having things set up and not executed is a completely different thing.
True.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Echo's Race to World First. I am Alex from Fatboss TV, joined by the wonderful Nagura, as we are knee-deep in splits. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah?
I've seen some Mythic bosses go down.
Yes.
So that's exciting.
We have a lot to talk about with that.
Yeah.
Vincent Dollars slamming on through, pushing, we're just taking out 4 bosses willy-nilly, getting Larodar down to 60%, I think it was, in like 5 pulls. It's pretty nutty.
A bit scary as well, but...
a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit scary. But, of course, the guys right now are ploughing their way through their heroic splits, doing a lot better than yesterday, right? They were struggling a lot yesterday. I think it was probably the 18-hour day. Towards the end of it, they were just like,
Yeah.
Smolderon, let's go.
Also, you need to get used to splits as well, you know? Like the first day is a little bit... You know, you need to remember that you have to try really hard in splits as well, even if the bosses seem easy.
Yeah.
Right, so, and you also have to remember how it is to play with helpers, right? That is something they don't do in their normal mythic clears in normal farm content, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think they're now back into it.
Yeah.
Very smooth runs.
So far, so good, it seems like. And at this sort of pace, I think we could probably see the end of standard heroic splits today, and the beginning of Firak clears, and then hopefully that'll be all done and dusted maybe tomorrow during the day, and we can start seeing some mythic pulls, because as you said, instant dollars kind of slamming ahead. Yeah,
I mean, instant dollars, I know some players in there as well. I mean, Saronic is there, for example, that I've been casting with, and they're really good players. They also do splits as well, though. It's not that they're like, you know, a guild that just walked in there and killed the bosses. They do have 4 sets. They have gear. They did split rates as well on heroic, so they definitely prepared. And they did PTR testing. They have multiple characters ready for the race, so they definitely know what they're doing, and they're really good. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the raid is going to be super easy just because instant dollars killed 4 bosses already. Yeah,
well, of course, they've been like top 10 for this expansion. Last expansion, they were sat around the 20 mark pretty much the entire time, so they are a very, very solid guild. But yeah, Volcaros, not a huge surprise that it was one-shot, but the way that they one-shot, because I watched their kill this morning, and it was very funny. Like, it wasn't the cleanest. It wasn't like super messy. Like 2 people died. One of them on the pool, mind you.
Oh, okay.
But it would still, like, they were halfway through the pool, and I believe it was Aurelian who said, "Okay, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on right now." So it's like, sure, why not? So yeah, that fight obviously turning out to be maybe a little bit easier than we were otherwise expecting. But of course, as you said, like they all had 4 set. They're all very, very good players as well. But the fact that they killed it before the final set of slams and before that last fight even reached them, that does seem a little bit close if we look back to something like Sepulchre with the, what was that worm boss called? I can't remember. It was an early worm boss. I think you might be right. Yeah. I think we were hitting Enrage for both Echo and Liquid on that fight in week 1. And it's like occupies a similar sort of space within the tier.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit easier than that. Maybe that boss was just a little bit overtuned for the time. But yeah. Larry seemed hard though.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yes.
Larry was the boss that I hoped in to be a little bit of a tinier wall before we get to the bigger walls. And that's good to see. Now, the one thing is, though, it was also like at the end of their raid day, right? So maybe they were just a bit tired and just wanted to check it out a little bit before they went to sleep. Not sure how many hours or time
I think they did.
spend.
Well, it looks like they got 5 pulls. I think it was 5 or 6 pulls. Yeah.
Okay, so.
And
60% already on 5 pulls, probably maybe not a huge wall. But also a lot of the difficulty lies at the end of the fight anyway.
I was going to say exactly that. It feels like one of those fights where you could, like, if you really wanted to, have like a pretty good pull where you get the boss to, I don't know, such as 60% very early, or you might even be able to get the boss to 30% in your, well, not 30%, just before phase 2 transition. You can kind of just squeeze your way through the first phase.
Yeah.
But if you don't set up phase 1 properly for phase 2, then phase 2 is just going to be impossible.
Yeah.
So I think, although you can get through phase 1, that's not enough. You need to do it in a nice way. You need to do it really clean. You have to have a ton of space, which those guys really didn't have. Obviously, they weren't like doing everything perfectly. As you said, it was more exploring, just seeing what the fight was like. So yeah, I think Larodar, don't be concerned if you're watching at home. Like 60% 5 pulls, it's a meme boss. It might very well be, but I think maybe somewhere in the region of like 30, 40 pulls for the guilds to kind of get their teeth into it, make sure everything's nice and clean, get their CDs all in the right spot, and slam on through. I'm actually really excited for Larodar. I think it's out of all of the like bosses, the early bosses, so to speak. Like I'm way more excited for that over, as an example, Naimu or Nimue, or however you want to say it. Nimue. So yeah, it's cool to see though. I like seeing the guilds run on through and see what they can get before Echo and Liquid kind of barrel on through with their crazy higher item level. They just absolutely sweep across. So this is quite a standard way for the race to start. Nothing too much to be concerned about.
One more thing is that, Instant Dollars is streaming everything they do, right? So we do have the footage as well for Liquid and Aqua to review and see what, mistakes they've been making, things that they can just go in and do better, not make those same mistakes. And because that's not always the case, right? Sometimes there's a guild that does kill some bosses and they're maybe not streaming because they're not a streaming guild, or they just want to keep things a secret. So sometimes you just don't have that information. But with Instant Dollars, they do have everything public, so that's definitely going to help. Oh, we see...
Looks like they've gone for a specific wipe here. They're sending
this is a planned wipe.
Well, I don't think they planned it from the beginning.
From the beginning.
But I think a call was made.
We're wiping here at the end.
But yeah, like even if it's just small things such as, that's what we were going to do, but it does work. Such as like the order that they're going to be soaking on Agira as an example, like which weapons they're going to be taking. Yeah. They can see, okay, that worked quite well for them. That's what we had in mind. We'll take that. Or, no, that looks way easier than our plan. So we're going to, small little things. But overall, it does seem like the first few bosses don't seem to be too problematic, as expected though. First 4 easy, and then it's normally where the difficulty starts for these top end guilds, at least, is where the first Ender Wing bosses kind of kick in. That's where they'll have to spend, more than 10 pulls to kind of get through them. So we'll see that. But generally speaking, at least if we look at Heroic, there seems to be like 3 bosses that the groups are struggling on. Obviously, these are Heroic splits, but it is Naimu that's causing issues.
Yeah.
It is Smolderon that's causing issues, and of course, Tindral.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes me think that Nimue is going to be pretty difficult on Mythic. I think it might be a little bit spicier than maybe I gave it credit for, because looking at the dungeon journal and even testing, you're like, dude, just play the game. Just look at what's hard about this. But I think we'll very quickly find out what's so difficult, because it does seem to be causing not just Echo, but also Liquid during their splits. They're also having grief on those 3 bosses quite specifically.
I'm also trying to remember if it was always the case that the difficulty of Heroic bosses in comparison translated to Mythic as well.
I guess not specifically, but yeah.
Not always, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like something like Halonders, of course.
Yeah.
Was also not that easy on Heroic, but for different reasons, right? And on Mythic, it was just the bomb, like literally the Mythic mechanic that made it so hard. But most of the time it does. Like Anduin, for example, was also very difficult on Heroic as it was on Mythic. But yeah, so I do think you're right.
Generally, I'd say a harder boss. Like if a boss is stand out hard on Heroic, it normally has that sort of flavor to it on Mythic. But that doesn't mean that an easy boss on Heroic is going to be easy on Mythic by any means.
Yeah, I think so as well.
So, yeah, I'm a little bit sad though. I don't know about you, how you feel about Smolderon going down. Like part of me kind of expected.
You mean Volcaros?
Volcaros.
Right?
I've said that
They're
like 10
kind of the same.
Yeah.
Like it's both single target boss, both fire theme, right? Yeah.
So with Volcaros going down as quickly as it did, that to me doesn't necessarily bode well to maybe the tuning being as tight as I would have liked it as a viewer. It's very different for people playing, but
yeah.
How's your vibe?
I don't know. I personally don't think it's a problem, just because the first couple of bosses always die really fast. Like I think people always get surprised about it, and they're always like, oh my god, is this going to be super easy? Is it going to be super short? But it always is the same thing. Like you just forget that it happened before as well, right? Almost every single raid, the first 3, 4, 5 bosses, they just fall over, right? And then you get these walls that take much longer. So I don't necessarily think that whatever is happening now has any consequence on the tuning as a whole, especially because Blizzard is watching and they can tune still, right? They still are doing that. So maybe they're like, oh, Instant Dollars did kill Volcaros before Enrage, so they have some numbers now they can go off. And now they can just, secretly buff Smolderon by 50%. Give another 100 billion shield to Firak. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm getting Razageth vibes. You heard it here first, folks. Oh, man. So, yeah, it'll be good to see. Of course, they're ploughing on through. I'm not entirely too sure what percentage of these heroic splits we have done. We've had some really cool graphics of that.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get...
I want to see that, because the last time I saw the graphic, it was 10%.
Yeah, and it was minus 10% on Smolderon. Smolderon heroic splits. So hopefully we can get you an updated version of that soon enough as we grab players data from the players and the analysts. Just Wait now, of course, in the building, which is excellent. Got to say hello to him. It's always good to see Just Wait at these events. I think he's throwing some of that data across, but of course he's also busy. So we could grab the data when we can get it, which is fair enough. But do not fret though, chat. They are doing these as fast as possible. Although Heroic is a useful thing that, the players do. It gives them practice on the boss, it gives them a ton of gear. They would much prefer to be in on Mythic clearing these bosses as soon as they possibly can. Because of course, if anyone hasn't watched the race in a while, Heroic and Normal does come out at the exact same time as Mythic nowadays. I think we even have the LFR wing this week as well, don't we? Yeah. They've just lobbed it all in at once. So,
Still have to do LFR to get my tier.
Oh no. Shudder. So with that all being released at the exact same time, it definitely puts an emphasis on how quickly they need to do these splits. Of course, in the past, they wanted to do them as fast as possible so they could start getting their teeth into Mythic Plus, although the full Mythic Plus rewards weren't necessarily unleashed on Heroic Week, but there was still some good power to be gained there. But nowadays, it's even more important to make these as smooth as you possibly can. For anyone who does want to join in on these splits, by the way, you can see down below !splits if you type that in chat. You can get some goodies if you're willing to pop along with a strong enough character to help the boys and, boys kill these bosses and get into Mythic as soon as they possibly can. Because, unfortunately, splits, we have a lot of them still to go.
What do you think about Mythic getting released in the same week with normal Heroic? As a viewer for Erasable Force specifically. I know there's different point of views, of course, but for you as a viewer, what do you think? Or and caster, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess when it wasn't that way, the race didn't start until Mythic week released.
Yeah.
So if anything, it would be when Mythic releases, we all run in to Mythic, do as much as we can of the early bosses, and then go back into Heroic splits anyway. Yeah. We still had splits.
Yeah.
They maybe just weren't as expansive in that particular week, just because they went so hard. As an example, it's quite rare to see normal mode splits in that second week.
Yeah.
Maybe for some tier bosses, depending on the particular time. So as a viewer, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. It's kind of a shame that we don't get to see the Mythic cool stuff super early. Of course, that's what we're all here for. We really want to see those Mythic bosses and see the guys do their best to try and counter and learn everything about them. But it's not like offensive. You're playing, because I haven't really played the time, like the last time I played was first year of Shadowlands, right? In terms of like properly raiding.
Mm-hmm.
When did they introduce that Mythic's just coming out? That was with Razageth, right? The beginning of this expansion.
Yeah.
So
I think so. Yeah.
You've done that for. Well, this will be the third tier now. How does it feel playing the game and having that like looming over your head? Does it make it more stressful to try and do really well in Heroic Week, or?
I think it makes it more stressful as a player, as a Mythic raider, I think specifically. And in addition to that, I'm also a content creator, right? So and a caster. So for me, it's even worse, I would say, just because I don't have this 1 week to prepare, my UI and make guides and think about and learn things like because this first normal Heroic Week for a Mythic raider was always kind of chill.
Yeah.
Because you were still raiding and you were still clearing normal and Heroic, but it wasn't as important, and you didn't have to spam so much M+ outside of it, because it was capped usually the first week, right? You didn't get as much item level from M+. So you just kind of, did some M+, did some raids, learned the boss fights, did your UI, read some guides, and I, as a content creator, also writing some guides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in preparation for next week as well. And then when Mythic comes out, that's when you start focusing on Mythic, focusing on getting gear.
Oh no.
And now that's just kind of all.
I didn't even think of that, because like when me and Loz are doing Fat Boss together, making those videos, literally Heroic Week was the busiest week for us because we'd literally wake up, would raid, or would wake up, make videos, then raid, and we'd just rotate that. We'd have no time to do anything in the game itself. It was awful.
True, yeah.
Because we wanted to make stuff with live footage as well. So we'd do like the PCR stuff, and then we'd do like the live version.
Yeah.
If Mythic was out on the same week, I think I'd have a heart attack. So I didn't even consider it from a content creation sort of point of view. That sounds awful, man. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to run a guild on top of that.
Probably not.
That sounds rough. Yeah, no, fair play. But I like generally speaking to the players, they don't seem to mind all too much.
Yeah, for them, I guess not that big of a deal because they also, I guess the Heroic Week for them was just because since you have 1 week and there's no Mythic available, you have to do everything you possibly can to maximize your character and do as many split rates as makes sense.
Yeah.
Which they do as well, but not like to the fullest extent, right? They're not going to do everything that gives them a little bit of advantage because, of course, Mythic is available and they have to focus on that as well. They can't waste time for like super small chances of loot. But in Heroic and Normal Mode week before Mythic was also released simultaneously, they did have to do that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was a little bit more tedious for them when you have to be like, really, we have to do a 20th split rate? I'm level 50 characters now? Yes.
Yeah, that's actually true. It certainly pushed the guilds to become way more efficient with split rates because, as you said, before they had a week. Now, really, any time that they're spending in splits is time that they're not spending in Mythic, which is time that the other team will be spending in Mythic. So optimizing these to get them done as soon as possible, I guess as a player is nice, actually. Like, maybe not for the people organizing all the splits.
Yeah,
like, God bless them.
Actual players, it's probably better. Yeah,
I'm sure it is way easier for them. But as we can see here, getting our splits done with Larodar right now. We're getting the graphic as to the amount of splits that are done, which is good. But Larodar, for me, like after I've seen it, I think it is one of my favorite fights in here. Like in terms of like the mid sort of area before we start getting towards the really chunky bosses towards the end, such as Tindral and Farak and stuff like that. This is definitely boss there. So we're 43.18% through.
That's
very specific.
That's a much bigger number than 10% that I saw yesterday.
So normal all's done. That's excellent. So Heroic splits at this rate. Like how long have the guys been playing? They've been playing from about 8 o'clock this morning. So they've been playing for about 4 and a bit hours now. And we'll be playing until about like 10 today. So they've been playing since 7. So they've been playing for 5 and a bit hours. So I think standard Heroic will be finished today. I'll be surprised if the standard Heroic isn't finished today. That would be... Well, it depends if they start falling off again, actually. If they start falling off like they did yesterday.
Alex said there's no more Heroic splits tomorrow.
Standard Heroic splits, yeah. Like, they'll be doing the last boss a little bit tomorrow for sure. That is funny. Oh, it's just only so much splits that I can take. I don't know if you heard, but me and Jordan came up with an excellent scheme at one of the races.
Oh, what happened?
So this was in Vault of the Incarnates for Razageth. We both turned up on the day. We had our first shift. We were the first shift, 5 o'clock shift, to do the splits. And then Jordan got sick, went home, and then I did that shift, and then I got sick, and then came back when Mythic started. Who would have guessed?
Ooh, I see. So that is something you can do.
I was actually horribly ill. It was a night I'd much rather be doing splits. I slept for like 24 hours straight. It was gross.
No.
Yeah. It was strange. I was sat there and I'm like, is this better than casting splits? I don't think it is. Like, I think I'd rather be casting splits than being sick in a hotel room in Switzerland. Big sad. Oh, man. So this fight, like the main thing I'm looking forward to, I don't know about you on Larodar, is this last phase. Production has said they'll never forgive me for missing those splits.
So who was casting then? No one?
No, everyone had to like double time. So not only did me and Jordan not cast any splits, all the other casters had to cast more splits.
That sounds amazing.
They were so angry at us. They were so mad, man.
I can only imagine.
I don't blame them. Right, fair enough.
Oof. Well, I was doing splits yesterday as well. I hate splits with a passion. That is the #1 reason why I stopped raiding Ritual first.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I joined a guild specifically to not do splits. I was like, I'm gonna find a 2-day raiding guild, 3-day raiding guild, and my number one, the 2 things that I want from this guild: I don't want to raid on the weekend, and I don't want alt requirements.
Okay.
So I joined this guild, and they're like, yeah, we're not raiding on the weekend, no alts. And then they changed from personal loot to group loot, which unfortunately also means that split raids are a lot more valuable. For the normal Mythic raider, of course, for them it's valuable no matter what.
Yeah.
But if you only do 1 split raid, then group loot is infinitely more valuable.
Yeah, for sure.
Personal loot, it makes no sense to do 1 split raid, right?
Not really.
So
too
they're
much.
like, yeah, you need an alt now, and I hate them.
And then now, I just heard on their Discord that they're starting to raid on Sundays as well. So there we go.
If that happens, I'm gone.
Full AFK.
Hope you're listening, Togran. I'm gone.
Yeah, no, there are some really good guilds out there that never do any sort of PTR or any sort of split stuff. Because when we were running the guild, we did splits. Mainly, it was to gain some power at the beginning, but it was also, it gave like options of characters sometimes. Like back when the comps were kind of less restrictive and you could maybe do a little bit more stacking, then it did allow us to have like some kind of really scummy sort of comps that you normally wouldn't really have access to in a 3-day guild.
Yeah.
Like when we did quite well on Unat as an example, and we had like 5 warlocks, 4 shamans. Like that was fine.
Okay.
We predicted it would be okay from the testing that we did, and then we just
Well, to be fair,
people made those characters.
It was a special tier, right? Because you
It was a weird tier.
You had so much time, like, because there was no item level increase, right?
It was like a tiny item level increase, and none of the items were going to be any good for the next tier, really. It was like a little mini tier.
Yeah.
But we wanted to do well on Unat. We did quite well on Unat.
It was a great boss.
I really liked it. I wish,
It was
like,
really good.
one thing that would really kind of excite me to kind of go back to do WoW is those sorts of like they kind of did it by accident by making something really, really difficult in the middle of a raid tier, like between raid tiers for like no reason. It was like, here's Unat, 800 pulls later, by the way. You know, like it was kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But I really, really enjoyed the concept, even though I was trash on that fight and I nearly like threw my chair out the window just because I was playing so poorly. Like the it's a really cool concept, and I think it's something that they kind of are missing out on a little bit. I kind of like that kind of, especially if it doesn't really give too much in terms of power. Like you don't need to do it for the next raid tier.
Yeah.
So if you want as a group, you like a normal raid team, it wouldn't make any difference to you. But then if your raid team's like, oh yeah, no, it'd be cool to go and do this difficult thing. Maybe it drops like a cosmetics or something like that, or just some fun things. It's just a good fight. That'd be a cool thing for them to introduce a little bit more. I would like that.
I think so as well, just because, I mean, the one thing I really liked about it is that when it came out, you did not have to do like normal, heroic, whatever first necessarily, because you already came in with the best item level, right?
Yeah.
So it was kind of, it almost felt like a scaled fight.
Yes,
it felt
exactly.
like an FF14 kind of fight where you just go in and you scale and you can just immediately do the most difficult version. And I really liked that. And it also made it so much easier for them to tune it as well, to make it a hard boss, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No,
I mean, it makes sense because they can take all the numbers from the previous raid, and those are going to be the numbers, right? So they can really make it as hard or easy as they want, and just have this like middle tier kind of thing, and I like that a lot.
It's the closest thing that WoW's done to like an ultimate fight in a way, from Final Fantasy. Obviously, they weren't just like, we're making an ultimate fight. It just turned out to kind of fit that same sort of pattern. And yeah, no, it was awesome. Really, really cool stuff. Would love to see more. All I'm going to do is talk about it though. That was the thing I was waiting to hear at BlizzCon when I was watching it from home. I was like, bring back 10 man. I'll play all day, every day.
Yeah.
Like I'll
10
be.
man. I was thinking about that too. Yeah.
I wish they brought back 10 man. And if not, maybe do a little shake up on how maybe raids are going to be done. But it looked like they're more mainly focusing like on the delves, which to be honest look pretty cool. Like especially if it's
They're
like the
very casual content though, I think.
Yeah, but if it's something like the Suramar training grounds, you know, with the Wither training. I actually really enjoyed doing that, especially if it's like optional and like it's something for the outside people to do. Then cool, you know.
The thing is, I think if Wither training would have been optional, I would have never done it. Like,
Wither trainer was largely optional, wasn't it? Maybe gave a little bit of AP, but nothing crazy.
Like I mean, I was also in a raceable first guild back then. I'm pretty sure like I had to do that. So
was there like a tiny little power gain from it?
Yeah, the whole Suramar chain, you had to unlock the. Didn't you have to unlock the dungeons? You couldn't even do Court of Stars and Archway.
You might
be right, actually. You didn't have the reputation or something.
Yeah,
but I don't know, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. You might very well be right, though. I'll take your word for it. But no, it's cool that it's like by the sounds of it, it's not going to be these delves are going to be like a thing that if you want to do them, then go and do them. It's just something nice and out in the open world. And it sounds like they're not really pushing it to be a way, like the top end aren't going to have to farm them like they had to do with Islands or Torghast or anything like that. Seems like they're learning from that, which is good. It's about time, if you ask me. But yeah, like there's someone catching up because I've just come back after not doing an entire season. If there were delves in the game right now, I'd be like spamming that stuff just to get some nice catch-up gear. Like instead of doing like wild quests or killing rares and stuff, like it's a little bit more boring. Like delves sound like a little bit of fun just to catch up before I can slam Mythic Plus.
No, I think it's because that's exactly what the game was missing. I think like content for people that don't necessarily want to do M+ yet, but still want to do something that is like repeatable and they can do a lot. Because other than delves or dungeons, we only had quests and like open world content, which is kind of like,
yeah,
you know, we've had enough of that. We know how that works.
Yeah, for sure.
So I like the idea. The one downside with the not with the delves, but with the like the small raids that we talked about, like the Unat tier, is like for raceable first. I think it's a bit weird.
Yeah,
right?
You probably like
Not sure how they would handle that.
Yeah, like for race, like you probably wouldn't see it as something like you would just flat out say because you'd literally just going in and say that Liquid managed just to annihilate the boss before the server comes up because they just MLG'd the hell out of it, then fair enough to them. Like, you can't really compare it at that point, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the time difference of, like 8 odd hours or whatever it is, now these guys went NA and got some previous experience. I don't even know if you can even say that there was a time difference. It's weird now.
Yeah,
but it's
definitely different.
It becomes very, very, very negligible over the course of like a week, right? It's
of a long period, yeah.
It's basically
the
nothing.
And less it matters.
There's even arguments that in some cases it actually benefits Echo in some ways and shape or form. They start stealing off each other. It gets weird. Like
it's really just a back and forth. And I think it's always because people always, of course, argue about.
It's good fun to argue. Yeah. As long as we keep it nice, chat. Keep it nice.
But the one thing that I think people never really talk about or think about is that it's always different, right? Like every race, it's not that it's like, oh, this. Like it's always an advantage to be an A, or it's always an advantage to be a U. I think it's very specific from each race, and it's like small things here and there, and it's impossible to actually tell whoever had the bigger advantage or the bigger disadvantage.
I think it changes over the course of a day at sometimes
even
as well.
Yeah.
Like, depending on who just got up, they have a small advantage because they get to see the other guy. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is weird. Like I think that with a thing like Unat, strangely enough, Unat was one of the times where the top end guilds really didn't go ham on it because I think MDI was going on at the same time. So a lot of their like top players just like, dude, I'm doing MDI.
I'm doing other things.
So like because Pieces actually got world first on that, and it's not because the other guilds weren't trying. I just think they were missing quite a core component, and Pieces were just slamming in that time
Pieces
anyway.
was doing really well, and the other guilds, like at least there was no like real, like they did not do the whole raceable first thing, and they were still trying, right? They were raiding, but they were not going as ham as they usually would, right? Yeah.
But yeah, I think it'll be a really cool thing for them to introduce, especially the idea of something really tightly tuned, as you said, because they already had all the data, so they know exactly how much damage you're going to be doing going into this. They're not really introducing any class changes either, because it's like a little 0.5 patch, maybe small things here and there. Hopefully not an entirely new class or spec even, but you know, just a small patch that brings it in, and you can tune something to be really quite tight for these sopping guilds, or any guild that really wants to slam face. They're full biz, they're kind of in full farm mode doing their boosts or whatever. It can add a little bit of spice to it, and especially because it has a normal and heroic mode as well. You can use that as catch-up gear. You get to still explore that boss if you're a bit more of a casual player and not like in one of these top end guilds. You know, you get to go and see Unat and what the fuss is all about, and then die because everyone's stacking up when they shouldn't and not stacking up when they should.
Yeah, and you also don't feel the need to do it though if you don't want to, right? Because you're not going to miss out on that much if you're not going to kill that boss, because it's just a mid-tier. So the only downside is like, why would Blizzard put time and effort and money into creating it when then they don't do an actual raceable first for it, and a lot of people are not actually going to do it, right? So that's, I guess, the thing that would have to change somehow, that there actually should, if it's a race, then I think it works for Blizzard because it's enough marketing, right, for them, that it would make sense.
Perhaps, yeah.
But if they're not doing that, then
the thing is like if it's difficult enough, so It depends. I don't want to like I said to myself before I came here, I'm not going to sit here and just talk about Final Fantasy all day. But we're basically talking about Ultimates right now.
Yeah.
So the way that it works in that game, at least, is that the fights are so difficult that it does take nearly a week to complete. Now, whether or not WoW wants something like that, and the difficulty between Final Fantasy raiding and WoW raiding, it's almost uncomparable just because the games do play so differently, and the way the boss design works is so different. Like, they have like an 18-minute long fight where if one person dies pretty much at any point, then you entirely wipe. That doesn't really work with 20 people. It doesn't really work with the fast sort of gameplay of this and the way that healing works in this game as well. It wouldn't. I'm not sure if that exactly would work, but if you made a fight that was so hard that it literally took, I don't know, 700 pulls, then I think you could certainly put on an event. Maybe not one like this, but like online, and as an example, you could certainly put on something like that, and that could last like 3 or 4 days. 700 pulls.
Yeah, I would love an event like, and I think it would even be almost like more hype than a quote-unquote normal race of first, just because, like, for the viewer.
For sure.
Just because they would go straight into Mythic probably.
Yeah,
like
100%.
So the event starts and they're all going to Mythic, and it will all be much more interesting than it is now, where everyone's hyped. It's like, what stream? Oh, split raid.
I know what you're talking about. These split raids are awesome. Let's go. Love Smolderon. Let's do it.
Sometimes I see them wipe in the corner of mine, like, oh, but I'm not going to talk about it. It's like FF14, yes.
Let's bring the despair. Oh man.
I did play a lot of FF14 myself as well.
You did, yeah?
Yeah. I do want to play a bit more too, because I stopped a while ago when like a patch came out in WoW, and I had so much to do in WoW, and then I kind of stopped doing it. But I did do a lot of blind min item level savage clears.
Oh, so fun.
Which was so much fun.
It's
I did it a lot.
great fun. Yeah.
And I cleared UCOP as well.
You did UCOP?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's very nice. Very cool. Ultimate fight.
Yet to do UCOP. That's on my list.
Oh, you didn't do it?
Haven't done it yet,
It's
no.
very cool.
Yeah, I've got
I enjoyed
UCOP to do, and I've got T to do. They're my 2 ultimates I haven't
The
done.
one thing that we tried and never finished, we tried it with the ladies. It was like a full ladies group.
That's cool.
But I forgot the ultimate. It was this one with the feathers.
It might be Uwu. Ultimate weapon.
Uwu, yeah, we did that. Yeah, with Uwu.
Yeah. That's a cool fight as well.
Yeah.
If you're doing that blind, by the way,
What are you
that's
playing?
really confusing. Like,
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like that's a massive puzzle. Like he trolls you hard.
What are you playing in FF14? Since we're committed now.
Yeah, well, this is an FF14. I knew it. I knew it. The chat's probably molding right now as well. I'm so
the thing
sorry.
is, I can't reach. Like, it's not refreshing.
Oh, if the chat's not refreshing, then chat doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So welcome to the
not
Final
there.
Fantasy section of the of the splits. I play whatever's needed.
Oh, okay.
But mainly healer or tank most of the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been doing it with the Echo team. We've been doing ultimates and stuff for them. Which
I
is fun.
joined them once, like they did. Oh my god, they did one of these bosses blind that are like these trial like.
Oh, the trials, yeah, they're fun. Yeah.
And I joined them for one of them. It was fun because I had already killed it.
Oh, so you were sat there just.
And I was like not saying a thing,
Yeah.
right? And it's interesting to see how they figured it out. Right?
Yeah, no, I did that with them as well, occasionally here and there. It was very funny. Oh man, looks like this Smolderon isn't going too well, by the way. Moving back to World of Warcraft.
Yeah, they did wipe. I mean, Smolderon is just very difficult for them. It definitely seems like the boss they wipe to the most.
Yeah, it does seem surprisingly difficult, this fight on Heroic. Like, because it doesn't seem to just be a pure numbers thing as well. Because you definitely go on a spiral, yeah? Like, less people to soak means that people are taking more damage and then they get the healing absorb. It just gets nastier and nastier. And, of course, the boss is getting whittled down less and less with the people that are dead. Like, currently, right now, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that this is likely not going to be a successful kill with that many people dead already.
You see how many buffs the boss has?
The boss currently has 2 orb buffs.
Okay, that's fine.
So 2's alright, but I think anything beyond like 3 or 4, you're kind of looking at, yeah. Because what is it, 5% damage increase each one? I think it is, something like that. 5-10% damage increase.
Could be.
So, yeah.
It's interesting because I did normal mode yesterday with my guild, and normal mode is incredibly easy. Like,
It
was
does seem
really,
pretty
really,
chill.
Really easy.
These guys annihilated normal mode split so fast.
Yeah, and then we did Smolderon, and apparently some people in our guild did not all know about these balls that you have to soak them, right?
Right, yeah.
And I look at my rate frames and I see the buffs and the stacks of the players in the intermission phase, and I see some people had 2, some people 4, 3, and I'm like, oh, that must be bugged. I'm sure they soaked all of them. That's weird. And then I look at the boss, like 33 buffs. I'm like, oh
my
no!
God. I assume that was a wipe.
No, we killed it. That's how easy normal mode is.
Okay, fair enough. Normal mode, the orbs are more of a suggestion
Yeah.
than they are an actual mechanic. Fair play. Yeah. Next, did you do like 2 normal mode splits yesterday then? Was that your thing?
Yeah, we did 2 normal mode and a little bit of heroic.
Cool. Did heroic feel like quite a substantial step up?
Well, we only killed 6 bosses, and they did also not seem that hard, the first 6.
Oh, so you managed to get through, because these guys obviously been struggling on Naimu here and there, but that was...
And Naimu, well, we wiped
Nimue or
twice.
whatever. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's fair. That seems to be about right. It seems like that fight needs a little bit more... I don't know what the right word is. Maybe just focus might be the right thing. Like, it's in, you kind of need to stop mucking around and actually pay attention.
Yeah.
Whereas the other bosses, it seems you can kind of YOLO through and react rather than plan, which is fair. I'm super interested to see what Naimu is going to be like at the end on Mythic. It's because I don't think that Instant Dollars did any pulls on that. They went and did the council fight, which I think took them, once again, it was sub 10 pulls. The council fight didn't take long. Then they went and did Volcaros, and then that was it. They did some Larodar pulls, and then they called it. So no signs on what Nimue is like just yet. I'm just going to keep cycling between all the pronunciations of that boss's name. The green end boss.
I wonder if they pulled it... I assumed they did. I assumed they turned up the stream and at least pulled the boss.
Perhaps.
Or maybe they did it even on stream before they
Maybe I
went to
missed
Larodar.
it. Yeah, perhaps they did.
Because I'm sure they wanted to see... Because it's important to know what's easier, right?
For sure.
If you spend a lot of time on the harder boss and then you could have just killed the easier one, you're missing out on a gear from the easier one, right? So I do think...
Yeah, it's one of the problems that you are faced with when you're going into something like this without any foreknowledge from it, like any other guild. Because by the time, of course, Echo are likely to do it, Liquid would have already blazed a path. Of course, Echo have an idea of probably what they want to do in terms of their path, but if they see that, Nimue took Liquid 50 pulls, whereas Larodar they managed to do in 20, well, chances are we're just going to go get Larodar out of the way just for that little spike of damage from the loot that he drops.
Yeah.
So I guguess we will see. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing Smolderon die, as unfortunately the world in flames shall consume the souls of our players. But hey-ho, it be that way. Meanwhile, on Nimue, a lot of green. Well, a lot of blue. I'm not sure if it's just the colour of the screen, actually. Is that greeny blue?
It's a greeny blue, yeah. And when I did this boss yesterday, I mean, I think it was partially because I was incredibly tired because I had been doing things all day. But it was the end of the day. It was like 11 p.m. and we were doing this boss on Heroic. And these, like the lines that come in, you can see them spawn right now, like in the front of the boss. You see the orbs spawn and then the lights go through.
Very cool.
And it looks so, like when I'm watching this, it looks so obvious to me. Like they're so slow. They move so slow. They spawn so clearly. It's not hard to see. But when you're playing, it actually can't. Like sometimes I'm just getting mowed over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'm like, how did I not see this? Like, I don't know. It maybe is because everything is green and you're just focusing on different things or whatever. But yeah, it seems very easy just from watching.
Yeah, I think although it's like quite an annoying mechanic for melee to have to deal with, I think they probably have the easiest time because they get to see it spawn a lot easier than ranged. Because when I first saw that mechanic, I was like, oh, this is a crap melee mechanic. But then I didn't realize how far out those beams went into range. It seems like they pretty much crossed the majority of the room before
and they
despawning.
Get bigger.
Yeah, they just get wider and wider.
And on top of that, the range also have to soak this mechanic, right? So you're standing in this puddle and you see the line come towards you. And then you have to think, okay, which way do I dodge this? Or how fast do you have to dodge it? Because if it covers your whole area, then you have to cross a line to dodge it at that point, and then you're taking too much damage, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to dodge it within your tiny little area without crossing one of the lines on the floor, and then you do have to think ahead because it grows larger, right? So you have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like a fight that's really interesting for the majority of range players, and then if you're a mage, you're just full AFK in the brain, just blinking wherever you want. Who cares? Over time back, double blink, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh. It's nice. It's nice when you do get those bosses, because of course, like the mobility of a mage is a very, very nice thing. But when like utility comes in for a specific boss, where you're like, holy crap, this feels really good to use. Or even like, oh wow, I get to press this ability and it not be a meme, such as like flapping on, like as a druid on what's the name of the last boss? Blackrock Foundry. Blackhand, yeah. Where it was like, you know, it wasn't mandatory, but it was the strat where you flap down straight onto the platforms and balconies even. So it is always nice to get those mechanics in.
I didn't get to flap, unfortunately, on that boss, because I was the second balcony group.
Oh,
I was on the first group,
Yeah.
I didn't get to flap onto the balcony.
Sad times.
Yeah.
I really, really like that fight.
That was very great.
You could do some weird stuff. You know in Phase 1 when the tanks were getting knocked all across the room and you had to grip them back each time? There was actually a toy that you could use to make Azula need to grip.
Oh.
The Dark Moon Ring Fling. I can talk about this now because it doesn't exist. Like as in it doesn't work anymore. But you used to cancel momentum. It's like it was like a joke on like you spray out a bunch of rings as if you've been hit like Sonic. You know, like if you got hit in a Sonic game. But it cancelled all momentum. So you could use that as soon as you were knocked back to instantly freeze yourself and just land back again. If you used it on the transition though, it wouldn't like, you know when you fall all the way down onto the floor, you have a full damage immunity basically. It's not an immunity but a huge damage reduction. If you used the ring flinger on that, you didn't. So you immediately just landed and just instantly died. Yeah. I was annoying my raid by basically beta testing Dark Moon ring flinger tech. Just dying all the time.
It's so interesting whenever people figure out these things where you have these weird toys that interact weirdly with some mechanic. Like I remember when there was this flag from MOP where you just put down, it was just like a flag, you just put it down. But it was targetable and you could use some abilities on it. For example, wild charge in normal form as a druid. You fly to it.
That's cool.
And so you would use that sometimes to dodge mechanics. Like I remember in M+, you know, this first boss in Todagor.
Oh, okay.
It would bury and then come up underneath a player.
Oh, and you could just...
if you flag to a place before it comes out, you dodge the damage, right?
Oh, that's sick.
It's really cool. And then I didn't farm it at first. I'm like, oh no, this is silly. I don't need to do this. And then I did high and plus. Like, oh, okay, I guess I do need to do this. And I farmed the whole thing, and then they fixed it, and I was so upset about it.
It was just in Missa Pandaria, like tending to your crops, trying to get this damn flag. And they're like, oh, fixed by the way. Lol.
Or the target dummies. That was at a time as well. We just put down a target dummy in M+, and it would taunt all the mobs for a millisecond, but for one melee swing, right?
That's still quite a good damage reduction, yeah?
So you would rotate them. You had a whole weak guard that rotates. It's like this person target dummy, next person target dummy.
Oh my god, man, that's awful.
Oh no!
Oh, they might get this boss down. They got this. As long as they don't transition, the boss's energy, I don't think it's high enough for it to transition yet. No, they've got loads of time. As long as they can just keep themselves alive. Although this was a messy kill, a kill is still a kill. Of course, Nimue being one of the more difficult heroic bosses for these split runs. It's good to see them get it down. Whilst the other team, meanwhile, on Smolderon, everyone's alive. But suddenly, the raid size is substantially smaller. As we seem to have removed 4 people. We have been seeing this happen. I saw it in Tindral as well earlier, where it just gets a little bit too spicy, so we're having to reduce raid size. It's something that, you know, quite a lot of guilds do as part of their splits, especially if you've got like, if you say you're just more of a standard guild, so to speak, and you might be doing a split run or 2. You have some friends come in for the early bosses as like basically loot opportunity traders, but then you start getting towards these penultimate bosses are like, you know, thank you so much for coming, but you got to get out.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but you're kind of making it too difficult now. Especially if the character's a mega scam. It is what it is. But unfortunately losing a few people going into this transition. This boss is just rough, man.
Yeah, this boss seems very difficult.
If this boss is easy on Mythic, I'm full going home. Like, I'm going to be so sad. I want them to struggle on this fight. Because like mechanically on Mythic, not a whole lot has changed. You've got like these orbs that spawn. Like 3 of them spawn at once.
I mean, that does seem... Because this fight's already chaotic and heroic, right? So having those orbs in addition, I do think... Like, yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot, but maybe it is actually a big deal.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, this is one of the fights where you really don't need to add, like, you shouldn't add a whole lot of other stuff because
Yeah.
the fight itself has already got a very good pace. So you just want to add one extra element to it, which, as I say, these orbs that you need to soak, but 3 of them spawn at once and you've got to soak them in a stagger fashion, but they do raid-wide damage as well. So if you've just taken the group soak and everyone's got a healing immune and then you soak an orb at the same time, it's going to be really disastrous. So that's, like, pretty much the main change on Mythic, as well as the Wild in Flames only having 1 safe zone rather than the 2 available to you, which is going to be hilarious.
Very interesting.
That looks like something really fun to watch, maybe not so much to play. I look forward to cackling over here on the couch.
I really wonder what they're gonna do with mobility classes. You know, like are they just gonna be like, well,
Gateway.
sorry, we can't have any priests here.
Yeah, you get gateway, you get grips, you get...
Yeah, but that's like, it's very difficult to execute, right? Because depending how close it is to dodge, something like rescue always works, right? Rescue is
Rescue
nice,
should be good.
but it has a long cooldown. And the grips are difficult because the priests themselves are slow, right? So
True. Yeah. So
they need the grips.
You could gateway 1, and then you could rescue another, which you rescue 1 priest, and then the other priest grips that priest grips the other priest, so that's fine. You could do that at least 3 times. You're going to be running at least 2 Org Evokers, so
yeah,
you know,
maybe they're fine.
You can do some weird
Well,
ass,
like DKs, I guess.
weird Razageth stuff. Oh yeah, they could just AMS.
AMS.
Just sit in it.
You think they'll survive it? Probably not.
Nah, probably not. Like nearly guaranteed.
I'd
they
be
won't.
very upset if they do survive it, because I had this flashback of Razageth where the DKs were just standing there during the wins, not caring at all. They're just standing there. It's like, what are you guys on about? Like, why do you keep falling off? Like, I don't get it.
I had a friend of mine who was progging Razageth, and he had the worst time. He was playing DK, and he was just like, "This fight's so dumb, man. It's so boring." Like,
I can imagine.
I finished my phase 1 prog like on pool 3. I just sat around waiting for those guys to fix it, like because I'm not doing half the fight.
Stop falling off, guys.
Like, seriously, just come on now. It's not that hard. Oh, we're now getting rage from Mitch saying that they never do any spark damage from the DKs. There we go.
Right, so
Is
I
what
think
it is.
this is gonna be the kill me.
It's going to be tight, actually.
Yeah.
The thing is,
A
all
lot of
we
people
need to
dead.
do
We've got so much
is,
damage.
yeah, like as silly as it sounds, we just need to have a few people survive the ticking damage element of this. The boss is at 2%. After this World in Flames, though, he's going to do the like the crazy World in Flames where it just gets tighter and tighter towards the middle and eventually one-shots you. So the boss is no longer melee swinging, which is good.
We have a rogue alive.
Yeah, so this should be okay. They've got how much left to do? 4 mil?
Wait, how is the rogue surviving that hard?
Because they're rogues.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you can see here where the encroaching destruction is making its way in.
Do it!
Boss going down. Here we go. 1 mil, 600k. Oh, that's a big grip. Boss down. Easy.
Nice.
It's like nothing even happened. Smolderon. So, like the lights in there. Well done, production. That was some crazy stuff right there.
That was so important because because I think lunch is here and they are not allowed to eat, of course, until they kill this boss. So I think
no, they are actually chained to their secret lab chairs.
yeah, and the food, the lunch is also not being like it's not kept warm.
No.
So if they're not,
one thing I thought was weird from production is that they told us that we have to eat in front of the players when they can't eat. I don't know what that was about.
very weird.
Yeah, no. So I'm not really sure
and
why
they also
they
put it in a fridge to make sure it's colder quicker.
Yes,
So if
yeah.
they're not done with their boss as soon as lunch arrives, they're just gonna have to eat the cold food.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they had this timer, and they literally killed the boss just as the timer ended, and then we had to throw the food on the floor. They had to eat it off the floor,
That
which I
was-
thought was the last straw, really.
Yeah, that
but
was really awkward.
Hey ho.
I did not experience that.
yeah, things are really harsh here, yeah? Welcome to the EU! Oh, man. So, talking of which, I do think that lunch is nearly here. So what we're going to do, we're going to throw it over to some comms for you guys to have a little bit of a listen to. So have a little listen in with Wave, and we'll be back soon with some special guests. Don't go anywhere.
Rewatch as well. I would watch it one more time.
Yeah, but I activated RP, so if you don't want to die, you just need to dodge a little bit.
I mean, we could just replace Irino, like, you know, go 25 without... And then just go,
Yeah, up to you.
This boss is free as 26, right? Even if they don't watch?
I mean, I think so, yeah.
I think so as well. I think we can
I mean,
just go.
we can just go, yeah. Dodge here. I mean, cast the rest, cast the rest.
Oh, Simone.
Ping him, ping him, ping him.
I was not here.
He's like, I survived so long on Smolderon, I can die here.
Okay, guys, the groups are done as well.
Okay. When I say squeeze, 1, 2, 3, group 1, 2, and 3, you need to go close to the boss with the roots. When I say ranged, go to the mark to get dispelled, you go to mark as ranged, and you get mass dispelled. Dumiria, you can mass dispel, yes? Tell me if he says yes. Why do we only have one priest, by the way?
Good question.
Well, I don't think we have infinite.
Oh, you mean from us?
We moved Stove to the other group, so.
Dumiria, can you confirm that you can listen to Roger's call and master spell? In Richard. I think it's Joe.
Oh, he's probably muted, bro, watching.
Oh, he is watching the video. Oh, yeah, true. You're right. I just checked Discord. He is in Discord, yeah. Oh.
No, kick him now. He's not listening.
No. Okay. I mean, I sorted everything. I mean, it should be quite easy, yeah, to be honest.
Okay.
Can you put a feast?
Yeah, of course.
Make sure you are AoE spec, guys.
Yeah, important for the major.
Ready to change your view? Let's go. Cutting edge metal posters for the next generation of collectors. Geeky, magnet mounted, incredibly stylish, modern wall art that hits every beat. Discover officially licensed designs from the brands you love and watch them work as a team. Welcome to a whole new wall. Displate. Collect your passions.
Here we go again. Walk like I mean it, yeah. Talk like I seen it, yeah. Live it, cause I dreamed it. You could've did it too, but you didn't mean it. Light up like a phoenix. Ooh, I'm hot, yeah, beaming. I'm really here to give the people what they needed. Somebody built Fort Tough, hard cold like a Nene. I'm bad, how bad? Yeah, I'm good, so good. Yeah, I'm strong, so strong. Something you wish you was. I'm back now, I'm back. Don't back down, I'll never back down. I'm back now, I'm back. Look at my crown, I never back down. I'm back now, I'm back. Always stand up, always stand proud. I'm back now, I'm back. Always stand up, I'll never back down. Yeah.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle, a
system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
At Echo, we aren't just gamers.
We're a small team of passionate and dedicated professionals.
We strive to deliver the best entertainment we can.
We don't hold back, and we aren't shy to share our entire journey with you.
From behind the scenes
to capturing the best moments in gaming history.
We take you with us on an epic adventure.
Our goal is to keep pushing the boundaries
and innovate how we can deliver the best experiences
for our audience
and our partners.
Because without you, events like these wouldn't be possible.
So on behalf of the entire Echo team,
we thank you.
If you would like to join us as we continue to create captivating events like these,
get in touch with us at partnerships@echoesports.gg.
Champions, what lies ahead is a sacred space within the Emerald Dream. Any intruder to the dream will be attacked, no matter the purity of their intentions. With this seed of life, we are one step closer to stopping Feroc.
The seeds of life are in place. Amirdrassil awaits our defense. And Feroc, my wrath.
The age of dreaming comes to an end. This seed will be the ember that burns the world.
2% to go for Echo here as they are racing to the finish line.
Bear witness to the purity of flame and be consumed.
Echo is the new dragonfly! Move out of the way! Oh my goodness!
what is born of fire can never be extinguished. Everything burns, including you.
Finally, a worthy challenge! Give in to agony!
This light will conquer the darkness, shining bright for all to see. Our flame burns on and on. We'll fight for all the glory and hope that burns in all. And from the dark of the ashes, we'll rise up and stand tall. We'll ride on like the thunder. We'll strike like lightning.
Yeah,
just
the cheats after we will wipe the right 95% of the time.
Yeah, it's never clean, so we just single whatever we can. That's it.
Okay, I mean, and also the people that like that died by flying. Will you make it this time, or how confident are you?
Yeah, that is
like
embarrassing. Yeah,
like how confident are you? What happened to you guys?
You just need to fly, guys. Fly safe. It's like going to a world quest in the open world. Just fly. Dodge a little bit the bombs on the way, and that's it.
But yeah, good point. Don't use the pre-order mount. It doesn't have the rolling surge. The mount
is... I wonder.
Is that a thing?
I'm invoicing you, Ginger. Yeah. I'm invoicing you.
Okay, ready? Let's kill the boss, guys.
Have some users, team.
Yeah, feast. Eat.
Okay, guys.
Just turn on your flask. We'll run.
Obviously, we can kill this boss. No.
That's fucking done my screen.
Okay.
Let's go.
Pulling.
Barrel roll.
Let's guzzle this boss, guys.
No, what do I use?
Does it mean
Castle?
1, 2, 3, squeeze.
He's laughing, bro.
1, 2, 3.
This
roots. Range, go to the marks.
The last mark.
Oh no, we haven't seen it.
Lishka dispelling.
It's fine.
Firebeam's coming. I prohibit you from dying to these firebeams, guys.
In the middle, guys, we go to the right here, a little choke.
Look at them and dodge them. No need to cast. Just do instant cast only. It's fine. Okay. Squeezing now. The roots again. And ranged are going to the new markers. Blue, green, purple. Dumiria Master Spell in 3, 2, 1 now. Very nice. We get Firebeam again with pushback this time. So stay the fuck out, away from them, and pushback is coming in 3 seconds. 2, 1, pushback. Oh my god.
Out for the firebeam, guys, watch out.
Don't fly through the firebeam. Okay, now everyone will make it, yeah?
Everyone make it, guys.
Oh, no! Catch me if you can.
Someone
I'm slow falling.
Gingy. Someone catch Gingy.
Nice.
Okay, keep going, Dora.
We're good.
Go quick now. Go quick.
Clip.
Look.
I need
Keep
to watch
going.
that later.
It's fine.
Kill the boss,
Stay
then you get
focused,
rewarded
guys.
with a good clip, yes.
Yes, please.
We could do it again on the next.
You need to make it in 5 seconds, guys. Everyone, get here.
I think Dumiria is lost in the
Dumiria?
south. On my screen.
No.
Dumiria
We res.
disperse. Where is he? In the previous
I don't know.
In his form. We probably didn't pick up a feather, you know?
It's fine, guys, yeah. That's,
I'm in resume, I guess, yeah?
Yeah,
when you see it,
Okay.
Squeeze, guys,
Okay.
group 1 and 2, 3.
Root coming, yeah. Ranged going to the markers. Okay, Dumiria, fuck yeah, he doesn't have, yeah.
Oh, it can, yeah.
Okay, Liz cannot. Remind me though, in the future, always the helpers first, yeah?
Just take him into the 2-seater, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yoda is good at that.
Peter coming.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Tasty roar.
Nixa of the turtle and choke here. Revis also rally. That's choke, yeah? Choke, bro.
Oh, the seconds.
Healing absorb at 30%.
That's fine.
Aye. Okay. New markup. Range going there.
We can rest him
Dumiria,
soon.
Master spell in 3, 2, 1. Master spell now. Okay. Next seed's coming.
I just found him.
I would always make it, but yeah. That's good.
Looked a bit
Okay.
spice.
No.
Perfecto.
Okay.
Remember. What's your health, guys? Do not die. Soak the last one. Nice. Yeah.
Dumiria, you can probably mount up on me.
Yeah. Jump on another person, Dumiria.
I'm resting you, Shaw.
Where's Dota?
I'm the blue mark.
GG. No means.
Come with me.
Okay, sorry.
Too soon.
He's
Okay.
He's on top of somebody. Easy.
Show the entire weight of the world is on your shoulders.
Just whoever is carrying someone, just play super safe.
Super safe, guys. Platform is a bit high. Make sure you keep some vigor for the end. Make it though. Need to be fast. Fast.
Good.
Okay, only one. It's okay.
Okay.
Markers are up, guys. Behind us. Don't get divided by orange.
Yeah, ranged going to the marker.
Remember to pause at a good time, brother.
Okay. Roots with mushrooms. Guys, squeeze 1, 2, 3. But what's the mushrooms?
Okay.
What's happening?
Mushrooms.
Man.
Okay, fire beam. We can still do it. There's no more deaths.
My bad.
Moving away.
Okay, these seeds. Who is sprinting? Maestin, yeah? Maestin pop their R. Spread around ranged. And Lixvi, bubble, and choke. A lot. Everyone helping a bit. What's your health? You can ank. Ooh. Okay, that was scary. Okay, squeezing. We're chilling a bit now. But did 3 people die to 1 mushroom, yeah?
Yeah.
That's...
That was the root and mushroom. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine, we got this.
Okay, fire beams, ranged. Look at this fire beam. You're gonna go in the middle of it once you've dodged it and get mass dispelled by Dumiria. Go to the markers. Mass dispelling. 3, 2, 1. Dispel. Very nice. Now seeds. Nixa, show if you have immunities, use them. We're soaking. Looking good. Have 1 more seed later. That's it. Okay,
we go in between.
Okay, just dodge the fire beams, guys. We're gonna get roots soon, but try to squeeze, but don't die to the beams.
Push at some point here is good.
Yeah, moving out to the marker. We're gonna mass the spell in 3, 2,
we can delay a bit until everyone's
1. Dispel?
Yeah.
No.
Do it. Yes.
Okay, these seeds. Any immunities you have, use them.
Mason, you can roar. 1 second.
Mason roar. Yeah.
Take him back, Nogi. Every time.
Everyone helping a bit. Do not die, yeah? You need to use a hellstone, use it. Get the last seed. Get the last one. My god. Okay. Now we don't play any more mechanics, guys.
Where's me? I'm in the back.
Dodge. Dodge these fire beams. We're not dispelling. Fuck it. The roots. Killing the boss though. Generally.
Nice,
man. Wait, the mushroom didn't go through though?
No.
It was
Rooted in the mushroom.
Okay, I was so confused mid-try because I was like, I even soaked the 4th one.
You did great.
Why the fuck not?
You did great, Nugget. You did.
Sorry. I was so
Crashed
confused.
through the raid and landed in the mushroom. It was committed.
We're taking a break now, yeah?
Yeah. Who's never now?
I'm pulling off.
Alright, let's do 25-minute break, guys, okay? Oh, 30 minutes. Oh, no, do 25.
Give me load.
We're back at 45. I post in TeamSpeak, okay? 13.
We'll stay in here in the raid, but
Okay, we got the juicer, Rise and Healer now. Just get him summoned and we're good.
Corn can stay lagging and he's letting through orbs because he's lagging, so you know.
Who?
Corn can.
he has to be replaced.
Okay, just yeah, don't soak the circle. True. Yeah, corn can. If you're afraid of leaving an orb through, just don't soak the tank soak. We can do it with like 4 or 5 people soaking. It's not a big deal.
That's a bit much saying that, though.
Once people start dying and no longer 10 people, it's like only 7, then it's bad. Or orbs went through and then hurts more, obviously, then it's not good.
Oh,
Oh, no, you can.
actually, no.
Sunwalker not ready.
Yeah, one.
Megatron can Summerwalker just running out by.
Megatron is back.
so
The Sunwalker ready.
Megatron's back. What about Sunwalker?
Yep.
Okay, he's ready. Yeah, we can go. Alright, let's go.
Circles going out. First one is Soul Devo and Darius Hymn. You can hymn already, sir. Dodging in 2, 1, dodging. Get ready to bait now. Bait. Entrance. That's great. Second circle's going out. This will be Mini's AMZ and Neil's Link on the tank soak. Circles out. Mini's AMZ, Neil's Link. Dodging 3, 2, 1. Dodging. This is good. Okay, during this intermission, we will get Zephyrs and Riser and Frago out. Right at the start, pop the Zephyrs, guys. And get your orbs now. That's the biggest thing. Neil Sprintorum, get your orbs now, guys.
Bloodlust.
Pot when you got 5 orbs. I can just die, but guys,
yeah,
just die. Honestly, it's fine. Just die. 6 orbs. Like, let's not go through pain.
Can we quick check who it was?
Can we keep what?
Quick check who it was.
Yeah, Pac-Man just died. I don't know why he died though.
Okay, he spawned his orbs too far forward and he panicked or something, right?
Is that it? Good info. That's it.
We saw another range, could tell him where he could kind of like get knocked from, positioning wise.
The second ring is pretty good.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter where the fuck you get knocked. But yeah, I mean, more leeway the further back you are.
The clip in memes and clips. It's pretty funny.
But I'm a warrior, I was ripping them in melee, and there was no problem, so I don't think it matters too much.
Don't go too close to me. That was our idea. We'll explain the strats as well, but wasn't that necessary. But generally, don't lean close to melee. Makes your job harder at that intermission start. Okay, let's go.
Can we drop half stones? Okay. I don't have. I'll just try. Thank you.
Hey guys, come on. Let's get it. I'm hungry. Food is waiting. Alright, circles going out soon. This is Soul Slevo and Darius Hymn coming soon. Daria, you can start hymning. We're dodging in 2, 1, dodge. Baiting now at the entrance. Bait. For next circles, it will be Mini's AMZ and Neil's Link. Circles out. Mini's AMZ, Neil's Link. And dodging in 2, 1, dodging. Full on dodging. Press flags quick. In intermission, remember, focus on your orbs. Go to the left, make sure you're far away. Zephyrs now, every Zephyr now. And collecting your orbs. Collect your orbs, and when you got 5 stacks, that's when you pot. Get 5 stacks. Get 5 stacks. Now watch your feet only. Once you get 5 stacks, watch your feet. Alex up. Keep Myth up. Kneel up. Guys, stop getting hit. Just walk. Okay, this is a good juice though. Nice.
Back.
You got the big pump. Now, circles will go out soon. Zazi will barrier, Fraggle will rewind, and Ryzen will this. Circles out. Barrier up, Zazi. Perfect. And dodging in 3, 2, 1. Dodging, guys. Dodge first. Now, baiting.
It's what's purple. It's okay.
Okay, it's fine. We had some previous good baits. Right, circles going out soon. This will be Stove's him, Velo's barrier, and Freddy's rally. Freddy rallying, get into the barrier.
He's dead.
Oh. Dodging in 3, 2, 1. Dodging. Okay, Myth. As soon as we get knocked back, as you collect your orbs, pop darkness someone. Daria, you will solve during this intermission as well. And get your orbs now. Get your orbs. Hearty sprint totem. Get your orbs. Daria solve. Orbs.
We can rest him. Actually,
No, we don't have yet.
No, he has for next intermission. That's why it's relevant. Cosmetic right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Alright. Get ready for circles out soon. This is repeat of phase 1. Soul's Devo and Daria's him. Circles out. Daria hymning when you can. And dodging in 3, 2, 1. Dodging. First dodging. And
Purple.
baiting now. 2 seconds left on the Gazer Big Pigs. You can say, yeah, that's good. Alright, get ready for circles out again. This will be Mini's AMZ and Neil's Link on the Soaks. Mini's AMZ and Neil's Link on the Soaks. Outer people can maybe consider personal. In 3, 2, 1, we're dodging, guys. Keep looking. And get out of there.
Gonna rest you now, Stove.
All Zephyrs with the knock.
Just don't let all
Stove you will solve during the stove whenever it's good. Okay. Neil sprint, yeah, nice. Get your orbs, guys. Get your orbs. Corn cannon, you can roar as well. You can move in. Get out there.
I think we just use the space we have. Plus it's really low.
Sure, yeah. Guys, make sure you just don't die here. You can pop any immunity. I see 3 turtles up, 1 bubble up. Use them all. Use your personal hostile shift. Anything you need. Alright, circles out. Dodging in 3, 2, 1. Fraggle rewind whenever it's good.
This near purple.
Baiting.
And we can just have all the space left.
I mean, it's good.
Circles going on. This tank soak will be Velo. Soak as you.
I'll bury you this.
Velo. Stove, you're hymning whenever you're good. Be in Velo's barrier. And dodging soon. Any immunity you got now. 2, 1. Dodging. Bubbles. Readily soul bubble.
Let's go, guys.
Good shit. That's right.
Is this just the
When we
last?
don't let orbs through.
It's the last, yeah.
Should have done that first time. The last on pause, Giga bed, I guess.
Yup.
Alright.
Yeah.
Let's quickly kill Tindral.
They're so fucking loud.
I think it's a bit more risky to last in intermission, but then you wipe early if you wipe. You might get more orbs going through, you might have more things, but you know.
Alarm going off, and then it goes the last one.
Yeah, it's just the boss dying before that last intermission. I think is really good.
I think the big thing is just having some of these people just not soak the tank on, yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like first pull, like this
yeah.
The less people getting the orbs means less potential fails, right?
Is us being in group 5 and 6 bad for the heat absorb, or is it just because I altered? Like sometimes I had the heat absorb to like 15 seconds after the soak. It was horrible.
Alter for sure.
It's really hard. I think it's kind of the same for me, but I don't know.
You trade the loot. I'll explain Tindral loot to helpers. So helper friends, if you are a ranged class, including healers, you will go to a word marker that we say where you go to when any debuffs are going out, when the dispel debuffs are going out. I will call it every time, go to the word marker, then you will get master spelled there, drop a pool and move out. That's it. Next, we have to take all root removal talents that we can take. People who can remove roots very easily is hunters, paladins, I say hunters with disengage, paladins with freedom, mages with normal blink, druids with shapeshift, monk, tiger's lust, shamans, the spirit walker, and that's it. Those should be taken. If you want so just mini decay, that's fine. And whenever we get roots, you stand a bit further out and just remove your root. So you don't steal space from people who actually will get rooted, so that they can be close to the boss and get cleaved down. Speaking about cleaving down, we want you to take cleave talents. Take any cleave talents that you can take. This is not a single target boss. It's all about the root. Kill the roots, everything is super easy. If you don't kill them, instantly die. So just get the roots done to full pump damage. Next is dragon riding. Just take the safest path to the next platform as possible. Don't soak any orbs. You'll still get the damage buffs, even if you don't soak them. Don't soak red orbs, definitely not. If you have any dragon riding macro or anything, make sure it's correct. Make sure you can dragon ride. All you need to do is go on top of a feather. Then you will get a buff. You'll consume the feather, so if there's many people, you might go to a new feather. Make sure you get it. And then you press your dragon riding mount button. Whatever you use outside in the normal zones, it should work. That should be it. Let's ready check.
Oh yeah, swag. Oh, so we need to trigger the RP. Careful when Tindral comes down. Who do you want me to perma freedom every time? Or do you want me to just save it? So. Oh shit.
Push so he can do better cleave.
Yep.
Push? I don't think he would change his cleave.
Yeah, I think he has long arms and black power, so it reaches.
It does.
He usually wanted it.
It does help.
Yeah, it's not sure that helps that much.
I mean, okay, just do Daria. There you go.
I'm doing Daria.
Okay.
Yeah. I assigned Andy to the augmentations, and then I think everybody else can get out. And then all of us obviously don't get anything because we can walk into melee.
Okay.
Alright, I'll do some both of them. Or maybe I'll just do either one.
Fuck, I'm going AoE 1 sec, sorry.
Alright.
Let's go.
1 sec. Just 1 sec.
I'll do freedom on floor then.
Yeah.
Master spells are Ryzen Actually, let's do Zazi and Velo do it. They're used to it more. Velo, you do first, Zazi does second, okay?
Yep.
Alright. You ready, Knocker?
Yeah.
Alright, we're going.
Guys already see the world marker, guys. You will go there after roots.
After the next boat.
It's coming. Get close if you can't break it. First, the spell's coming. Ranged move to the world marker. And dispelling now. Is there someone on route actually further? Oh, get
Was
Daria. Wait,
He
no,
was supposed to get freedomed. Floor.
He got freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Race to World First. We are joined here on the couch by the wonderful people from Fractal. Thank you very much for coming to join us, and would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, we're coming from Fractal. We have our office in Gothenburg, Sweden. So it's a short trip to get here to Växjö. Some lovely snow on the way today. Very nice. So we're working in the department that handles the fun stuff, like partnering with you guys and these kind of events. So I'm Victor, and with me are
Alena.
Jacob.
Nice to meet you guys, and thank you
to
for
meet
coming
you.
this way. And thank you for saying the name of this place, because I still can't pronounce it.
One more time. Can you say one more? Växjö?
That's a
Växjö.
pretty close one.
Växjö. Okay, we're going to stick with that.
I will not remember this. 5 minutes, I'm going to be to Växjö.
It might be Vaxjo, we'll see. No, we really appreciate you guys coming down, of course, providing the wonderful Fractal cases that we see throughout the entire venue, all of the player machines, as well as the wonderful machines behind us. But you have some exciting news for us as well, as far as I'm aware.
So we have checked out, of course, your previous events, and one of the segments that came very close to our heart is this wonderful setup review. And what we love about the setup review, of course, is that it drives further incentive to donate to this wonderful charity, RAD, Rise Against the Disorder. And we also have now an official partnership with RAD. So we're very happy to announce that, and this is one of the great ways that we can support that effort to bring further awareness to that. So we're very happy today to also support and power this event, and specifically the setup segment where we might see some improvement opportunities.
There definitely will be, if it's anything from last year, because you weren't here for that.
I did not see them, but I can only imagine.
They are interesting, to say the least. Some of them are very interesting.
So interesting, very good, right?
Yeah,
like all of the viewers
sure.
have amazing setups, right?
We'll see. But of course, yes, you guys will be joining us for the reviews this time around, and having a little bit of a pick through and a little critique of some of the faux pas that they're definitely going to be making.
I think the main thing, though, is that it takes some courage to show off your setup. It takes some courage to invite someone into their home. So it's really impressive to see the engagement and to see all of these setups submitted. And of course, this is what's powering this community that's watching and that's taking part right now. So it's very great to get a little home tour of their own gaming setups, of course.
Oh yeah, and some of them are beautiful, don't get me wrong. You get some real nice setups, pristinely, all the cable management in the world, really nice. Other ones look like they've fallen out the back of a bus. But you know, it's good. It's a fun thing to explore for sure. So yeah, we will be going ahead with that. So if you guys do want to have your reviews, have your setups reviewed by the team
We're not going to be
here.
too harsh.
No, well,
maybe.
Well,
think about it.
No, we'll be kind. We'll be kind. If you do want to do that, then please do donate using the link below. a minimum of $5, ideally, with a link to your setup and any message that you'd like us to read out as well. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see if we can get a collection of those together, and then us and the Fractal guys will be going through them as a team and picking out some of our favorite ones. So absolutely fantastic. Can't thank you guys enough for coming and joining us.
I think that sounds wonderful. And of course, we wouldn't be in Sweden if we didn't come offering some fika.
Okay.
So we're
Of course,
a little bit early with this. It's typically in December, but we have some saffron buns that we'll be bringing this time around. So I'll be unboxing those one second.
Oh, nice. I haven't had one of these. Are they good?
What are they called in Swedish?
Lussekatt.
Lussekatt.
Yeah.
That was the most unsure repetition.
No, but it was good.
I was like,
It was good.
Like, the first part was good, and I was like, oh.
quick, make up a story of what that is.
No, I think it's better if you do that.
I liked it because you were just like.
But what is it? Is that just the name, or is it like two words put together that actually have a meaning?
Beautiful.
I mean, I don't know the history of it, like in that depth, but.
So it's just the name. Like it doesn't mean like milk something or like saffron bun.
But Lucy goes for Lucia,
So
right?
yeah, Lucia is a bit of a reference to Lucia, Santa Lucia, which is a very gruesome story from the olden days, actually. But that has turned into a tradition that kind of brings some warm light to the November and December dark in Sweden. So that's Lucia, and then why it's called the cat, I probably don't want to know.
I'm glad I just took that bite before you said that. These are delicious. Thank you ever so much. You always bring us such nice things. Us as casters, I don't know what production might try and cut me off for this. We're always abused with the food that we get given on this. So it's lovely when you guys come along and bring us delicious. Oh, I got cut off. Why'd you do? Yeah, no, I really do appreciate it. About time I got some good food. Yeah, delicious. Thank you ever so much.
Well, that's a Fractal take, no? Like,
hell yeah.
we gotta stay a little bit cozy. We gotta have the proper Swedish fika because we're a short drive away, and it's so nice to be able to visit here with all of the World of Warcraft joining us right here.
No, that's absolutely awesome. Well, once again, thanks ever so much, mainly for these, as well as looking after all of us here with the wonderful cases, and I'm looking forward to seeing these. Their setup, so do get your donations in. Ideally, you'll probably be doing this about an hour or so you haven't got too long. Get a nice picture, maybe do a bit tidying up, and send us some lovely pictures, and as I say, we'll be reviewing them shortly afterwards. So we're going to throw to a break while I devour this, and we'll be right back.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, that was pretty cool. I do like the fractal guys. They're chill.
They're lovely. They really are.
We did devour this. I forgot the name again. Do you remember?
It sounded
Cat.
like Lucy Cat.
Lucy Cat. Yeah.
Which,
Listen Cat?
Yeah.
Listen Cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know, man. I'm super out of my depth. Yeah, I can't even remember how to pronounce Vaxjo anymore. It's all gone. Help! I need an adult. Whenever I'm traveling around Sweden, I've been very lucky both times that I've had someone else, because I literally just completely blank. I just turn up at a train station. My one true skill is looking lost and vulnerable. So hopefully a local can come and help me. Just like looking around like, please, I need an adult.
It's very interesting to say that, because I recently talked about how interesting it is when you're at an airport and you have to be there for a long period of time. It's like, what do you do? And I like watching other people be stressed. Like when they, like I'll just go to an area where there's the most people that walk past, and I'll just sit there and look at them.
You just like to enjoy their pain.
Yes.
Okay,
it gives you like an inner calmness yourself.
Not sure if I want to continue this conversation. Okie dokie. But yeah, no, it's always a pleasure to have the folks from Fractal. I got to meet them last time when we was here, and yeah, absolutely outstanding people, and the help that they give us in terms of all the cases. And legitimately, I was helping a friend of mine set up a PC recently, and I was like, we have to get one of those cases. So we did, and like they're so easy to use, man. Like they haven't asked me to say this. Legitimately, they're so good. They're really, really well made cases. So would highly recommend.
They are amazing looking as well. I mean, I really like them.
Yeah, the North cases with the wood slats at the front, very, very cool. But yes. We do mean it as well. We're doing reviews, so don't let us down. Do send in your donations with links to your PC setups. We do want to review them and have a good look. They're always fun to do. And don't worry, we won't be too mean unless Mike's here.
That's a lie.
In which case,
I'm
Mike,
very mean.
Okay, Nagura. Well,
I won't hold back.
It's going to be Nagura and Mike just being outrageously horrible then. And I'll just be sat here like, I think it's nice. But no, really do appreciate the support on that one, guys. As I say, it's all going towards an amazing cause, Rise Above the Disorder, helping people gain access to mental health. Help mental.
Sorry,
what are you doing? Mental health facilities and help when they otherwise wouldn't be able to. And we've helped so many people over the years. All thanks to you guys at home. So do keep up the support. Really do appreciate it. We've also got some fun goals coming up. If we can flip over towards that, I didn't prep production on this, so let's see how swift they are on changing the overlay. By the looks of it, too slow. Never mind. I'm not talking about charity anymore. Then I refuse. Yes, please. I like the charity graphics, please, Sam. I'm getting crap. But yeah, no, we've got some really fun things coming up. The Alex Ross experience. I actually got told what it is now.
What is it?
It might involve a little bit of ASMR style painting.
Ooh.
Apparently, they're getting me a wig. And then someone said, "You don't need."
Are you good at painting?
I'm apocalyptically bad at painting. Yeah, well, Sam did bring up a good point about the 4 years at art school, but that was just a lot of laying around.
Did that actually happen?
No, of course not.
I don't know. You never know.
Does it look like I went to even school for 4 years?
Maybe you went to art school for 4 years and then just realized I'm just horrible at this.
It took me 4 years to realize I can't paint, by the way. Yeah, so we've got loads of fun things coming up. And of course, it'll be absolutely outstanding. I think we've raised $177,000 up to this point through the events that we've done in collaboration with those guys. So if we can get that to 200,000 this time, that'll be absolutely fantastic. All going towards an amazing, amazing cause. So thanks again, guys. Do appreciate it.
I see we already have one set up. I mean, we're obviously going to
review
this later with the Fractal people, but I do have one link already to set up.
Nice. Yeah, get them flowing in. Do get them flowing in. We're going to do our best to review as many as we possibly can. It's always
and they say, please be kind. Sorry.
We'll see if we can mute Nagura's mic during that one. He's just going to see you raging in the corner like, what is this? Let's see if we can get one of those sine wave noises just to bleep out all the words you're saying. Oh, man. But it looks like they're still slamming ahead.
Splits.
With splits, yep. We've got only one team. No, we've got two teams on the go. Looking at the setup right now, We can see that Gingy is in a fresh group, and we got a group here that seems to be working on Tindral, T-Swift. Jesse got really angry at me.
Oh, why?
Like, I've never seen him so furious.
Oh, because of T-Swift?
Yeah, well, he came in, like, he was talking about the really funny jokes that he made on stream.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it. I didn't understand the jokes, right? And he looked at me as if I just, like, you know, just did something horrific. As if, like, I've done the worst thing in my entire life. He just looked at me and he was like, "You don't know Taylor Swift songs?"
Oh.
I was like, what am I supposed to? I didn't realize that's what I'm supposed to prep before I come here.
Me neither. Oh, God.
Yeah, so don't let Jesse know.
Some of them, but...
If you're not a Swiftie, then
apparently
you're going to get sacrificed.
So he was making, like, Swiftie puns?
Yeah,
Taylor Swift puns?
Yeah, Taylor Swift puns about
classic.
the boss. Something to do with, like, 22. Like, that's 2 extra play. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm too old.
Guess I'm
too old
listening
and
to
jaded.
Taylor Swift while playing Rumble later.
Just spamming it out so Jesse isn't angry at us. Oh, I think it's really cute what they're doing here, by the way, with the roots. It's something that they've, like, not only is it so much more controlled in terms of the master spells are normally a little bit more stacked up than that, but the way they're doing the roots is that if you can't remove it, you're under the boss, and those that can remove it, they just stand outside and then, of course, escape. Because when the roots are applied, they do a little bit of damage to a little bit of splash damage. You can get hit by like 1 or 2 extra. It's not the biggest deal in the world. But I think it's really cute how they're setting it up, because there's one group that they had like 6 hunters in or something, and as soon as the root happens, you see all of them disengage at the exact same time. It looked really cool.
That's nice. Yeah, so there was a little bit of a bug with hunters. Have you heard about this?
What, are they good?
No, so apparently they were good.
Oh, they were good.
Yeah.
That's the bug.
So yes, that was indeed the bug. So apparently their pet damage is scaling with weapon damage now.
Right.
And it was scaling twice with weapon damage.
Oh.
So that was a problem. And the reason why this all happened was because evokers, Aug evokers, initially did not buff pets. Or for some class pets, right? Because of like some interaction. And then they fixed that, and then because they fixed that, they had to make hunter pet scale with weapon damage, which they should have done a long time ago, let's be honest.
Right, okay.
But then they somehow bugged out, and they had the double weapon damage, and now I'm not sure how they fixed it. I think they didn't fix it the correct way.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I think they just left the double weapon damage, but like nerfed the pet damage by 25% or something like that, or I don't know. Something weird is going on with hunters, with BM hunters specifically. So.
Oh no. they haven't annihilated them, right? They're still going to be a viable class, hopefully.
I don't know.
Oh.
I do not know.
It's a scary time to be a hunter. It was already a scary time to be a hunter, even with the Hunter's Mark buff that we've got now. But yeah, Hunter's been in a weird spot for a long time.
Yeah, I mean...
It was just that little bit too squishy, just slightly not enough damage.
Yeah, the thing with BM Hunter specifically, though, is that when they're number 1 on damage, it just makes me a little bit angry.
But they're really difficult to play.
That's the reason why it makes me angry.
They're too hard to play. Yeah. The skill ceiling is too high.
It's like, they can be top 5, damage.
You'll
but
allow
they just cannot be number 1.
Whereas Boomkin, on the other hand...
Yeah, because, I mean, they're slightly harder.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. The harder than BM Hunter, probably.
In all fairness. I think turning on your computer is harder than playing BM Hunter. That's for someone who played BM Hunter for ages. It's a really good class.
I played it too. It's fun.
It's a good class to raid lead on.
Yeah. I can totally see that.
Yeah, because you're just full AFK.
Yeah, I personally am not a person even, like, people always pride themselves on playing, like, a difficult class. I'm like, why? Right. Like, the content that you're doing is what matters. Like, that's the difficult thing that you're doing, right?
For
and as long as you're enjoying the class you play, and I enjoyed playing BM Hunter, it was fun.
I just miss Old Survival. Not like the melee survival.
Old Survival. I don't know.
It's, you, like, put out a black arrow on the boss, and then you can get procs of, like, explosive shot. You just spam it out. It felt so good. And, I miss that. That was in Cataclysm, actually, that gameplay. So with Cataclysm coming out, might switch to it.
Yeah.
I think it lasted all the way up until... Legion, that particular setup from Cataclysm.
Yeah,
onwards to Legion.
Wasn't Legion the rework then?
Yep.
Where it was melee then, yeah.
Rework being a strong word. Annihilation is the term that I'm going to use. No. Well, as you said, it was used at some points in Legion once people realised it wasn't poop. Like in Nighthold.
Yeah.
It was used.
Well, that's the only time.
It was used. Technically correct. It's still correct.
Well, and then also in Sepulchre, of course, where all of a sudden it's like, oh, survival hunters, very good. We should stack them.
Oh yeah.
Was it Sepulchre?
Yeah, that's the mega long raid at the end of Shadowlands. Yeah.
Sometimes when I think about past Race of War first, they all just like mix together.
What was the one before Sepulchre called? It was called...
Was it Sanctum?
Yeah, there's a lot of S's. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's too much. That's what's confusing me. For sure. But it's, that was a weird time. That was the first time in a long time where you didn't even have a mage on a boss. Because it wasn't worth bringing Arcane Intellect because we didn't have enough casters.
Yeah.
You just wanted a few tanky ranged players.
That is so interesting because usually you have like that happened so few times that you want more melee than ranged, and you just want as little ranged as possible. It was Lords of Dread, right? Because the less ranged you had, the less debuffs you actually had in the raid.
Yep.
So it was actually just less overall raid damage to have less ranged. And then it was Gul'dan as well, right? Gul'dan was a boss where you only wanted to bring 4 ranged.
Really? On like because I did it quite late. Gul'dan.
Yeah, Gul'dan was minimum ranged. We needed 4, otherwise the bait was like a circle that spawned that did fall off damage.
All right.
Would spawn in melee or on melee players. So you needed at least 4 range so they could always bait it. And other than that, you just brought melee. Melee were better damage wise, and they were also better survivability wise. So yeah, just 4 ranged.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think those sort of comps are kind of funny. I think it's toxic to have that be a mandatory thing, but within the race situation, I love seeing weird comps. Like that's one thing that I'm kind of sad about. We were talking about this the other day about raid buffs. It kind of limits the kind of real scummy stuff that some of these top end guilds would do if they had the opportunity. Because you have to bring all of these buffs because it's so good not to. You know, it would be silly to bring 12 Shadow Priests to a fight.
Well, it depends, right? Like it just needs to be so good that
it's a higher barrier.
Exactly. So that could be a situation, right? So what do you think about? Okay, so I play with a Devastation Evoker, like a diehard Devastation Evoker fan.
Okay.
And he won't switch to Aug, you know? He's like... They've tried. They're like, please. And he's like, no.
Okay.
and it's actually looking pretty good. And I also see a Dev Evoker here.
Yeah, I've heard good things. I've heard good things about Devastation this year. I think it's quite fun to play. I think the only thing I just don't like the Disintegrating Ray. It feels puny. Like if you watch Gingy here, he's using Disintegrate.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel as good as like a Chaos Bolt. That's the only thing. I think otherwise it's really good. Obviously, it's unlikely that Gingy will be playing Devastation in the raid. It's most likely that he'll be on his Mage that he's well known for these days. Used to be Hunter. Used to be one of the Hunters.
He used to play Moonkin as well.
Yeah, that's true. But it was quite often you'd see him and Roger running around doing some big damn together. But nay, not anymore. Seems like the Hunters are a dying breed a little bit. I'm kind of hoping that will change a little bit. Because Hunters have always, maybe it's a deliberate thing, but Hunters have always filled a niche where it felt like they were like trying to be like an easier class, but the difficulty of Hunter always fluctuated a ton. BM, fair enough, is kind of like Babby's first. That has never really been truly that difficult. But with MM, sometimes it's super weird. Like one patch, like with Sidewinders and stuff like that, you have to actually be quite clever with it. And then other patches, it's just like, lol, I'm true-shotting for 4 minutes straight.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It feels like a strange spec. But I played Hunter for like nearly 10 years or something. I loved Hunter. Just always felt like it was missing a little something. You always felt lucky when you got your raid spot. Always fingers crossed that Hunter would be good enough. It normally is.
Yeah. I think in the past, Hunter was always this one spec that did these jobs, right? So it's like, oh, you have to do something special, Hunter job. So I think in the past, Hunter was really there all of the time. Like, I remember one at least, but usually you have like 2 or 3 for any kind of special job, just Hunters, right?
Yeah.
But then at some point, casters got more mobile.
They did.
A lot more mobile than before, right? Because before, I watched some old videos, you could barely move as a caster. Like one step was already like a huge damage loss. You could just cast nothing while moving.
Yep.
And then people complain about casters being immobile and it's boring, and they listened, and now a lot of casters can actually move and not lose too much damage.
Do you remember Mists of Pandaria, where everyone could move permanently, pretty much?
Yes.
Like every caster could move. It was insane. then could you lightning bolt on the move as a shaman or something? Like all the healers
Yeah,
had
it's
like
like-
an ability they could cast on the move as well, and it gave mana back or
Yeah,
something.
you could even trank while moving as well as a druid, just by
Yeah.
default.
Yeah, that was crazy. I remember warlocks, they had a certain grimoire that they could use that they could turn on that I think increased their cast times, but made it so they could cast on the move as well,
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Mr. Mandari, everyone was constantly running around casting. I remember that. But I think it was because hunters were you had that immunity, you had the mobility, because you used to have 2 stacks of deterrence, which is basically what,
True, yeah.
Of course, aspect of the turtle is now.
Mhm.
So
I hated that immunity, by the way, because back then,
it was like a
as a
deflection,
druid,
I think.
as a
Yeah.
druid, you had symbiosis.
Oh, yeah.
So you would use it on a class, and you would gain an ability from them, and they would get an ability from you. And as a Rasta druid, you got deterrence from hunters. And I realized the struggle of this ability, where it's kind of an immunity, but it's not. So you never knew if it works on it or not. So you
Yeah.
always have to test it once. It's like, I'm sure it works here, right? And then that's
yeah, it wasn't like a paladin immunity. It was a deflection chance, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. So you're just like, well, I guess we'll find out. You just run into something, hope for the best.
And it's still, with aspect of the turtle is still the same. That
Is it still deflection on
yeah.
turtle?
Well, no, it's not deflection, but it's still like you still
something
don't
similar,
know
right.
if it works or not. And to this day, I think they're just like they don't know either. Like Blizzard, I think they just have one person. It's the turtle person, aspect of the turtle person.
Yeah.
And they like code the ability, and they go to that one guy, and they're like, "Should turtle work on this one?" And he's like, "No."
He just rolls. He shakes the magic 8 ball. It works. All right, sure.
That is how it works, I think.
But I think it might come down to not only did they make it so all the casters could do stuff on the move, but especially since like in Legion with Tuma's Soak Gera's whole situation where immunities are really abused. Blizzard have done a lot to make it so that immunities, although can be useful, are normally not very useful on harder difficulties. So such as like the Tindral Sageswift is a perfect example of this. So like on Heroic, you're going to see the hunters running around with their turtle up to soak all the seeds. On Mythic, once you soaked 1 seed, if you try and soak another seed, you make it erupt. You can't soak 2 seeds on the go, even with an immunity. So that's not going to work, but it does work on Heroic. Same thing with like, so like all of these sort of cheesy things they kind of removed over time because they didn't want, the toxic 5 rogue 4 like DK comps that were kind of being thrown around.
Yeah.
And I think that also hurt hunters in terms of that sort of niche of being the ranged with 2 immunities against boss designs that also allowed immunity to be really strong. Same with Feign Death.
Yeah.
I remember like at least 1 or 2 fights a tier, I could do something clever with Feign Death. I could make it so like on Zul'Harak, the boss with the chains on Mythic in Hellfire Citadel. Yeah, Hellfire Citadel. You could Feign Death that to make it so it will jump to someone else, and if you jumped it enough times, then it just wouldn't go off at all, so you can completely remove mechanics with it. That sort of stuff doesn't really exist anymore. So, yeah, I think with that, a lot of the weird, unique sort of niche that Hunters filled has generally just been ignored in terms of design. Probably for the best, but Hunters haven't been updated to kind of fill that niche. Like, they haven't got a niche anymore. They're just there to do some damn, lol.
Yeah, it's true. They didn't really have anything yet.
Which is a shame, because I love doing all those horrible jobs. That was my favourite part. Going into a fight, I didn't care if I did any damage. Just they're doing a weird job. That's way up my street.
I'm kind of similar in a sense that like what I hate personally is if there's a job to do in a boss fight, but I know that if I do it, I lose a lot of damage, right? Because if you do lose a lot of damage, then you also because only doing mechanics is not useful to the raid either, right? Because the boss needs to die.
Yeah.
You do need to do damage. So if you're the person that shouldn't do the mechanic, if there's other people that lose a lot less damage than you and they should be doing it,
for
then it just feels bad. Like to me.
I'm with
this
you.
is depending on the player, right? Some people like not doing other mechanics, right? But I want to be as useful as possible to the raid, and if it feels bad doing the mechanic, but it also feels bad not doing it, then you're in this situation like, oh, I don't like this, right?
Yeah, if like you're willing to do the mechanic, but it makes way more sense for that person to go and do it. Yeah, because I'm with you. But for me, it's like I think the best sort of weird hunter job was on Siegecraft of Blackfuse. If you remember that in Siege of
I
Orgrimmar.
did not play Siege of Orgrimmar.
Oh, well,
unfortunately.
you could kind of exploit as a hunter on that fight.
Oh, okay.
There was like a little belt that you had to get on, like so it was in a big circular room, and at the edge of the room there was this belt, and on the belt some weapons would come in. You destroy one weapon, and then the other weapons get put into the encounter space.
Okay, yeah.
The idea is that you rotate people to go and deal with the belt. But what hunters could do, because you can only do it once per player, hunters could climb on the geometry of the pipe you jumped in and then disengage onto the belt. So they could basically live on the belt the entire fight.
Okay.
So it was a weird-ass job. You had to do some weird things to even get your pet up there. You had to do weird things to get up and down on the platform. So there's loads of cool stuff. You didn't, like, literally, I knew some hunters that didn't know what the boss did. And it was, like, at the end of 14 months of farm. Because all they did was spend, like, 14 months on a belt. Like,
it is so funny that these things were not hotfixed, right? Because nowadays, they would be fixed within, like, a week latest.
It became the standard strat.
That is so interesting, yeah.
Like
things like that just worked, and they just let it be. They're like, you want to do this, sure.
I don't think it would be in the game anymore. But as I say, as they remove more and more jank, like hunters are jank masters. They're perfect at dealing with all that random stuff. And as the game arguably has become better, what's good about hunters has become worse in that sort of same way.
You know what I always suggested for hunters? Because they brought this Hunter's Mark buff back, but you know what I want them to bring back? Aspect of the Fox.
Oh, totally.
Right? Because I think we talked about this, like the casters are a lot more mobile now. And the reason why they removed it was because it was so OP when it was introduced in an expansion where casters were so immobile that they literally could not cast anything while moving. And then, of course, Aspect of the Fox, which, in case you don't know, it's an old ability of hunters that they would use. And everyone in the raid would be able to cast while moving for 4 seconds, 6 seconds?
I think it's actually 10 seconds.
Or 10
something
even.
like that. You might be right. It might be close to... Either way, yeah, a long time.
Yeah, they could cast while moving. And this was implemented in certain strategies.
Oh!
Look, it's fun. Hello! And
that was terrifying.
At some point they removed it because they were thinking, oh, this is super OP, right? But I do think reintroducing it now would not be so OP. In fact, it might even be a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, so it was on a 2-minute CD.
something.
I think it was on a 2-minute CD.
Yeah.
It was used as a, like, if you go and watch the world first kill of Blackhand, it was used. There was a reason there's 3 hunters there. It's for phase 1. Because
I was there.
Yeah, of course you were. Yeah, I was mainly saying to the audience.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Shit. But yeah, so it was obviously really, really strong. But they actually removed it immediately after that tier. We didn't keep that ability throughout the entire expansion. Do you think who?
I'm sorry.
Think it might, no, no, thanks. Whoever was in that guild.
Yeah.
Do you know who I think it might suit quite well actually? Shamans. You could turn it into like a totem or something. Spirit Walker's Grace totem.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they have Wind Fury and some other stuff, you know.
Yeah,
like, just go to hunters.
Yeah, but I mean the other specs that nobody brings anymore.
Yeah.
Give that to an elemental shaman or
True,
a
elemental
resto
shaman might be. Yeah, actually, a good point. Elemental shaman, they need something.
Yeah, I think that'll be
useless.
cute.
Sorry.
It's something that you place on the ground as well, and maybe only lasts like 4. So you can cast on the move whilst you're in it, and then you get like a 3-second grace while you're out of it or something.
Yeah, it could
I think
work
that'd
like
be cute. And it suits Spirit Walker Grace, right? So you can just put that on a totem.
Oh, that's actually a very good point. You should design this game.
Thank you. About time. Yeah, because it was weird because with Aspect of the Fox, with Hunters during that time, Hunters had no hardcast abilities.
Oh, yeah, it was weird that they didn't need it.
So the only time you use Aspect of the Fox by yourself was to mount up on the move.
Yeah.
That was it. That's the only time you used it.
It was very weird, yeah.
Which
and
was
there's
cool,
like many hunters who just didn't press the button because they didn't need it.
Yeah,
so
putting it on their bars. Like, it doesn't help me.
And it was also very strange because it did not have like a super big visual or anything.
From memory, no, I don't think so.
So if you didn't have a weak aura as a like in a pug or whatever, then
you had no idea.
You had no idea, yeah. So it was an interesting spell that it mostly was very underutilized, and then in like Race of All First it was too OP. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought it would suit Elemental quite well because it like
that is
Elemental's
a good point,
only good. Well, they're good when like you can cheese something most of the time. But, like you don't really see them a lot. Like the last time you saw like a lot of Elemental Shamans was on what was it, Unat, because of the whole Ankh fiasco that they were doing.
Oh, yeah.
And then I can't remember what guild it was, but they went all in with that same strategy for Ajara, and it didn't work.
Yeah. They hotfixed it.
Yeah, they geared a ton of shamans, and they're like, if we're gonna get
That
world
was-
first, it's with
Wait,
this
that was
strat.
Pieces, no?
I think it might have
Yeah,
been.
yeah, that was Pieces, yeah.
That was I liked the ballsy play. Like it was like, screw it, that's what we're gonna do, and if it don't work, it
it's cool
don't work.
though, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're a guild that wants to get world first, but you're not quite there yet, right?
Yeah, in terms of like time or whatever.
Yeah, then you might as well just try one thing and
Mhm.
just like the Hail Mary. If it doesn't work, well.
Yeah, for sure.
I like it. That's
It's
pretty cool.
yeah. So either way, but I love playing Elemental. I think it's really fun class
I've
to
never
play.
played Element. I don't like shamans in general.
Okay.
I don't like the totem mechanic.
Fair
it's
enough.
less important now than it was before. But like when I in Classic or whatever, when I saw them have like a million different totems, I'm like, I'm not doing that. It's like,
Yeah.
it's not happening.
They're weird totems. I don't know if this is still in Classic now, because I don't really play Classic. But I remember back in Vanilla, there was a Sentry totem.
Oh, what does that do?
So you basically place it down somewhere, and then you right-click the buff like that it gives you, and then you can see from the totem's perspective.
Oh,
You keep switching between the two
a
totem
lot
perspectives.
of classes actually had mechanics like that where you could see from something else.
Yeah, like your pet on Hunter as an example.
Pet and Hunter, you have Eye of Kilrock for Warlocks.
Yeah, Mind Vision from Priests, I think it was.
Yeah, and the Eye of Kilrock, it reminds me, it was actually so interesting. So, do you know, oh my god, what is the mega dungeon called in BFA?
Oh, yeah,
Mechagon,
Mechagon.
yeah.
Yep, we came up with that, not production.
In Workshop,
Yeah.
you go in and the first boss is just like a robot that you have to the things on the side, and the trash would spawn swirlies that do friendly fire damage.
Right.
So at some point there's a strategy that developed that only the tank moves in, everyone else stays behind, and the tank solos the trash because then all the swirlies spawn on the tank.
Right.
And the swirlies just kill the trash. And then people figured out if you use Eye of Kilrock or any other pets, you could just move in and they would spawn on the Eye of Kilrock, and
Oh,
then you
snap.
could move with that one and actually help the tank kill the trash much quicker.
Oh, that's cool.
And that is so cool. Like the people come up with these things. Like the WoW community is amazing. That
they find some weird stuff, man.
like with
They
these
find
weird
some
abilities
weird
no one
stuff.
ever uses, right?
Yeah.
It's like most people don't even have it in their bars.
No. No, 100%.
So.
Especially back then, like sometimes you just had no space in your bars.
That as well, yeah.
What was it? It was, I think it was It was when we was going into Warlords where they first did a prune, right? And everyone was going mad. I think Warlords was a prune. Yeah.
Oh.
I think I remember going into BFA, they got rid of Serpent Sting, and throughout the entirety, no, Legion, sorry, they got rid of Serpent Sting off my bars as a hunter.
Yeah.
The entire expansion, I had number 3 empty. Rest in peace, Serpent Sting. I'll hold the gap open for you.
One of the best binds as well. 3.
In all fairness, I had like 2 other buttons, yeah. So that was 1 and 2. Nothing else on my bars. I was playing a hunter. There's nothing going on.
Oh, that's good.
Oh dear. But you can see here, guys, coming back from a trip down memory lane. The guys are still ploughing on through their splits. One group, I think, has just finished Tindral. If we swap over to Kush's point of view, you will see that, and Volcaros, of course, have just gone down. So 2 splits on the go at any given time with these heroic runs. If you do want to potentially help out, I'm not entirely sure how many helpers they're looking for, but if you at least want to look into the possibility of perhaps helping Echo clear these runs, do ! Splits in chat, and you'll get some information about that. I believe every person who is helping out is getting 150k gold as well, which is nice. Yeah, you can get
I'll
some
give
gold.
you 170 if you join my... No, I'm just kidding.
I would actually. I'm no joke. I really want to do a heroic run on my character, not get any loot, just for the box.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really looking to get into raid, but for Evoker, because I'm going to be doing some org.
Oh, you're doing the org thing.
Because I haven't tried it yet, really.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting.
That's a nice way of saying terrible. But I think one of the best trinkets is from Tindral, and getting there is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass.
And, I mean, you also get ahead of the curve if you do heroic, which means you get the free
True, yeah, tippies.
Which is actually very difficult to get the first week, right? Because you get it through ahead of the curve, which, you know, heroic last was very difficult.
Yep.
Or you get it through KSM, which is also very hard in the first week because you only have fortified and not tyrannical.
Okay.
Which means you have to do 21 in all dungeons.
That is a lot.
Easy. Yeah.
Well, hopefully I can get on and do that, but what we're going to do is have a little bit of a listen in on the comm, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment. We'll have a little listen in with Wave.
Oh, I see.
Healing wise.
Why is that? I'm going holy.
Okay.
I'll switch out this person.
What's up, Mike?
It's set to BMD, HDMI, NVIDIA. Some shit. What the fuck is this?
What part?
Yeah,
What
that's for production.
That's
Yeah, but
magic.
I can't hear it now. I don't hear wow sounds.
Wow sounds?
Yeah, it's supposed to come through your OBS.
Is it because of global mute it doesn't work or what?
But then you have delay.
It sounds like it might be the case.
Yeah, you actually can't hear game sounds on the global mute.
Oh my god.
That's good.
I mean,
Wait, I can unmute now.
It's a problem only. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, pulling guys, on this boss, very important, just listen to my voice and don't stand in fire, don't bathe in fire. Yeah.
Yep.
That's at 40%, at 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's at 4 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, how's it called? There's some other mechanics, but I will explain them on the run.
Oh, are you my permanent PI now?
Fenoria, you can PI. Gingivoka.
So these trees, when they will die, they leave some fire on the ground.
Wait, what happened with the
Oh, are you stacking it? Ah, okay.
And fire coming on the ground, don't die to this place.
You can die, I've been taking it there.
No, so good.
And then Mike will be the one responsible for dousing the thing. Okay guys, here you can see there's flame orbs spawning. These, when you pick them up, you get 20% crit. So if you want to do damage, you can pick them up.
A little bit, the healers didn't really pump that much, so a little bit late.
All good, perfect guys. Now we're attacking Skull. The Brambis here.
Why did you make it like the healers suck or something?
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
What?
Okay, now the healers need to hear the Bramble. It's on your boss frame too, especially if you're a new healer to this fight.
Got anything to say, Mike?
I mean, the trees just walked.
Quick enough for you?
They walked late.
Is the
now
tree
you're
fast enough for you then?
Yes.
now you're in the tree, dodging one last time these fire thingies and picking up the orbs. And now you're in the tree, otherwise you will die, guys. Be inside the tree until the cast is finished, like fully, the channel.
In my food's here, I think. Where am I going?
You do you.
Can't hear anything,
It's so loud in here.
It's
Follow real quick and it's fine, I think.
Yeah. Now we have ads spawning again and we're repeating the phase 1, guys. Really easy. Just that now Servo will be dousing and cleansing the whole area. We have fire orbs spawning here. Make sure to pick them up if you want crit. Soon we're leaving this area here. It's getting a little bit too crowded.
Fenoria now?
Leaving this area. No, it's fine. Okay. Servo will douse this, the Brambis soon and cleanse the area in general.
We start already, so this guy's
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Brambis next to the boss, exactly, Servo. Perfect. We clean them here, guys. We cleave them here, guys. The boss will soon charge away, so make sure to hit the Brambis when the boss is gone. Very nice. Now we're healing up the Brambis as well.
What? How is it so loud in this room? It's crazy. What are they doing?
Okay, and now we have
15 people out there.
Now we have the fire orbs coming here again.
Yeah, cleaned a lot.
Oh, no.
Somebody can clean the overcap otherwise, I think.
No,
Yeah.
it's gonna be. It'll
We
be
have
fine.
the
They're gonna
the
die in
rage-
3 seconds. They're gonna
we
die
have
in
the
3
Raging Inferno coming here. Guys, make sure to make it into the room here, the flower here. Okay. Now we will soon face the boss at 35%.
Might get unlucky with the charge.
We're a little bit fast.
We can do it.
The charge sideways maybe a little bit.
Stop this ad. And we're good. Person is here, guys. Don't stand in the fire. Don't stand in the fire.
Delay lost a little bit.
Yeah. 15. Continue hitting the boss, guys. Don't run away from him, yeah? No need. Okay, when we're all good in position, we will... Okay, perfect. Now we can bloodlust now. Okay, now there's soaks coming. These soaks are like Armageddons. You will see a circus where you need to stand inside and finish standing inside, yeah? Commit to soaking it. Very important.
Penoria?
Nice. Then we have ads spawning on the outside. These ads just CC, with blind, root, whatever. We do not want to kill them. And these circles just go outside. Wait until you explode and then you can come back in. And new Armageddon soaks. Make sure to soak these. Actually, I will just bring the tornadoes out, Media. Fuck it. Guys, Medes, wait 1 sec. Boss is coming back.
I have those, okay.
Yeah. Okay, now we will get new Armageddon soaks. Here, these make sure to soak, and if you are soaking them, press an immunity if you have. Very nice. Okay, now we can kill the boss. Don't kill any of these ads, only makes it worse killing these.
Stop.
Very nice.
It's great by the walker, I'll ping him though.
I'm going to press the seed.
I actually thought I pressed a gate to him, like what the fuck?
No.
And flying into the fire.
Very nice though, guys. Good job so far.
Yeah,
this group is
so broken.
Maris, what did we discuss it? Is action needing to be taken, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe Versace said he's lagging like crazy. Maybe I'm not sure he's gonna score on Numi.
Yeah, that's perfection.
Yeah, Versace.
No,
but I'm not sure how he's gonna score on Numi, but he was blasting, yeah? Well, like it's so good.
Welcome back. Oh, I'm very loud in my own headset. Welcome back, everybody, as we are joined once again by the lovely folks from Fractal. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to have a little look, as some of you guys have been sending in some amazing setups, so I've been heard. Well, amazing might be a bit of a strong term, but some setups nonetheless, as we're going to have a little bit of a review of all of them. Now, we have our list over here, so let's see what we've got going on. So, what are we looking at first here, Nagura?
Alright, so the first setup I see, the first link, I'm not sure if that's the first one we're showing, but if it's the one from Slith, then we have the $10 donation. Sylph, sorry, can't read. Here's my setup to review with a bonus cat picture. Oh my god.
Okay, if that's a cat picture, that feels like cheating
that's like
already.
bribing, yeah.
Alright. Let's see if we got that one. Right, we're just getting it loaded up. I think you've thrown them for a loop a little bit.
Oh, maybe I didn't
just
go
randomize the order.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't the first one. Maybe it's like, they're like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Just scroll through and go, and this one, we're going to get... Oh, wow.
Okay. Oh, it's so
wow.
cute. Oh my god.
Okay, first of all.
Yeah?
Looks very clean and everything, but under the table.
Yeah,
nice lighting, but those
cables.
Here you go, starting with the negative. I think this is a beautiful setup.
It is.
You can't get distracted by the cat and the lovely background and the clean surface. Look under that table.
They win. They win.
They win.
Sorry, I said I'm going to be mean, but the cat really did it for me. It's like, this is perfect. 10 out of 10.
I will say, as an anecdotal thing, that we are actually considering pets, including cats, when designing some of our products.
Oh.
Like, there's... quite a bunch of close proximity with those pets and PCs, so it is a factor. And here we are gonna deduct some points for placing the PC, which should of course be the pièce de résistance of the whole setup, right there on the desk. But yeah, I can see with maximizing monitor space here, we have that triple setup, so it's looking very good. And as you mentioned, very nice and clean. We like the color setup. Yeah, it's just a shout out to pink and magenta. It's nice. I mean, you see quite a lot of this working also with your day-to-day work, right, Alena and Jacob? Like, just to give a quick little intro, like we're we're supporting some streamers directly as well as Fractal, and maybe you can give a little intro to what the program's like.
I mean, yeah, we have a program since 2 years almost. We're supporting almost closer to 200 streamers right now.
Nice.
We aim to support like the engaging, the upbringing, the growing communities, because we think that their viewers and their communities is the ones that we want to reach with our message.
Makes
that
sense,
there is another world to gaming that everyone might not know, but we're trying to get there.
Yeah, for sure.
Really cool.
And I think this user has discovered a lot of it already, because they're obviously trying to integrate gaming in their home, and that's what we try to encourage greatly in a way. So this is a setup that you would be proud to show off, I'd say.
Yeah.
As long as you don't mention those cables. And
okay.
We need some numbers, right? I mean, we need to rate.
All right.
Out of 10.
Go first, Alena. You're the one that's.
I would say 7 out of 10 for me.
7 out of 10. Okay, what is the point deduction?
Well, the cable management for sure.
Thank you.
And then also it's the first picture that we've seen, so I don't know. Maybe it will be something.
That's fair.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with a 8.5 out of 10. It gets a lot of points because of cats, right? But one thing I also want to mention is that it's a screenshot that was taken right then when we talked about it, because you can see
you can see us on there.
us on the screen, right? So that means this setup is super clean. All of the time, right? And that's plus points.
I'm pretty sure if you panned just a little bit, it's just a giant pile of cans.
They just threw it off, just bounce. Okay, sorry. Move on.
I'm gonna go for a 7 as well. I think it's nice, but the cables. I'm being kind right now, but yeah, 7. I'll go for a 7.
Yeah, I'll go for a 7.5.
Okay.
Also, the cables is a bit. Well, yeah, I think it's nice.
Well, I mean. You have really pointed out something here. I mean, we're on that screen. The genius of that meta game is earning this an 8 from me.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right, let's jump into another one then. Who've we got?
All right, so we have Tom with a $10 donation. And they said, "Dear Alex, Nagura, and the Fractal team, here's my humble setup along with a donation to a great cause."
Wonderful. Okay. Right. First of all, best art that I've ever seen on a tower in my entire life. Look at that. That's some next level. I love it. Awesome. Are they some key lights as well?
Yeah.
Nice. We'd like to see that. What do you think? What's your take on the book propping something up there, I think? Can we get a zoom in on the book?
Oh.
Oathbringer.
We've got some Brandon Sanders in there, the man who finished Wheel of Time, as well as bringing a lot of literature into the world. So we get some props for that, of course. I think the setup here is, this is something that we really see an enthusiast here, an enthusiast of many things. That keyboard is looking custom to me, I would say. That is a very nice theme for the keyboard, which I don't think you can get out of the
box. Yeah, and I think you might be right. But one thing that stands out to me, look at the monitors. Hold on. Go to the gap between the two monitors. They're different sizes, and there's a gap. Unacceptable. Get it out of here.
We have a little bit of a bezel gate going on there, and then we have the texture of the wall triggering some of my OCD in the background there. But
I like the speakers. They seem really old school.
Yeah, it kind of makes me feel nostalgic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't zoom in on the speaker maybe because I think we will share some.
I think that's someone's. Oh, no, look away!
But no, looking good, and I mean I like a speaker setup. I think it's very relaxing to be able to hear sound as well from those, and I think overall in general this is someone who has it all, but maybe could wrap it all together a little bit better. I give big props here for the PC being on the desk and of course housing some fantastic art, which I imagine the viewer here has done themselves.
I imagine it's from their family.
Are you
It's for
sure?
sure
A
from themselves.
younger family member, perhaps? Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, let's do a round of scores here. Starting off,
I would give this, I would say 6 out of 10.
Okay.
I'm giving this a solid 7. I think that all the elements are here, and I think there are some really cool things going on the screens as well, which I give some props to. I think that's the casual version of the game that I play too, the hardcore. It's funny how hardcore is now casual, by the way, but that's how the world turns. So yeah, I'm giving this a solid 7.
for me, I love the lights. I love the stream decks. I love the mementos from the family. It's unforgivable, that one tiny gap and the slightly different shaped screens. It's going to have to be a fight. I love it. If the screens are the same size as 10, but the screens it's too much. I have to go for a 5.5 for me.
Oh, for me it's 6.5. I want to say 6, but the picture bought me. No. Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
Nice. Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Tom. Do appreciate it. We're going to be jumping into another rapid fire through these ones. Let's have a look. What we got?
Well, am I reading it first, or are we just showing one?
I think yeah, you're
okay.
reading first.
So we have the $10 donation by Veles Din, and they say, here's my setup. The desk/case is handmade by me. I welded and cut all parts. I wish I had the money to get matching screens. I have also... cannot read the rest.
Okay.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
So you were talking relative scores here earlier,
Yeah.
Lena. Set the bar now.
See, that would be a 10 out of 10, but the screens, man, I can't.
It's the screens.
It's a 1. That is amazing. I love that. So I love the idea of like a custom case, especially a table case with the computer parts in it. That's awesome.
Oh.
I mean, this is obviously very custom work. This is well done. I think this is hard tubing. It's a little bit hard to see from here, but I believe that that's something that this person has bent themselves and all connected together in a beautiful way. I think it's a very cool execution, and this must have been quite the project, and I think that kind of dedication is definitely something that they are wanting to show off, and doing so in a very breathtaking way. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Me too. I mean,
I normally like to rip these apart, but there's nothing here. This is just nice.
You also
feel
don't even see.
uncomfortable.
Oh, there's 2 cables going on from the monitor. You see it.
Ooh, there we go. Slight
right.
cable management.
Yeah.
We do have a left-handed user here. Any other lefties on the couch?
No, not me personally, actually.
But appreciate that as well. Accommodating for that with an ambidextrous mouse. Good choice.
Well, it's breathtaking, but there
True
is
is.
something that I can mark it down on, so I feel satisfied now. So I guess we'll start from your end if you like, Nagura. So we'll go back around this way. What you giving it?
I'll give it a 9.5. I mean, it is very good, but the cables and the screens.
For me personally,
Light
there
mode
is no
Twitch,
problem
true.
with screens.
I'm gonna go with 9 now. Sorry, I didn't see the light mode Twitch. It's 9.
Oh,
divisive.
I'll just say 9 because it's not the last person, so maybe we'll see something even more exciting. But it's perfect for me.
Yeah, I'll go for 8.5, mainly because of light mode and the cables. But I think 8.5 is the highest I can ever give. So basically a 10, but with it being an 8.5, that's so good. That's up. Awesome looking.
I also want to give mad props for, I mean, there was this slight disclaimer in the text moving forward, but it's so great to see these projects that are being shared even before they are in the mind of the user themselves perfect. Because if you try to iterate until that perfection, you will never share it. So big ups to the user for sending this in and for daring to share on stream. That courage and this whole thing, forget about the screens, man. Forget about this. This is a 10 out of 10 for me. It's nice. Very nice.
True.
Yeah, I can't forget the screens, but it's a nice.
Awesome. Okay. What's
Alright,
next?
So we have a $6.9 from Liv, and they say ignore the trash can in the corner.
That's not getting
disclaimer,
ignored.
okay.
That is not getting ignored. Let's have a look. Oh man. Oh.
That's I really like how they make it work with such a small space. Isn't that cool? Like the screens like on top of each other.
Very cool.
Very small table. Like this is
Can we get a zoom in on the
Trash
like
can?
the trash can mainly? I'm sorry if you tell us to ignore it. That's the first thing I look for. We'll have a little zoom in on the actual setup itself. It does look really nice though.
Yeah, it looks great.
I think it is like the amount of things that are on this table, even though the table is so small.
Okay, someone picking up points here again.
Yeah.
Did that say chicken? Was this a Boomkin player who's not in bear form? In Moonkin form,
It's a
so it has
druid
a
at
weak
least.
aura telling you to go into Boomkin form. I think it is. They're telling you to go chicken form.
Ooh, I'm being bribed again. Do you think they don't even play Moonkin? They just put up a picture of somebody that plays Moonkin just to bribe me?
Yeah, girl, give me 10 out of 10 for this one.
They should have photoshopped a cat into it as well.
What's the drink on the left? I need to know. I'm nosy like this.
So I mean, a local drink. This is a Ramlösa.
Okay.
Actually, my favorite taste of it. The
Oh.
pomegranate. Very good. Very
Okay.
good. Getting some points there.
And once again, good speaker setup. But I agree with you though. Like in terms of like using the space available and like doing a double monitor setup, but doing it like vertically, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
No, it's actually nice. It's very
Even
good.
a space for decoration. Can we zoom in on like the flowers on the top? Are they speakers on them? Oh, these are like huge speakers.
Nice.
Yeah, there's flowers.
Got some Phalaenopsis game going on there, and a little warm for my taste, but still. We share an office, and these two are not on the same side as me. I prefer a nice, cool 20 degrees, but
We'll have to mark you down for being 2 degrees too
That's
hot
cold.
there. That's going to take 1 point off per degree.
But really, I mean, really great. I mean, Fractal is all about home integrating gaming, and this is definitely something that I think that the person who's sharing this setup is proudly calling their game setup that is very much integrated into the home. It's a natural part of the home. Like this is where they sit down to relax. This is where they immerse themselves into the game, and this is where they forget to go chicken mode. And it's great, and a great place, of course, as well. Obviously, to enjoy the vantage point to this stream. So no, really, really cool, and I feel like. We've been on a house tour here to the user, and I love it. It's good.
Oh, I think this one we've got to give it some ratings. Starting off from this way.
Yeah, I like the setup. It's a good theme to it. It's very compact, and 9 out of 10.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna give the setup a 7. I think it's a great looking setup, and it has all the elements. It's very well put together. I think. There is some growing opportunity in allowing that desk to grow a little bit. I think there are some things that can be done in the home to maybe alleviate the need for that trash can and grow the desk a little bit. But I see it's close to the bed, etc. as well. So maybe consider moving. But maybe consider moving the setup to a more prominent location of the home itself. But don't be afraid to show off this beautiful setup.
Yeah, I was gonna go for a 7, but I'm gonna go for 7.5 because of the trash can. I love it. I love the fact it's there and it's full, and that's the best way to do it. Screw emptying it. It's fine. No, it's a really nice setup. I like the 2 screens. It's good.
Yeah, I think I would go with a 6, but I think that this setup could actually have an upgrade in the case. I mean, with some space-saving option maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep an eye on this for sure. How about you?
I'll go with an 8.5.
Oh wow!
I like it a lot.
Nice.
I don't know about these low scores. I think this person did an amazing job cramming all of this stuff in there, having the speakers, even decoration. You know, like space for all of these, like stream decks and whatever, and the microphone arm. It's perfect. I like it. Also, cable management, pretty well done.
True, actually.
Barely seeded those as well. So
No, for sure.
Yeah, I think they did a great job.
Awesome.
Don't listen to them live.
I like
Your setup is
those
great.
DAC amps going on there. I noticed those before. Make for some good audio. Very nice.
All right.
All right. So we do have for Whitney with the $10 donation, and they say my tiny studio apartment desk setup. Yes, that is a 12-inch monitor mounted to my bed.
Ooh, to the bed?
Apparently.
Okay. Now that is
That is a bribe.
What is that setup? That's so scuffed. I love it. That's so good.
There's the bed right there. Oh my god.
Well,
that's so tiny.
Did you say it was in a studio? So, like, you know,
yeah,
you know, working with limited space here. That's not bad, yeah. Like, in all fairness, that is not bad.
I like the cat for scale as well. The cat is bigger than the keyboard and the mouse combined.
It's either a giant cat. Oh man. That's
they
cool.
also play Moonkin, I mean.
Oh god.
I know to tell you, this is just
marking
great.
this down already again. Okay, what's that? Is that RuneScape?
That does sound like RuneScape.
Old school.
Can I play WoW and RuneScape simultaneously?
That's what half my raid team.
I mean, it would be XP waste not to.
Exactly. Not being efficient otherwise. Okay, well that is a cute setup. We don't know what the computer looks like though. That is hidden away. I feel that they've obscured some information, but I do like the ingenuity of mounting one of the monitors to the bed. That is some next level strats right there. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What are we going for then?
I'll go with 8 out of 10. I like it.
I agree. I would also go with an 8. I think it's very impressive, actually, the way they utilize the space.
I'm gonna go for a 6, not because of the things that we see. The things we see is a 10. It's great, but we don't see all of it. Some of it is hidden away, and I think that there's some shenanigans afoot. I think they're hiding things from us. So it's from me.
I mean,
under the cat.
Yes, under the cat.
Obviously, we're very big on showcasing your PC as a centerpiece of your build and a centerpiece of your setup. We don't see the PC here, but I am very impressed with the use of space and this setup in general. So I'm gonna give this a 7 as well.
Yeah, I'll agree with you guys. This is a great setup with the space they have. And I love the cat. It's amazing. So
it's always plus points for the cat. Yeah.
So I would say a solid 8. I would say.
Yeah, fair play, fair play. But yeah, hiding things from us. We'll have to see. It's surprising how clean all of these are, by the way.
Yeah.
So you gave us some warnings, some prep talk to prepare us for.
Normally these are apocalyptic. It looks like a bomb's just gone off. You know?
I mean, this is.
We just got told that there's an apocalyptic one on the way. So what do we think of this setup?
Some behind-the-scenes footage
well.
here.
Alex's pawn. Yeah, okay, interesting.
Wait, is this your setup, Alex?
No, this is in Mike's. It's over there. You can see the room in there.
Oh, it's literally.
Did someone forget to lock their PC?
No, this seems about right. This actually looks like what my setup would look like at home. So 10 out of 10, perfect cable management. That's awful, that.
I don't know if I agree with the ergonomics, with the vision obstruction, but
yeah. Do you normally keep your preach under the desk? I normally keep mine in the corner, out of the way.
He's just inspecting the cable management, fixing those last minute touches.
It looks like he's passed away.
Is he still alive? No, he saw the cable management.
we got a tour of the setup and operations here, and we can attest that this is very true to life. No, but it looks great. Of course, this is a fantastic setup, especially the cardboard element. Of course, I mean very very necessary for
for sure. Oh man, right. What have we got next, Nigoro?
Alright, so we have Rashkala with the $10 donation. They say, don't mind my post-apocalyptic gaming chair. It's more than 10 years old.
Oh no.
Keep up the good casting. Been watching it ever since you guys started out.
Oh. Okay. First and foremost, they said don't mind it. We need to zoom in on the chair.
Yeah.
Whoa! That is, yeah. Okay.
That's a 10-year-old chair.
Might need to reinvest in a secret lab there.
Utilized.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think about having a giant monitor way above? Is that like so that you can kind of just like scoot back away from the desk and just look up at your screen? But for the cable management there is.
I feel like it's really
windy.
bad for your neck, right? Like
That's what I was thinking.
but if you recline your chair, it's
true. If you recline
it's good.
I'm not sure if that chair looks like if it reclines. I'm scared. It looks like it's gone through the ringer a little bit. Oh my god, look at the management behind there. Wow.
Oh my god, the cables.
This is a brave entry. I'm full behind you. I like it.
Yeah, I really like the centerpiece location of the PC here, up on the desk right there.
True.
I like that we see absolutely everything. This is someone who took a step back to take this photo, and we appreciate that. And of course, the content on that monitor can't be denied. It's a great way to enjoy the game while still being able to follow this event. So I think it's a little bit dark, if I'm gonna say something. Like it's a bit hard for us to spot the peripheral, spot how everything's coming together. But this could be a user who prefers to draw the curtains.
Play in dark mode.
Yeah, exactly. We can't see the Twitch whether it's in the correct mode or bright mode, but it's looking good, though. I think that this is someone who really enjoys time spent in their setup and has spent a few hours on that chair.
Okay, well, with the cable management and chair in mind, let's give it a few sets of reviews going from here. Yeah.
I mean, they've done the cable management on the bottom of the desk.
Sure. Pristine.
Yeah. But there's some improvements to do. I like what they're going for with the screens and everything, so I would say a solid 6.
Okay.
I think a 6 echoes my thinking, but I really appreciate the entry, and I think that this would be, this would be a very good example of a very cozy corner to enjoy content as well as engage in it and create it even themselves. So yeah, cool gaming corner.
For bravery, a 10 for including the chair. 10 out of 10 for the bravery. But that cable management is worse than mine, and I'm real bad at it. If I move strangely, half my stuff comes off my desk. So I'm going to have to bring you down, unfortunately. I'm going to take you to a 6 as well.
Well, I'll give it a 7. I think I see a lot of character here. So, yeah, it's a 7 for me.
Okay.
I see a lot of chair. I'm going to go with 6.5.
All right.
6.5 from you.
Good stuff. Well, thank you ever so much for sending these in so far,
Rishkala.
guys. Really do appreciate it. I think we've got a few more that we can get ourselves through. Production will let us know when we've got our list and we can see who is our first draft winners and the runners-up. But what we got here?
All right, so we do have another $25 donation by Anonymous without a setup. And we have a $10 donation by Bas Vander Werf. And they don't say anything, they just posted a picture of their setup. So let's take a look.
A strong entry.
Yeah, no explanation.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, we need a little bit of a zoom in at the bottom right. I don't want to see the screen. The bottom right, what's going on down there? He's trying to hide the Coke can, I think. Okay, not bad. That's an old school Naga mouse as well, isn't it? The one, I don't think you can get them anymore with all of the buttons on the side. That's some real old tech, I
I can't
think.
believe it's still working.
It's not a bad setup, especially a single screen setup. They can be difficult to get in, get everything set up. It is nice. It takes up a good chunk of the screen, like chunk of the desk. They got it nicely centered and whatnot.
We don't see everything though, right? We don't see the cable. Where are the cables?
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't see the cable
Perfect management.
Perfect management. That's what I think.
mean,
you can see 2 cables in the middle. Below the desk, though.
Oh,
True.
They're hiding in the darkness.
Something coming out there. But I mean, this is what I would characterize as a great setup. It has everything you need. It has everything at reach, and it's got that PC powering the whole setup right there, right in front of you. I like it. I believe this is an old Creative speaker array. I will deduct some points if that is no, I don't think that is the subwoofer. I believe that's the center speaker of a 5.1 system. So not really a center speaker, but still a very nice setup, and someone who clearly cares about audio with a nice pair of headphones as well. So I like the desk mat. I like the pattern on it. I like the whole general setup and what they've done with it. I can't help but think that something is hiding on that shelf above that we can't really spot right now.
I feel this has been cropped in a specific
manner.
Yeah,
it has been very carefully considered in terms of cropping. So that's going to be a slight deduction for myself, but yeah.
Okay, well, should we go from you around, Nagura?
Yes, I'm gonna give this a 7 out of 10.
I want to give it 9 out of 10. I
Oh.
think my dad would love this setup, to be honest.
A dad setup. There we go. For me, there's just too much missing. It adds too much mystery, and I don't want mystery in a PC setup. I'm going to go for a 5.
Oh,
yeah,
my first 5.5 I'm gonna give. So I'm not so much of a believer in this and a half scores, but yeah, this is a 5.5.
I mean, I don't think it's too bad. Sure, there's something missing, but I would say a solid 7.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for sending that in. Do appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Fast. Thank
All
you,
going
thank
towards
you.
a charity here.
Then we do have another $10 by Earth, and they say my fractal slash echo setup.
Ooh.
Good luck and have fun with the race.
Okay.
Aha.
Ooh, all right.
Whoa, what is that on the floor? Is that something that we've done before? I need confirmation. We had floor mats 2 races ago. That's cool as hell.
That is
Okay.
very cool, actually.
And the fractal case.
Yes, a lovely case. This is a good setup. Let's inspect under the monitor area because it seems to be busy there. What's going on? Okay, you got a couple of. Yeah, it looks like a pencil bag or like a little makeup bag on the left-hand side there. It's cool. I like this a lot.
This is very nice.
Very nice.
The fractal, of course, taking stage center there.
Yeah, we got our Meshify C looking proud there to adorn the desk. I mean, here is one where I think we maybe shouldn't rate. I don't know.
I think we can. It's okay. Just to let you know that these ratings may be biased. There we go.
But it looks great on there. I mean, I think the angular pattern complements the slightly calmer. I like that it's a wood top to the desk. Can we zoom in on the back wall there? We got a little yeah, that I like that. I like that. It ties in well with the pencils. I see even more coloring pencils there.
So
this
many
is
pencils.
definitely a creative person.
Yeah, do you think they're drawing? How do you need so many pencils?
It's so good. I've just been informed as well. We do actually have floor mats available from this race as well. So there we go. I was unaware of that.
Oh my god, amazing.
Yeah, so the beautiful setup. Not biased at all, but it is legitimately a really, really nice setup. I do like the creative aspect of it as well.
It's also the Echo hoodie as well, like the...
Yeah.
It's literally perfect. What's on the screen, actually? I'm nosy. If they're going to send us a picture, I get to see. Who is that?
I don't know.
I was going to say, that looks like you, Mitch. Oh, that's like Mitch from production. Yeah, Mitch is saying it's not his setup, he promises. Okay, well, let's give it a set of ratings. Shall we go from here?
Can I start?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a great setup. I love the plushies. I know someone at work that likes them too. But I would give this a 9.5 out of 10.
Ooh, okay.
I agree.
I mean, this is someone who clearly cares about what they surround themselves with when they engage with their digital content. I like that brick wall in the background as well, giving a nice little Brooklyn feel, complementing with the natural wood. It's a great setup. It's a 9 from me.
Yeah, it looks really cozy and a nice place to spend some time. I'm gonna give it a 9 as well. I think. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, is your mic on? Oh, might have run out of battery. Hold on then. Do a 9.
9 out of 10. There we go. All right. Well, I'll give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
I think the main deduction that I have is that the blue of the chair and the red of the Echo logo and the keyboard, right? Like it fit the red. We have like a theme going on with all the red, and then the chair has the blue, and it's like, you know,
I
just
didn't
like
notice that actually.
Slight deduction, you know.
It's too late for me now. I've already given my rating.
Yeah.
Well, once again, thank you.
Everything else very beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you everyone who did send them in. I think our scores have been being tallied up as we've been going along.
Yep.
So perhaps giving us a couple of minutes, production's going to let us know which ones we have rated the highest. Of course, thank you everyone who has sent in your setups to be reviewed. There we go, got the words out in the end. Really do appreciate, of course, all going towards an absolutely fantastic charity, Rise Above the Disorder, who, of course, have recently partnered with Fractal as well. So that's fantastic. It really means the most because those guys do so much good to help people get access to mental health services where otherwise they wouldn't. So if you do want to keep sending in your donations, then please do. We've got some amazing things coming up your way in terms of the rewards. And who knows, we do love to criticize your setup, so that might be a reoccurring thing depending if we're going to be doing splits until Tuesday. It is always something fun to be getting on with as well. So yeah, really, really do appreciate it. So out of all of them, now that we've seen all of them, is there one in your head that really sticks out as your favourite whilst we're waiting for production to kind of get the list together?
The custom made.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
The custom is very impressive, but I think I'll give the boring diplomatic answer to say, like, really it's quite amazing. We're seeing a new like, people didn't have setups at home just so it wasn't long ago, and like now we're seeing people be proud to share how they've configured their setup and all of that passion that exists in the community. It's something to celebrate. So I want to give a shout out to all of these that were submitted, and you prepared me for. So I don't know. We did get one sent in here from very locally, but no, I mean all of these setups looked amazing. I'm impressed.
Yeah, there's so many more that they send in, and so many donations, of course, as well for a good cause. So we will
keep them coming.
Yeah, we will be reviewing them later as well. All of them that have been sent in, and you can still send them in if you want, and of course still donate for a good cause. So thank you very much to everyone.
Yeah, no, really do appreciate it. As we said, we've raised over $177,000 over the course of our events with Echo and Rise Above the Disorder partnership. So it'll be awesome if we can manage to make that 200,000. Now, apparently I'm going to be getting the scores in via this magic tablet here. What channel did you say it was going to be in again? Live chat, okay, thank you. Okie dokie. So, we have a top 3. So, starting from the, third place is, I assume you're ready for these pictures and everything, production. We have Sylphs at 7.6 on average. If we could have a look at Sylph. Here, perhaps? The first one we saw. It was with was all being a little conservative with this one, I think.
I like that it's so bright as well. Like, this is something to enjoy. Gaming enjoyed in daylight, and there's something beautiful about that.
No, really, really good. So congratulations on that, as well as Valazdin with an 8.7 coming in second place. Oh yeah, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That custom work there. So thank you very much for sending that one in. And then coming in first for all of us is Earth with 9. So let's have a look at Earth. There it is! Not because of the abundance of Echo merch and the Fractal Caves.
Don't forget those formats.
No, I really do appreciate that, guys. Oh, I'm going to pass this back over to you to get it all in the charge. What about the one with the, what's it called? The dual screen one.
Alex was talking to production, everyone else
yeah,
just
sorry.
quiet.
Because this one here, I really did like this one as well. I just wanted to kind of point it out again with the double screens, the way that it was all stretched out with the wallpaper in the background as well. I liked it a lot.
And this is very pretty. I also like the carpet.
Yeah.
The carpet's kind of cool. It fits with the setup. It's very nice.
For sure.
Well, this is definitely a setup that could benefit from a smaller form factor case. And yeah, I mean, the way the world works, you never know. I mean, we really appreciate that all of these sending in the contributions, and who knows? Maybe there's possibilities for some upgrades. Maybe there's maybe there's you know, a little fractal fairy flying around somewhere. Who knows? It's definitely really cool to see all of these setups, and we would love to support it in any way we can, shape or form, and we're really happy to be powering this part of the events and give you something during the splits that maybe
alleviates Tindral.
Oh, I didn't say it.
We love fractal fairies. They're That sounds great.
Legit looking at the multi-view, it's just Smolderon, guys.
Yeah,
it's just Smolderon all the way. Well, we really can't thank you enough. It's always a pleasure to have Fractal here at the events. Not only just, of course, powering us with the amazing cases, but also just spending time and bringing us food. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome. So thank you ever so much. We are going to throw over to some comms and let you guys get on with the rest of your day. But thank you.
Thank you.
We will be back shortly. Do not go anywhere. See you in a sec.
Appreciate it a lot.
Oh
Are
my.
you fucking kidding me, dude? 8. Good luck, guys. Holy shit. This is gonna be rough. Use Hellstones.
Okay,
good.
so we need to put it up here, I guess. Yeah.
Loki.
Yeah. I mean,
I have
use
nothing for this,
personals,
actually.
guys.
Will you sack me? No. See ya.
3, 2, 1. Dodging. Dodging.
Next, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Just die.
These plates are just horrendous, man. Crazy.
I mean, I saw
Not even
some.
the balls only.
I will need to check the VOD, yeah, but some people were just had zero clue what the ideas of the baiting, like the second baiting. You can't go
Yeah,
clockwise in the room, guys, yeah?
Let's remove 1 or 2 bad mistakers, yeah? It's that.
Yeah, I don't know, I need to check, yeah. Everything swapped, I think, compared to the other bosses, yeah. Who missed orbs, Roger? Yeah.
I missed one.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna kick you.
No.
Uh,
I mean, we
stay
don't have a
quick,
weak order. Huh? Does anyone have a weak order?
No, I mean, I...
You did with his message, right?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not
that's the
looking
last
at
one.
it, yeah.
I don't know who to kick. Yeah. Everyone is failing differently, yeah, in both pros.
I mean, if you don't know, then pull again.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
guess
way
so,
to-
yeah.
It's
I mean,
fucking
I really don't know, yeah. Like, it was 10 people failing in the first time, then 10 different ones at the second time. Guys, I just say I will kick you next attempt if you die to the circle on the intermission, yeah. You saw it twice now, it's time.
I linked a stack list Dora in the WeChorus channel on Discord.
Yeah, James, you take it, bro.
I also need it. How do we pull
Really
it?
OP.
Wait.
It's really OP to look top
Summon
down.
our priest healer, friend.
It's top down on the overheated. You dodge the flame waves, it's pretty OP. I have some weird legs on this boss now, yeah. Like, crazy.
Some small hiccups or what?
Yeah. Like
Roger,
just
you want to tell your
freezes, yeah,
employees to
every
pipe
5
down a little bit,
seconds.
or?
They're not my employees.
Oh, who's the boss then? I'll tell him.
No. It's a partner, people that came.
Oh. Okay, let's get it raging.
Boss is killable, guys. You can do it.
Yeah.
Right down. Are they ready? Are you ready?
Never bait clockwise ahead of the boss phase.
We need 1 Mark of the Wild. Not sure who.
Yeah. I think Noria ready?
Yeah, he said. In chat. Let's do it, guys.
Debuffs out in 3. Rest soaking on tank. No.
Huh?
Ow.
Fine, that's fine. Keep on dodging, guys. Oh no.
No, well, just
Just go away.
Just go again, or?
No,
What
it's
is
fine.
this?
Whatever. Huh?
No, bro, just go
Ah.
again. Like 2 deaths from the first 5 seconds. That's what happened?
How's that possible, actually?
Is his gear red or something? Like he went into the lava, probably.
Wait,
He was outside.
I mean, I need to take a 2-minute piss. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah.
So
I mean, guys, I don't know. Yeah, I think I will kick you both. I'm very sorry, but I need a quick break.
What the fuck?
Hello and welcome back at the Echo Race Will First. I was forced to do the intro and
You're not supposed to say that. They're making it work. It's outrageous. Mike has brought me the best gift, by the way. This is a giant cup. I can't really tilt it because it's filled to the brim with the delicacy of gods. It's just hot chocolate.
Yeah.
The whole thing, all hot chocolate. I'm
with
so
sugar
happy.
or no sugar?
It's it's already got chocolate in it, so no sugar, I assume. Would it, whatever the
So
machine
you didn't
does.
add sugar.
I can tell you the limit of my effort to make this gift for you was to put the cup under the machine and press hot chocolate 4 times.
Did you rinse it out at all?
Yeah, I washed your cup.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't giving you COVID
With
or
the
anything.
dishwasher. With the dishwasher.
You can't even put these cups in the dishwasher, they're too big.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Alex's gift. Well, in Sweden, he needed a mug, and I chose that one.
Yeah. Very kind.
It is amazing.
Everybody's jealous of it, though. As when we
Yeah.
showed the picture of the setup that we did, me and Jordan did it, all the replies are like, what is that mug?
Yeah.
Where did
Mug
we
is
get
so
it from?
good. This mug, it's like a pint. I've literally got like a pint and a half.
Sam
of
has
hot
a
chocolate
similar
in.
one, right? Like the
Yeah,
same
well,
size,
I went
yeah.
and bought him one because
Oh, yeah.
I messaged Sam before I came here and I was like, have we got tea making facilities? As a Brit, I need my tea.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just like, and kind of, but I need tea bags. And I was like, what about mugs? You've got like these little coffee cups. We haven't got one here, but they're little like disposable coffee cups. That's insufficient. You can't have that
Yeah.
for a tea.
Yeah, I see it.
It's like
I don't
It
drink
won't
tea.
keep it warm.
I am anti-British, unfortunately, guys.
So I said that I'd bring mugs, but I didn't have enough space in my bag. So
For a mug?
yeah.
How crammed are you? Or did you bring a little baby bag?
I did bring... No, I actually brought so many clothes so I wouldn't have to do laundry.
But the hotel does laundry for us.
I've
Oh,
got
the
like
hotel does
2
it?
weeks worth of clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All you do is you take it to reception, you say, I am part of Echo.
You
And then the
have to
next...
use the accent as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly that
Otherwise they're
way.
like, what the hell?
Well, we want the mystery, right? We don't want people to know where we're from.
Ooh, nice.
Otherwise, they ruin your
I will
clothes.
attempt this tomorrow.
Yeah, and then they'll just wash it and give it back to the next day.
It'd be so funny if you just made that up on the spot and I'd go there. I'm from Echo.
I should
and
have
they're
done
like,
that.
Yeah,
I'm getting sloppy, actually.
all you have to do is go up to there, give them a wink and then a twirl, and then just drop everything.
There's
on
a
the-
secret code word. Yeah, and it's cock balloon. So when they say what's the password, that's what you have to say
Oh, man.
to prove you're part of Echo.
Oh.
perfect.
And it works. But yes, we have laundry this time, unlike Hamburg, where we washed our clothes in the sink, which was unfortunate. That was a sad
did that
state.
work?
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the trip to Lidl to get a clothes soap thing. To sit in the sink and do it. Oh, good, it's Smolderon. I haven't seen this before.
So what happens on this fight, Mike?
Well, you see what happens is Illidan comes down and goes, I'm now the betrayer.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
and then he says, we're all family.
Can you not even try and do the voice?
That was the voice.
That's your Vin Diesel?
Yep.
I'm part of the family.
Hello, it's me, Vin Diesel. We're part of the family.
Oh, no. That would be a much better movie.
Did you know I did the
I'd
dub
watch
for that? Yeah. Professional voice actor.
I translated it into English. That was my contribution. Have they been doing well, though? I've been streaming and I've been doing all kinds of stuff, so I wasn't able to catch where they're up to.
I'd say not too bad, right?
We've had no Farak yet.
No Firax yet. I don't think we have an updated graphic, but last time we looked, it was 43.36%. Or so. It was very specific. It was around 43-45% done in terms of the splits.
How's Team Despair doing?
Well,
It
so the
moved
two different
backwards,
teams aren't actually. So yeah, that was the previous one.
the previous one.
So they might have done a few more since then. It's something that we're manually doing. Basically, when Just Wait can be bothered because he's so lazy to send us
Even if he
data.
came to work today. Al.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Do you know he's just been sat in the hotel?
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
crazy,
that.
yeah.
Champagne, caviar,
Laundry.
unbelievable. Laundry,
On demand.
unbelievable.
This is actually true, but Scribe ordered lobster soup today.
What?
Yes.
From where?
We all got like the meatballs, and he got
we had
lobster
meatballs
soup.
and of course, lingonberries.
Lingonberries.
Yes,
Praise
dude.
be.
They're very good though.
Praise be.
Yeah.
You'll be sick of them soon.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
Oh, you will.
No, maybe not, because you're only having it maybe once a day. What is going on down here, Alex? Is this half a muffin?
Oh.
You disgusting
The
animal.
Fractal people bought them for us, and then he didn't eat all of it. And
thank
just
you, Fractal.
Put it on the floor, and now he wanted to offer it to Mike after he picked it up from the floor.
Okay.
He's like, "You
I
want to
love
give
that
this
you
a
went,
taste?"
Fractal, your North case is delicious. Threw this on the floor.
That is not okay. I've got to clarify this. This was a lot bigger. I ate most of it. Then I got up because I was getting them back in, and then by the time I got back, I didn't have time to like sort it all out, so I just put all my things down there. I've got like a full little like pocket down there full of my
Production,
stuff.
we have a class
When we were on break, he told me that he hates it. You don't have to lie now.
I do like. I would
he
eat it
said
now,
it's
but it's been on the
disgusting
floor.
to me.
They're really nice. Both the Fractal people and the goodies they bring us.
I love that he's saying it's really nice as he threw it back on the floor.
I placed it kindly on the
Let
floor.
me recreate Alex. I tell you what, this is delicious.
How could you? How could you?
Fractal, have a word.
Well, this is my last
We're
event.
sorry
so
to
screw it now.
disrespect you so much. We love your North Case and your support of the Race to World First. The only reason that Alex is here is thanks to Fractal, as he disrespects their pastries.
Really nice.
Anybody else you want to throw under the bus, Alex? Yeah? No, you bring an end to the whole Race to World First from the inside.
Something bad about Roger.
Just get a list out and just be horrible to all the sponsors. Why don't you, Alex? I ate so much of it, and I was panicked. This is just to let you know. Just to let you know, this is now a living nightmare. Thanks, guys.
It's all right. At least you haven't destroyed the set yet.
I haven't destroyed the set in 3 races so far. So 4th time.
That's a hell of a streak.
That is a streak.
I love that when you first got here, you came in the viewing room and you went, "Is there anything I could destroy?" Like you're so paranoid about it now.
That is the first thing I do when I go to any of these races now. Just immediately scan the area. What can I break by sitting down? Do a full check. I'm pretty sure production's doing a full check of that as well. What can Alex break by sitting down?
Getting back on point though, you were telling me about Team Hope and Despair. What are they doing?
They've been doing well, but I think
Hope and Despair to Guild?
Huh?
No, Team Despair is Scripe's group that spent 4 hours yesterday doing Smolderon.
Yeah,
that's funny because there's a guild that's literally called Hope and Despair, and I used to raid with them. So
Oh,
I was
right.
like, they killed some mythic bosses, or I don't know.
Which half were you?
I'm of course Hope.
I'd be Despair.
Yeah. I'd be Despair at her being Hope. So it's kind of a nasty situation we ended
Understandable.
up in.
But generally speaking, the pace that they've been doing, obviously this has been wiping here and there, but it feels like they've kind of got to a point now where if they wipe to a boss X many times, you just start seeing people disappear from the group.
That's what they did yesterday.
Yeah, so they have gone down that route in order to do it. Obviously, it's less effective in terms of the amount of gear that you get. You're running the risk of maybe not getting that 6th piece of loot or whatever the number would be. But generally speaking, I would say they're keeping a pretty good pace. I think we're on pace to be done with the standard heroic today, so to speak. So we'll have maybe a couple Firax if we can by the end of today, and then tomorrow, hopefully by lunch. I know that Jesse's going to be really angry. Jesse was already angry at me earlier as well. But he's very pessimistic in terms of when these splits will be done. I think we'll be in Mythic by about lunchtime, maybe afternoon tomorrow.
I think so too. Unless Scripe pulls I need 3 more Boomkins classic Scripe maneuver. And then it's like, back in the splits, lads. It'd be interesting to see what time they do finish tomorrow, whether they'll just head to Mythic Plus or go into Mythic if they could do the brain switch. Obviously, time will be the deciding factor on that if it goes late. We don't know how hard Frac's going to be in split runs. I'm sure Liquid's probably up to there tonight, so they'll be like, okay. But they stuck it out for way too long yesterday to try and get it done with the original group that was in there, and then they ended up swapping it, bringing in quite a few extra alts of the Echo players to get it done. There's so many extra alts, I don't even think it really will affect gear that much. Each of them has so many characters that weren't planned to be used, but they still have them.
Right.
Available to go, so not screw up the loot too much. This is going to be close, though.
This is not looking great, but it should be good enough to get a kill.
It's doable.
Because as long as we don't have too many people die to these world-inflamed circles, the boss here is going to be doing
before it goes into Enrage.
Yeah, it's going to be going into the encroaching devastation or destruction or something.
Yep, here he goes. Oh, hold! Is it going to be... Oh, is Mira's going to have to solo the last part?
Here
Pretty
comes
much.
the encroaching destruction as the concentric circles come closer.
See what I was talking about with
closer.
Rygolon, though? Like, I want this to be Rygolon style, because we have that last burst where they have that last little chance of getting it down. So it really
I want to
could
see
be a
this on
Rygolon style.
Mythic, where like you got a few people alive here at the end.
Oh, no.
This is going to be tight as hell, by the way.
Mira should be... The tank should be okay for a couple of blasts. We saw Andy survive a couple of them yesterday.
Kill it! Kill it!
Mira's focus mode. He's good, he's good, he's good.
I don't like it.
It would be amazing. This has to be the Mythic kill, you know? Exactly.
Oh, the
like
light's going on. Woo! Team Hope prevails yet again. Team Despair. Where are Team Despair? Where are they up to? Can we see production? Can we get a Kush check, actually? It's a good way of... There he is. Oh, he's sat up. Okay, they're not doing too bad.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's that horizontal yet.
He was really pushing that Secret Lab Titan to its limits yesterday, but was very cozy doing it,
Yeah,
which was nice.
100%.
Yeah, he was a one flat boy. Let's put it that way. And we're on the way to on the donations. You guys were doing really well earlier. You had some review checks. But what is Alex Ross, and what experience should we be looking forward to?
So I've been told what it is, but I still want to add a little layer of mystique to it. But it should be something a little artistic. Something a little...
I wonder what that could be. Mysterious.
Yes. But it's gonna be horrific. That's what it's gonna be.
So you're gonna do like a nude portrait of Sam or something?
I'm not entirely sure what I am painting, but all we need to know is that really it doesn't matter what I paint because it's all gonna look like crap.
The listen cat you're gonna paint, the one you didn't eat.
Do you think I could draw that?
No, I think you're gonna do a duck.
Oh, I should practice.
That makes sense.
How do you practice your ducks?
Well, do you know the last thing I drew? I don't. I have no idea. I haven't tried to draw anything in years. Like, I think you'd be confused if it was a stick man. So yeah, I need to work on that. But I will make sure that it's calm and relaxed, a nice, like, smooth and ASMR-y experience.
Oh, it sounds fun. Yeah, it sounds very fun.
Either fun or dreadful. One of the two.
I mean, both.
Probably both.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Why not both?
Yeah, you can add all those things together and get a good time. This is a boss that was causing a lot of strife last night. Not during the day, but during the night. It was the beams going across.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you see the traveling beams,
Yeah.
the old Sinestra lasers. Similar to that.
Crap, you're right.
What is Kush looking at? Is his screen like to the side?
Nobody knows what Kush looks at, actually.
No, he's just looking off. He's like being a truculent teenager. He's like, I've had enough of this.
This isn't even... Actually, Kush is the secret extra outside helper. He's just watching Perfecto play.
He's really did. Oh, no. Yeah, I think he's just at a funny angle.
He's sat off his chair.
Yeah, he's off his seating device.
Yeah, he's...
It's very interesting.
He's testing the lumbar support of that Secret Lab Titan to make it work. But yeah, they had some real issues with this yesterday. But I think they've solved them now by making sure everyone has extra care of those lasers. Because when Jesse checked the logs, they were getting sliced. Oh, right.
What?
You couldn't even be bothered to press different numbers.
Apparently it's an exact. So just in case you were worried that it was only 54%. No, it's 0.54% even. It's 0.5454545454%. Oh, apparently, yeah, we can round up the last number to 5 if we want to as well. So there we go.
Nice,
so
okay.
about 55% through.
I'll tell you what, I feel well informed.
I do. I'm too informed, actually. Over-informed.
Yeah,
would be
I don't like
the word
it.
I used, yeah.
Yeah, ignorance
I need
is
to
bliss.
remove some information that I had previously.
3 decimal places at max next time production, all right?
Don't want to mislead the viewers. Noted, yes. Noted. Keeping it alive. But this looks really smooth, actually. They must have solved it.
There has been some whoopsies.
To be fair, those beams are very similar to the floor, if you're like half paying attention.
That's something, yeah, it feels like a fight if you zone out on, it's really punishing, you know what I mean? Like if you just kind of take in the colours for a moment without really paying attention to what's going on, you can very easily lose what's going on.
Even the heads up is hard to see, because it's those green balls that are falling next to Naimu. So you can see where they're coming from, but they spread they encompass the entire room by the time they get a little bit further out. Just uninstall.
Salute. That's a salute. See you later.
Yeah, but yeah, those lines, they also stun you. I read it in a dungeon journal. I did not, and don't know this from personal experience.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be hit by them,
No, of course not.
What are you, a pleb?
I know. So yeah, the stunning and they do damage, and you can die very easily when you get hit by them.
Yeah, I think some people got stunned on the lines as well because they were crossing
So
goals.
it's like ticking. Like
Yeah. So, like, we watched some people
rough.
just get absolutely shredded yesterday. It was like, nothing's happening. And they were like, ah, dying. And I don't know why.
I think...
Alex is the worst. I love that you put a little space in.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So it ends in 6-4%. That's good to know.
Interesting that 4 out of 9 in Mythic have died.
Yeah, have you seen the instant
What
dollars?
4 have died?
So we had, obviously, Null Root and Agura, because they're mandatory. We then saw Council die.
Makes sense, we expected that.
And instead of going to Naimu, I'm not even sure if they got a pull-in on Naimu, they went straight to Volcaros as far as I'm aware.
Oh, so, yeah.
Volcaros, guess how many pulls?
Go on.
1.
Oh.
Didn't even wipe. And do you know what happened? What happened within the first 30 seconds? Someone died. Do you know what didn't happen? Didn't even hit the Enrage. Didn't even hit the final slam that brings the two groups together.
Oof, Blizz.
In all fairness, it is instant dollars, so it's not like, oh, just some random
True,
guild.
but even on the first week with this gear, you should be seeing the last slam, I would think.
Yeah.
Like, or being pushed into that last corner.
Yeah, it seemed like...
Honestly, I know it's a little bit disappointing, but at the same time, I'm somewhat happy because, whenever it's close for these guilds, like whenever they reach the Enrage, then it's just completely unkillable for a Mythic guild like ours.
Oh, right, who haven't got as many...
Yeah, because then we kill 2 bosses and we know, okay, we can't kill this 3rd boss.
That's
so
what I mean. Like, there's
out.
leeway there, right? You don't want it to be pushed to, like, you have a second before it dies by playing perfectly, but getting to the final sort of area of mechanics.
Yeah,
that's
but
a big leeway.
if it means they get to the final, like if Echo gets to the final area, then it's unkillable for any normal Mythic guild, right?
So you're thinking...
That's a big leap. I don't think so.
I think so.
So because those guys
Yeah.
aren't getting there, that means that you guys probably will, is what you're thinking, right? So you'll be seeing,
Yeah,
like,
it might be close for us.
Because that's
right,
what, like,
okay.
40 to 50 seconds of extra time? That's a long time for DPSs. 40
That
to
is a
50
long
seconds.
time,
That's a
yeah.
really long time.
We'll
which
see. I'll
people can make up.
report back once we kill Volcaros.
You turn up tomorrow, it's like we wiped 50 times. In which case, I totally take it back. 100%.
But yeah, it's kind of funny because I watched the kills, I was listening to their comms, and literally the raid leader, they were talking it through and like calling out the mechanics as they went, and then it just went silent for like 10 seconds, and it was just like, so yeah, just keep playing the fight. Not a lot going on. But in all fairness, they were like very organised. They weren't trolling with the.
Oh, Instant Dollars is a great guild.
Yeah, so like one of the changes on Mythic is that the circles that are the just general personal debuffs, they get closer and closer, and as they get super close, they then turn into a group soak. They didn't screw that up once, and I think that's something that can quite easily be screwed up by a guild. Like they was calling out who was soloing them. Everyone already knew which one they were helping with. They were already like pre-roaring to get back to a certain soak zone, so they weren't just like YOLO trolling through it. Well, they might have, but they did it in a very organised way.
Yeah.
So, like you can't just go in there and just slam face and hope for the best. You will need to do the mechanics, but it doesn't look that much harder than Heroic.
So we're waiting to see Larry and Naimu then is what we're waiting to see.
Well, Larry was pulled. We've seen Larry pulled.
Is that the pulls, the 5 pulls they've had there?
60% of 5 pulls. Those pulls were a little spooky. I'm going to say that. It's one of those fights where you can get a very, very low percentage of... little bit of trolling going on.
Swap blasters are really fun.
It's one of those fights where you can get a low percentage on the boss without it really meaning anything, because obviously when you get into the last phase, if the fire isn't in a good enough spot, like getting to the last phase, probably you could do that within 5 to 10 pulls if you didn't care about that last phase. So you get in there and the whole room's a complete and utter mess. So I can imagine you'll see very, very low percentage wipes, but it takes ages to cut off that last second phase percentage as you get in there cleaner and cleaner.
Sure.
So it looked hard, though. It looked like it was a bit spicy.
Yeah, I'm not asking for ultra hard. Just don't want it to be all dead in day one.
I imagine it'll be somewhere, we were thinking maybe like 30 or 40 pulls. It looked like a 30-40 puller. Maybe 20 for the Echo and Liquid, sort of. Maybe it'll take them not as long, but we will see.
Yeah, we'll see tonight, though. I mean, they should be getting raiding now, I would imagine.
Who?
The Americans.
Oh, yeah, they should be in raid time, I imagine.
Yeah, Team USA should be up and rocking, I would have thought, for their day 3.
But I think they're probably still in splits.
So I'm not sure if
Instant Dollars must have stopped their splits now. Are they day
sure.
raiding?
Are they day raiding every day?
I'm not that familiar with them, whether they're day raiding every day. I think the first couple of days?
I don't know.
Or is that just evening raids?
Yeah, I do think they don't do all day, though. Like, I think they raid more, but not all day, as far as I know.
From looking at their Raider.io earlier today, it said that they raid 7 days, but in terms of day raids, it says that they do like the first one, so they might have just done like the first 2 this time around.
Yeah,
I think it's
I'm
just
not sure.
like most of these top end guilds, they're like, we're always doing the first one, but if people are around and want to do it, then then they can keep going.
I'll get this information.
Oh, you're just gonna go poke them. When are you raiding, by the
Yeah.
way? Need a boom?
Hello. Invite. Let's get it going. Nerfed. So they're the only guild that's killed the other bosses, though. Everyone else 1 out of 9, just taking down Gnarl Roots, which is as expected. It's a nice big blast fight, not super complicated. Good opening boss, as you can see. That's a good boss. You probably see some pugs doing Gnarl Root.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Not too distant. Just getting in there, blasting Gnarl Root down, getting a bit of loot. Hopefully, Agira is relatively similar. Always nice when even pugs can go and get a couple of mythic kills.
Have we got cross-realm mythic immediately already?
Next expansion, I think.
Oh yeah, next expansion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be... Well, that's when we get cross-realm guilds, Al. That's when we're going to have it, so we can invite all our friends from across the world of Europe.
Of Warcraft, I thought you were going to say. I'm sad that they didn't make cross-realm mythic immediate, because that seems like a switch that they're flicking, right? Whereas cross-realm guilds obviously is a bit more,
they're capable of doing it, but I think they're just saying the Hall of Fame's going away at the end of Dragonflight.
But I think
maybe they'll take it on for Fated.
I think the Hall of Fame is sticking around, but it just doesn't mean anything. Like it just means
because previously it was so prestigious.
Yeah. No, as in like it won't make a difference to it won't unlock anything. Like, I think it'll still be around. It'll still be on the website.
Just got a silly title. I hated those titles.
Yeah, it's bad.
They're so long.
I'm sad that they're locked to guilds.
Yeah.
That too, because it's you that achieved it. Not, I mean, yeah.
Well, I guess the guild did as well.
Guild,
but like you
I
did.
imagine the gold we could have made selling that. It was so good.
True.
Do you know, I did hear of guilds that did get top 100 would sell a full run. Basically, the entire guild would leave their guild, go join another guild, get another
that works.
Thingy. So that guild will now have the title in the...
How much?
Quite a lot. I think it was quite popular in the Asian realms. I think that was happening quite a lot in there. So I think some people were quite annoyed about it, because it's like, oh, we would have got it.
And they didn't actually transfer their characters. They did something else.
Oh, they're doing a bit of piloting.
I don't know what that means. Explain it to me.
It's like
I've never heard of that.
It's like when you stack a bunch of potions up, right?
Right.
And you just separate them out in your bags.
I've seen it.
Yep. But instead of you clicking all of them, someone else logs on your account and clicks them for you. There you go.
I bet that was a couple of $100 mil to have people do that. It must have been something.
It would have been, pretty damn expensive.
Not sure what the prices are like these days for the old cell runs. But it used to be robust.
Yes.
Even for... Do you remember... Like, I'm not advocating for selling runs, but, like, we used to do it. But remember we had that one guy...
I was only doing it for gold.
Yeah, for gold. Yeah, we weren't doing... What was that word you used? Cheating?
What? Production saying stuff in my head as well now.
Don't say that word.
Don't do it.
But we had a guy who was buying the sword from Behemoth. Do you remember? It was a rogue sword, I think.
You mean Raden weapon, right?
I'm sure it was Behemoth. Did Behemoth drop a rogue weapon?
Oh, you mean in Ajaratir?
Yeah.
The Underwater Boy. Yeah, we did sell that, I think, as well, yeah.
Yeah, but it was one guy.
Oh, yeah, they were after it for ages. We felt so bad.
He ended up spending something like 20 million gold. And,
well, I think...
And then we ended up giving it him for free at some point. It never dropped.
Yeah, so... Because obviously it was
we
personal...
stacked the raid with like 12 rogues.
Yeah, it was personal loot, so we custom make the comps, right, to try and get the highest outcome. And this guy was turning out... doing nothing wrong, just never dropped. So
and you paid like each raid individually?
Yeah. So
well, you pay for being in the run, right? That's what you're paying for. You're paying to be in the run. It's not really our fault if it doesn't drop.
I think literally we were doing everything in our power to make it
drop.
we
weren't scamming or anything. We've stacked the raid with everybody who could possibly trade it. Like even brought friends in who were willing to trade it and stuff. Like we felt so bad.
I think
not that we weren't taking the money.
Well, I think in the end we were just like, just come along.
Yeah, we did it for free.
Like you should have got it by now.
It got ridiculous. We're like, we're not charging you anymore. Just come along every time. Oh, there's Team Despair as the despair begins.
5-minute break of despair.
All right.
So everyone can think about what they've done.
Yeah, they're on break time. Production, can we get like a snapshot of Kush now? And then in like 60 minutes.
Ooh, I love that.
I'd see his slow progression
of
angle.
Can we do that every hour? From the start of the day, as he comes in and sits down in a chair, take a screenshot, and then move on.
Kush despairs rather quickly. He's on a hot chocolate though, so he's going to be feeling good pretty soon.
Good call. Yum yum.
Oh, you can lift it now without spilling.
The downside of that hot chocolate, you've had, like, this is cold for sure now, right?
Oh, no way. The insulation on that mug? It's through the roof, Karen.
Okay, it's still okay, fine. Okay.
I got to speed up though. The more I drink, the colder it will get.
We can microwave it for you, classy style.
No.
Make some dreams come true.
Do you ever? Well, you don't drink tea.
I do not.
John was talking earlier about microwaving tea.
She microwaves cereal.
Yeah.
Who
It's
does
horrible.
that? And she thought it was normal. She was like raised in some sort of cult, I think.
It's my guild leader.
It took me a second to realise what you
My
just
guild
said.
leader also does that, and
He microwaves what?
he microwaves cereal. And I was talking about this with Jordan, and he was watching my stream, and he was listening to a conversation. And then I was like asking her, it's like, yeah, but you microwave the milk, right? And then he put the cereal in after.
That's what I thought she would do.
That seems more reasonable.
Cozy,
Yeah, right.
helps you sleep. Kind of makes sense.
But then Toe Grinder didn't understand the question, and then he says, "Oh no, that doesn't work. You cannot microwave cereal without the milk." I was like, "What?" And apparently he has attempted to microwave cereal without milk,
Just the.
and it
just
burned
But he's
into
Irish,
the
though.
mug. He is, yeah.
Which
That's
is
the problem.
disgusting.
Yes. And then he sent me a screenshot of the mug just being with burned in cereal.
Oh man.
But what? Like, I just don't know what he wanted to achieve with that. Like,
He's not going to do anything.
what do you think happens?
I'm never
with
sharing a
this?
taxi with you again, Connor. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you turn up, you're Irish. It's a problem. And now you're microwaving dry Cocoa Pops or whatever you're doing.
It wouldn't even do anything.
Well, apparently it does.
It burn it.
It burned.
Snap, crackle, and burn, baby.
I know you can put like crisps in the microwave. Like
Why?
Crisps.
Why are you anybody doing this?
No, you can do because it will do nothing. So
You
it'll
can
go
do a lot of
underwater.
things, Al.
Yeah.
You can drive a car with your feet if you want to, but it's not a good damn idea.
Well, you kind of need to use the pedals, Mike.
May I?
Yeah.
I need to have a look. What the? Fireman
It appears
Sam?
that everything... He put Weetabix in the microwave with no milk, and what he created was a destroyed bowl.
Nice.
So, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's something to put in the repertoire.
Well, if you want to send in your pictures of your
Of
microwave
destroyed-
adventures,
Please do not do that.
Don't muck around in your microwave.
Please do not mess with the microwave. Oh my god. For the love of Christ, do not do that. And do not send them here.
Just send down a picture of like just a burnt down house.
And I'm just
First
gonna
he
move over
throws the
here.
bread on the floor. He tells people to microwave things.
Today's casters are Alex and Nagura. Before the incident.
I would like to say that you shouldn't muck around with your microwave.
Please don't. No, that would be very bad. Although it was kind of funny when people started microwaving their phones because they thought they charged the battery.
Oh, I heard about that.
But you have a charger. Why? I don't understand why you would... Oh, cool.
Did you ever
Internet
play
memes.
around with a microwave when you were a kid?
No, because we grew up in pubs, so they were very serious about kitchen conditions.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
we were
fair
cooking
enough.
for people in the pub. My mum was a chef.
Oh,
And still is a chef, actually. It's not like she retired from it, but she's still a chef. She was going to hopefully chef for the Race to World First.
Oh.
But she's currently occupied in Saudi Arabia.
Fair enough.
She is.
How about you, Nagura? Did you ever microwave stuff up? Destroying things? I did it as a kid. I really shouldn't have.
No, I never really used to microwave because I don't know, my mom cooked a lot. So I had like fresh stuff to eat all the time. Never had to microwave anything.
Wow.
And then at some point, I came home and it was middle of the night, and I woke up my brother because I didn't know how to microwave lasagna. So I
With
woke
the
him.
instructions? Or was it
No,
homemade
it was
lasagna?
homemade
you were reheating?
lasagna. I
Ah,
went to
okay,
reheat,
okay.
and I didn't know how to do that. So
Fair enough.
But now you're living the dream.
yeah.
That microwave dry food dream.
Microwave cereal.
Yum, yum. Disgusting, by the way.
The thing is, we're all giving it a load of grief, and I'm with you. I think it is gross, but I haven't tried it. I
Good
feel
point.
bad. I feel bad for not at least trying it. I think I'm going to do it before I leave.
But like,
So, new sub goal. If we hit $7,000 in this stream,
yeah, I'll do it. I'll eat
Alex will eat microwave. What? Weetabix seems to be the choice.
Not a massive
Well,
fan
whatever
of
we
Weetabix,
have
so
here.
sure.
What's
Yeah.
your cereal choice?
but the thing is, what
Cocoa Pops or Rice Krispies? Rice Krispies, I imagine, would be quite good.
the thing is, it won't be any different than just having warm milk with cereal in it.
It
right?
will, because it's going to heat up the Rice Krispies in the juice. And they're going to become a mush. No.
Why not?
Because
I didn't see anything wrong with
I
it.
think he's more concerned with you spitting up Rice Krispie mush all over the set.
Look, if it's just a bit mushy, it's not like I'm gonna like projectile.
We
like,
don't have to do it in here. We can get a camera outside. We can NDI it.
True.
It's all good production.
We've already thought it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I like
Yeah,
some of this cereal too, actually, now that I think about it.
yeah, okay, so
let's do it.
at 7k, if you guys can get 7k by the
Yeah.
time that me and Nagura are out of here, then for sure, we'll do the hot cereal challenge.
And I'll judge it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, what about that? Special K?
Special K?
Could do Special K.
Yeah, can do.
Other cereals are available.
Special K is great.
Just covering our bases. I'm down for not being involved in an eating challenge for the first time.
You can judge
it. I will judge. Yeah. I will
Can we
absolutely
have like
judge.
different versions, like one with maybe
Okay,
chocolate milk?
Okay, fine, as long as you clean up
We've
after
been
yourself.
approved!
XOXO.
Let's go!
Yes! We've been approved. Let's do it, team. We've got a couple of hours.
wiping.
They're
Clapping.
always wiping.
Yeah.
They love it.
They're just excited for the cereal challenge. It distracted them.
Yeah. Oh, we should get Gingy in on it. He loves it.
Do you think
Put some protein powder in there. He's good. Ooh. I don't envy it. It's
He
gotta
was
be
very
gross.
excited when I showed him the
I think it's just gonna
pastries
be-
that I brought.
I think I'm just
Like, he's like, oh.
Because we'd never buy it ourselves. There's no way. I will eat lingonberries and meatballs all day. I'm not going to the shop to get my own pastries. Oh, I see donations coming in.
Oh, dear.
Yes! Yes! Come on, viewers, let's do it.
Oh, man.
Regret. Regret.
Well,
Regret.
the thing is, I think the worst it will be is just slightly unpleasant.
No, it's
Yeah.
going to be gross. It's going to be slimy, but also
It
like
is gonna
kind of
be
chunky.
mushy, right?
The thing, the
Yeah.
worst thing will be is if it's like lukewarm. That would be the worst.
Oh no, we have to get
It
it
will
hot.
for
I want
sure be-
steamy.
If it's hot, I'm
no,
down.
it can't microwave. Will the milk not boil over? If
We would have to catch it. This is getting very
Well,
complex.
we'll ask Jordan. She's an expert. She knows what's up.
True.
Yeah.
We have an on-site hot cereal expert.
Mm-hmm.
We're covered. All the bases. We'll get health and safety in.
Jordan's just gonna be in a high vis
Do we
jacket.
really
for
want
no
to rely
reason.
on her?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She's the one who introduced the strap.
She's only let me down like 8-9 times.
Oh, go on.
Ooh.
This is what Roger's up to, apparently.
Is he playing gay? Oh, he's stream decking. What's he doing?
Did he record his voice and he's rate leading like this now instead of saying it?
Oh.
He's just rate leading with.
He's not playing. Oh, hang on. Yeah, he's playing Rumble.
Wise. That is wise. There's only-
Classic CEO play, honestly. Oh my God, we're almost there already. $14. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
Oh,
we got
man.
a $200 donation by Anonymous. Eat the cereal, Alex.
Okay.
And a $500 donation by Leandra. They
Oh.
just really want us to
Oh my God.
eat
my boy.
microwave cereal.
I'm so happy.
Okay.
I'm going to watch other people be disgusted.
We'll have to get this set up for. We could probably do it today.
I guarantee you, after what happened with me and the beans, it will be here in like 3 minutes flat. Because I thought it was going to be like 2 days later, and they turned
I'm
up before I even
surprised that
got off
was
the
like.
couch.
I can't believe that you like that everyone was so against it. That seemed like a normal meal to me. That beans
Eating
thing.
a cold can of baked beans. Have you
Out
tried
of
it?
the can.
That sounds
Yeah, of
disgusting.
course.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I wouldn't
just-
even eat it warm.
I think it's pretty standard.
It's
You
horrendous.
guys are just snobby.
We are approved the special K, didn't we, team?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really care
Yeah,
either way.
yeah.
It's. Oh, okay. Well, we have to get to 7K first, Mitch. Okay. we won't say that.
$15. Do it.
Get
Come
this-
on.
If we get
Alright, we have
$15 in, we'll
$20
do
from
it.
Nagura is a spy. They say, gotta say, I love seeing Caracaster race and Echo side this year. She's a great addition. Not to forget other guys. Everyone's being so wholesome. Keep up the good work.
Can we just clip Nagura as a spy and just have that like on a soundboard?
To be fair, she's not allowed in the caster room with any USBs. She has to get padded down.
Oh no.
We did it! Yes!
Let's go!
Oh, production's already on it! I can see it going!
Oh,
I
man.
guess I have to throw this away before I enter.
Oh.
It's going to be so bad.
Just classical. Let's
Oh,
make this
classical music. Ooh, I
central.
like that.
Yeah, hold on then.
I like it.
We can listen to the music
Yeah, I wanna
ourselves if
listen,
you
yeah.
click the music cast thing.
That'd be
So
great. Yep.
we'll listen to some classical music.
Well,
as
it's
it
not
will
here
be-
yet, is
it'll be a
it? Have
fancy
they
mix.
literally made it?
They will do.
Oh
very
my God.
swiftly.
Who got the last couple of donations in? Who took us over the finish line?
We got $25 from Laralf, and they say, there you go, Alex. Mike, just make sure you don't get sick from the look alone.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so
And then
excited.
we have $25 by Killa. No comment. One more by Riot Net, $25. Syria, let's go.
Thank you very much for the donations, guys. Thanks.
Thank you
I'm
very
ready.
much. What is happening?
I'm super ready. Let's do it. It's going to be so
Oh, I
good.
can hear the classical music kicking in.
Oh,
So
this-
relaxing. I'm excited.
This is not good, Al.
Like, it's just going to be warm, right?
Yeah, it's just gonna be warm cereal.
Lovely warm.
It's gonna be great.
It's
Can we put some sugar in it, or is
With
that
milk?
sweet?
No, it has to be microwaved with the milk, otherwise apparently
Yeah,
it
Where's
explodes in
Jordan?
the
She
bowl.
should be all over
Yeah,
this.
Jordan
she knows
should
the
be
technique.
min-max in this.
Jordan's the kitchen. Jordan's the kitchen.
Cashier number 3, please.
Hang on. I bet I can. She's guaranteed to sprint right past the window in a second.
You're gonna come on to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna see a little Jordan legs. We won't see her above the other window, but we'll see her go past the door.
How much would it have to be, Mike, considering we reached the 7K, for you to get involved in this?
Absolutely not. Like, under zero circumstances am I touching hot cereal.